have called is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later.
Hi, this is Leung with SummitAsia.com. And on behalf of our entire core team here at Summit, we would like to welcome you to the brand new relaunch of our all-new online community, where our goal is to transform lives one class at a time, giving you the opportunity to learn from a league of extraordinary speakers. And you can get started today, right now, for free. Summit is a professional event organization company responsible for changing hundreds of thousands of lives from all walks of life all around the world, in multiple countries, languages, and cultures. But when you join the new Summit, you will be among friends as part of a new global online membership for you to learn on demand with full stack live training and even free starter classes, including live training and updates multiple times a week for you to learn, engage, and interact with fellow members and our very top leaders. You will learn from the top experts in the world in anything from internet marketing, online business, real estate investments, stock trading, forex, personal development, health and wellness, Chinese metaphysics, all kinds of wealth creation, and more. Not to mention free access to revolutionary software created by the co-founders of Summit that will provide you with the ultimate all-in-one platform to run any online business, and the ability for you to join our new built-in Summit partnership opportunity. And yes, you can join and partner with us right away for absolutely free. Are you in? If so, take action right now. Let us know if you have any questions, and we will see you at the top right here at SummitAsia.com.
Are you ready? Say yes. Type in a yes inside the comments when you're ready for the official launch of our event. Are you excited? Are you ready? Give us a yes inside of the comments, and we want to officially welcome you to the Summit launch event, which is a relaunch, of course, to the brand new Summit platform. Today, we're going to be sharing with you not 1 hour, not 5 hours, not even 10 hours, over 12 hours of continuous value. Are you excited about that? Do you want more value? If you do, type in value inside of the comments. Now, I do see that we have a global community over here, so do us a favor. Let us know where you're from. Type in your country, as well as your city. We see all of you. Thank you, George, for saying yes. Annie is yes and ready. We got Mingru. Peter is here as well. Paul is ready for value. Annie is in Toronto, Canada. We got Dylan in Malaysia. George is in Japan. Tyra is in the US. Man, oh man, it's going to be an exciting 12 hours or more for all of us. Now, what I want to invite you to do is to interact, because what you'll soon see in a very short amount of time is that as part of our community, it is extremely different. We distinguish ourselves from everybody else, and we pride ourselves in being unique because we know what it takes to make an impact. We know what it takes to change lives. And you are here for a very, very specific reason. And that is because we know that you believe in the exact same thing. Do you believe in that same vision, changing lives, impacting thousands, maybe even millions around the world? If you do, type in believe inside of the comments. Type in believe inside the comments. And so over the next 12 hours, we want to make sure that you are as big a part of us as everyone else. I want to invite you to interact. In fact, I want to invite you to turn on your webcam if you are joining us on Zoom. And if you are on Zoom, I want to invite you to comment. I want to invite you to engage, interact, because that is exactly what this community is all about. Now, on the same note, just so that you know, we are live streaming into certain parts of our platform, certain parts of this actual show. So if you do happen to be inside of any one of our Summit platforms, I want to invite you also to share this live stream. I want you to comment on the live stream. And when you share this, do us a favor, do yourself a favor, put in the hashtag Summit Launch Events. Once again, hashtag Summit Launch Event, because this is us creating what we call a movement. Okay, we want to make you a big part of everything that we are doing. There's going to be so many things that you will be learning as we relaunch the whole new summit. You will see exactly what this is all about and how, by being a part of this very distinguished community, you're going to be way better than 99.99999% of all the people out there, because it's absolutely going to change your life. And we want to encourage you to change other people's lives as well. So we're seeing a lot of movement in the comments. We got Mandy, we got Adrian also join us. Mingru is here, Antoinette, Fiona, absolutely awesome. Let's keep that interaction up and running. Now, of course, what we share about within our communities is that, of course, when it comes to social media marketing, it is very, very important for us to be active. Okay, so when you are sharing, do us a favor, network, right? Make friends, tag each other. And when you are tagged in any one of the posts, interact, like, react, and comment on those posts as well, because as part of this movement, this is absolutely something that's going to make this community ginormous. And for you to be right here, right now, I want to invite you to give yourselves a virtual round of applause, because this is going to mean a huge difference between failure and success in 2022 and beyond. Are you ready to win? If you are, type in the word win inside of the comments. Now, here's the thing, right? Many of us probably know of Summit as an event organization company. Many of us probably know that Summit has been around for the better part of over the past decade or so. This is something that is not new. So we're not really launching Summit. We are relaunching a brand new Summit. Some may even call it Summit 2.0. That's because over the next several months, we're gonna have a whole bunch of brand new content, brand new value, brand new speakers who will be sharing content with you, and they're gonna be doing it for free. Do you like free, by the way? If you like free, type in the word free inside of the comments, because there's going to be a lot of free value for you that you can get started with our compliments, including the 12-hour historic epic events that we are here joining in live right here, right now. We are not just like any other event organization company out there where you attend a live event, you go to a seminar, you do whatever it is that you're going to need to do, and then it's goodbye from there. If you've been a part of any one of our communities, you know that we're different. You know that we not just provide value, but we over deliver. Is it okay if we also over deliver for you starting right here today? If that's okay with you, type in over deliver inside of the comments. And here's the thing. As part of Summit, many of us know Summit to be an offline seminar organization, right? We do a lot of great things all around the world. And right before the crazy times that hit us in 2020, in March of 2020, the last event, one of the last events that we did here in Summit actually consisted of over 8,000 people in the audience. And that is because that is the kind of scale of the events that we do. And with that, we will continue to do more. Believe you me, when I tell you, there's going to be a lot of additional amazing potential on the way, regardless of where you are around the world, regardless of where you want to travel. If you don't want to travel, who knows? We might be going back to your neck of the woods, because very, very recently, before all this craziness happened, we've been very active all across Southeast Asia, in Singapore, in Malaysia, in Indonesia, India, Vietnam, Thailand, Taiwan, so many places. And we continue to do all that as time goes on. But here's the beauty of the brand new summit. The brand new summit is not just going to be online. It's not just going to be virtual. It's actually going to be hybrid, which means that we will be doing a combination of both online and offline events. And so if you feel the itch to travel and meet us somewhere around the globe, we invite you to do so, because for being here today, you are a part of our community. And so with all of that, make that commitment. I challenge you to issue this to yourself. Do not, and I repeat, do not just stand there or sit there and watch the content, watch the speakers, and by the time these 12 hours are over, right, you go back and do your own thing, go back to your regular job, your own businesses, because once again, this is a community where we are here for you. We're here for you. We're here for each other. And so with all of that, we encourage you to participate as much as possible. And when we go virtual, when we go hybrid, and the next time that we have a live in-person seminar once again, how great would it be to finally, even though we're meeting for the very first time in person, it feels like we've known each other forever, right? And that is because right here at Summit, we do things very, very differently. I would probably say that on a business standpoint, on a professional standpoint, on a community standpoint, the last 2 years or so have probably been a blessing in disguise. Why? Because it's allowed us to be able to do all sorts of things that in our previous lives never had the opportunity to do. Unless we actually physically traveled to some place around the world and do physical seminars there, there would be no chance that we would be able to meet some of the top experts, top gurus, and top protege team members that we have in our community right now. And it's because of everything that's developed over the past 2 years that has created the brand new Summit 2.0 and the community in which resulted in you being with us right here today. So a huge welcome, a huge congratulations, because if you believe that everything happens for a reason, and I know that I personally do, it means that you are at the right place, you are at the right time, and there is no better moment and right here, right now, for you to make that commitment to change your life. Are you committed to making that happen? Committed to changing your life as well as those around you? If you are, type in the word commitment inside of the comments. And so with that, what's really interesting is that I am about to introduce you to the founder of Summit, the man who actually started everything, the man whose existence is the whole reason why we are here right now. How many of you know who I'm talking about? If you are familiar, type in his name inside the comments, okay? And so you're absolutely right, Ming Ru. We got Chanel saying John Chong. Yes, absolutely, he is the man. Now, here's the thing about Mr. John. Of course, John has always been an event organizer. He's always been an entrepreneur at heart. Previously, he used to work in the hotel management space. And so with that, he really does care about his students, his attendees, his customers. So one thing that I'm very proud of, very, very interesting, is that over the years, I've had the opportunity to work with him off and on. And with that, participated in a lot of his live events around the world as a speaker. But it actually wasn't until after 2020, when we were all locked down, that we had sat down and had a very serious conversation. And it's very interesting because when you realize why Summit is different, any one of you who had previously attended any other seminars, you would know that all those events usually consist of one speaker after another, all these multi-speaker events where every single one of them want to sell you something, right? One thing that you would be very comfortable to know, happy to know, is that in this event, we do have some of the best experts in the world, but guess what? They've got nothing to sell you. Not because they don't have anything to sell you, not because it's bad to invest in yourself, not because they don't have any continued education. Yes, they do. They are all mentors, but that is not the focus of this event. What is different with us is that we know that we need to bring you value first. There is a whole bunch of people out there, maybe yourself included, who are interested in learning, but maybe right now, you might not be in the place to be able to invest hundreds or even thousands into your own education, and that's okay. That's okay. Now, when I started talking to John about how we can recreate the brand new Summit, he asked me, so what are you doing these days? We cannot go offline. We cannot do live events. We are locked down. We cannot do any training or seminars. What is it that you're doing? What I said, well, I'm building a brand new community. And I'm teaching people how they can get access to free software and how they can build websites for free, how they can get all the responders and other digital marketing tools to video marketing, email marketing, all for absolutely free, right? So as an event organizer, traditionally, that wouldn't really be a turn on, right? Oh, great. So you're doing all this free stuff. It means that there's no money to be made. It means that you're just doing this out of the kindness of your heart. You're just doing charity. All the best to you, right? In previous conversations with other event organizers, that was exactly how it ended. Do you know what happened to the majority of all those event organizers within 3 to 6 months after we had those conversations? They are no longer in business. They're no longer around. Here's the distinction. After I shared this with Mr. John Chong, the founder of Summit, an event organization company, expecting that he would say the same thing, I watched him as he sat down, rubbed his chin, looked to the left, looked to the right, and stared straight at me and said, let's do something together. This is a man who truly, truly cares about his customers. He truly cares about providing value. He truly cares about each and every single one of you with literally zero expectations in return. Is this the kind of leader that you want to follow? Is this the kind of mentor that you want to have? If it is, type in the word yes inside the comments. This man is no stranger to not just event organization, but also in speaking. In fact, again, before we got locked down, believe it or not, this guy actually outsold on the stage even some of the top sellers in the world to become the #1 salesperson, sales speaker, sales trainer in the event organization space. So make no mistake, he knows what he's doing. But at the same time, he shares in the same vision as me to provide value, complimentary value, free value for anybody who needs that. And for that reason, we are here right now. For the next 12 hours, you are gonna get tremendous value as long as you make that commitment to be here the entire time, to be here to succeed, to be here to do whatever it takes for you to take massive action towards your success. Are you ready to take action towards that massive success? If you are, typing the word action inside of the comments. And of course, I would definitely be amiss if we go through the entire event without introducing you to the man himself. So what I want to invite you to do right now, is to sit back, relax, and I want you to put together your hands and give a big round of virtual applause as we welcome to the stage right here at the Summit launch event. Let's give a big hand, a standing ovation to the founder of Summit. Let's welcome Mr. John Chong.
All right, so good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so as you know, I'm John from Malaysia, and first of all, I just want to say thank you, and thank you for being here right now. Now, just so you know that whatever Simon says about me, they are all correct because he has been asked to say so. All right, so now, as you all know that I have been running events since 2009. In fact, I know Simon personally since 2007. So for that, it is safe for me to say that I've been running events professionally for more than 10 years now. So now, let me just quickly share with all of you today that if I were to summarize what I have personally learned in the past decade, all right, what I have personally learned from in the past more than a decade from now. Now, the thing is this, it is very common for us as a professional event organizer to organize event physically, in-person event, or even an online event. The thing is this, we have seen thousands and thousands and thousands of attendees from all around the world. But the thing is this, we have also seen many of them have failed, or even they couldn't sustain the success that they want to achieve. So now let me just quickly share with you 3 simple steps that you have to start to learn from now on. All right, so there are 3 simple steps that you can start implementing from today onwards. Number 1, all right, the first thing that you have to start to learn from today onward is this: don't be lazy. All right, do not be lazy. Ladies and gentlemen, let me just say it again: do not be lazy. So now, please put into the chat box if you want to know how can you not to be lazy in life. Put into the chat box and ask me how. Yes, Chanel. Anyone else? Anyone want to know how not to be lazy in life? All right, I need more. Fiona, thank you very much. George, VJ, Robert, Ahmad, Tyra. Anyone else? I need 3 more. Sandra, thank you very much. How not to be lazy in life? I need 2 more. Come on, guys. It's an early morning here in Malaysia. Ramesh, 1 more, guys. Michael, how? All right, the answer is quite straightforward. Be hardworking. All right, so now the only answer not to be lazy in life is be hardworking. All right, so for that, Sometimes in life, people tend to you just need to be hardworking in life, all right? So there's no such thing that there's a magic button for you to press, then you can be a multi-millionaire the next day, all right? There's no such thing, all right? So now the first key that I just want to quickly share with you guys today is not to be lazy, and the only way for you not to be lazy today is be hardworking, all right? Be hardworking. Now, moving on to the second tips that I just want to share with all of you today is this. Now, you have to be very, very persistent in life. You have to be consistent. You have to be persistent at the same time. All right. In order for you to succeed, in order for you to be successful, you have to be persistent. You have to be consistent. All right. The last but not least is this. Now, if you're able to commit yourself not to be lazy in your life, you're able to commit to be persistent in anything that you do. So the next thing that what you have to do is you have to take actions. All right. I think this is something that you should already know by now. You have to take actions. But I think what's beyond taking actions, in my humble opinion, is taking actions is definitely is the first step. All right. You have to take actions. But what's beyond taking action is you need to take the right actions. All right. So please type into the chat box right now. Take the right actions, guys. Put into the chat box. Not only that you have to take actions, but you need to take the right actions, guys. Taking action alone is not enough. You need to take the right actions, all right? Remember that you need to take the right actions. So now, oftentimes people ask me, hey, John, how do I know that I'm taking the right actions right now? I have enrolled for this program, that program. I've invested $10,000, $100,000, or even $250,000 in all kinds of programs that is available right now. But even until now, I have not seen any result yet. So the key here is not only taking actions, but what's more important than that, what is beyond than just taking actions is taking the right actions. So now, how do you make sure that you can take the right actions? The answer to it is quite straightforward. Find the right mentor or find the right mentors. All right. So now, find someone that have been there, have done it in the past, and someone that can prove you the result, and someone that already, as I say, already achieved it in the past. So the key here is to find the right mentors. All right, guys. So I think for that, I just want to reiterate again. Number one, you must not be lazy. The only way for you not to be lazy in life is you have to be hardworking. Number two, you need to be consistent. You need to be persistent. And of course, you have to take the right action at the same time. In order for you to take the right actions, one of the best way is always to get the right mentors to guide you along the way. All right, so now for this event itself, as you know that not only that we will not be having any advanced selling to all of you, because we really want to provide the real value to all of you, so that hopefully you'll be able to bring back some real value, something they can implement immediately after today's event into your life. So as you know that it's going to be a 12 hours event. So what you have to do is participate fully. Number two is share it with your friends. Make sure that all your friends, anyone that is someone that you love, your siblings, your business partner, your boyfriend, your girlfriend, your husband, your wife, even your kids, get them to attend these events together. In order for you to do that, what you have to do is just look into their chat box. Any of our team members from all around the world, they'll be sharing with you the link and we'll guide you along how you can get your friends, your loved one to be part of these events. All right. So now, of course, for those who's watching us from YouTube or even Facebook, what we want to urge you right now is quickly log in into the Zoom link, which obviously the link is available in their comment sections. What you have to do is just get yourself enter into this Zoom link so that you'll be able to interact directly with all the speakers, all the experts that we're going to have in the next 12 hours. Then for that, once again, on behalf of all the community that we have, I just want to say that thank you very much for being here. And once again, I just want to pass it down to Mr. Simon Leung. Thank you, guys.
All right.
Thank you very much, Mr. John Chong. So with that, of course, let's continue to give a big round of virtual applause to Mr. John. He is the reason why we are all here. All right. Now, the reason why we're all here, we know it's because we want to create a brand new Summit 2.0 community for each and every single one of us. But the thing is, I want to invite you now to think about what is the reason why you are here. What exactly is in it for you within this community itself. I believe, and this might just be me, that there are many of us who really want to figure out what our next steps in our lives really should be, right? I mean, over the past couple of years, no doubt, and this has been beat to a bush, everyone's saying how challenging these recent times were. From one thing to another, a pandemic and inflation, so many controversies when it comes to government-related things and whatever things are happening in the media. Now, we're not going to get political here. What I want for our community is that regardless of what you believe in, regardless of what you think is right or wrong, regardless of your stance in any political issue, we are all here as one. We are here together as a team, and we're not here to judge anybody. So with that, we invite you to openly share what it is that you believe in and make it a safe haven for us to escape all the judgmental philosophies of life. Because all of us are here for a very specific reason, regardless of what it is that you believe in. Yes, mask, no mask. Yes, vaccination, no vaccination. Yes, this, no that. The thing is, at the core of it, each and every single one of us, we simply want a much better lives for us and for our loved ones. Is that right? Do you agree with that? If you do, type in the word agree inside the comments. That is why it is so important for all of us to be open to everyone and what it is that we believe in. I mean, everyone right now on social media, all across the news networks, they're talking about how bad this person is. You know, they've been recently talking about the Will Smith slap, right? And the war and everything else that's been happening. But at the end of the night, think about this. Who are we to be judging other people? Are we perfect? Are we without sin? What makes us better than everyone else to the point where we can just judge anybody because of something that they did in a moment in time that we may or may not agree with? Everybody makes mistakes. Nobody is perfect. And in this community, we know that. We accept that. We accept mistakes as long as you have the commitment to want to continue to succeed. And that's why we know that this is something that we need to build. For Mr. John, I've spent a significant amount of time with him over the past 2 years. And even when we could not meet in person, we spent hours for a period of time, hours and hours and hours, pretty much every single night, talking about our big plans on how we can better the community. And you know that we're not after the money, we're not after the finances, we're not after the business aspect and what we can make, because there's so much that we have been doing without any expectation in return. And that is something that I believe is absolutely awesome in a leadership community that you yourself should be a part of. And so speaking of community, I know that many of us are brand new to digital marketing. Many of us are brand new to online business or entrepreneurship in general. And so we want to welcome you with both hands, knowing that this is where we want to be. So write down for yourselves, what is your goal for being here? What is your goal for sacrificing your Saturday, or some of you Friday night, if you're halfway around the world, to spend your precious time with us to improve yourself? Because if you do not have goals, if you don't know why you're here, if you have no idea what it is that you want to do in your life, then I can guarantee you that you're going to be wasting your time. Wasting your time. I cannot tell you, over the past 15 plus years of talking to hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people all around the world, 99.9999999% of all of them will end up doing absolutely nothing. Absolutamente nada. Why? Because they lack the motivation, because they aren't action takers, because they have no idea what it is that they need to do next. I know that you are here, and as event organizers, we always say, hey, how many registrations do we have? How many people in the room do we have? But at the end of the night, you're not just another number, are you? We know that behind every single computer right now, every single device, every single desk and chair that you're sitting in right now is an actual person with dreams, with ambitions, with goals that you want to achieve. You name and you tell me yet another community that is willing to go all out to be able to provide you this kind of value. Ask any one of our mentors, by the way, any one of our community members, and if you are an existing community member of ours, type in the word yes inside the comments. Type in the word yes if you are a part of Summit, if you're a part of Groove Asia, if you're a part of Groove Summits, if you're a part of everything that we're doing, type in the word yes. These are our leaders. These are the people who know straight out, right? We got Peter, we got Ahmad, Dylan, Tyra, Samantha, Sandra, Tok, Linda, Michael. Network and connect with each and every single one of them. They will be the first to tell you that we are a community like no other because we care for you. We over-deliver and we make sure that we help you to achieve your goals. And so as we see more and more people entering the room, we know that we have more and more people who are also joining us on the live streams. And if you do happen to be joining us on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter, or anywhere else on social media, I want to invite you to go to summitasia.com/launch. Once again, that's summitasia.com/launch, where you will be able to register to come into our private chat room inside a Zoom. And that's where we see all of your comments. That's where we see all of your interactions. That's where we see your engagement. And that is how we will also be able to engage with you back. So if you're here, once again, we invite you to turn on your webcam, because the better that you engage with us, right, the better we'll be able to over-deliver for you as well. And here's a secret. In the early days, and I'm talking about way back in 2005, 2006, the reason why I was able to, within 3 months of attending my first seminar, I was ready to make the commitment to quit my job, resign from Google headquarters in the Silicon Valley, where I was the head senior optimization specialist for 5 years. Left a 6-figure-a-year job, over 7 figures worth of stock options a year on the table, because I saw more opportunity in this, not just because there's great potential in entrepreneurship, but it's because of the people that I knew, the network that I've made, the mentors that I've met. Write this down. Your network is your net worth. Your network is your net worth. And so with that, this is something that right now, even if you cannot travel, even if there are no seminars in your neck of the wood, by being a part of our community right here in Summit, you get the next best thing. Because not only will you be able to network and connect with fellow aspiring entrepreneurs and digital marketers just like yourself, but at the same time, because I've been in this industry for so long, John has been in this industry for so long, we know some of the top people in the entire space of business, entrepreneurship. And some of them you will be introduced to right here today. And so with that, I want to waste no time to introduce you to our first speaker. Our first speaker is not just any speaker. This man is known as the father of digital marketing. Why? Because he is a true veteran. He doesn't know this, but he's actually one of my early mentors. Even when I was working at Google, of course, I was investing in products. I was trying to learn from all kinds of different gurus at the time, many of which, just like today, fake gurus, right? People have no idea what they're doing. And this guy, he's actually somebody who originated some of the original native strategies, the core of internet marketing that is still effective to this very day. One of the very first people that I knew of who created multi-million-dollar companies, and even my future mentors and mentor figures at the time look up to this gentleman just because of the authority that he has in this space. Now, once again, how many of you know who I'm talking about? If you do, type in his name inside of the comments. Type in his name inside of the comments. Yes, that's right. We got Dylan saying my virtual mentor too, Mark Joyner. All right, so this guy, he's actually one of the most humblest gentlemen that you will ever meet. It's very interesting to me because he was always, to me, one of the big name gurus. And every time I would attend a seminar, there will always be people who are speaking on the stages at the expert panels, and many of them wouldn't really care to connect with others, right? They want to go there, they want to speak at an event, and then they're off and doing their own thing, right? They talk to their students, maybe people who invest in their packages, and that's all there is to it. Now, when I first heard of him, he was living in New Zealand at the time. And so one time I was very prestiged to be able to be invited to New Zealand to do a seminar where I was a speaker. And at that point in time, I think that he might have been roaming around the event as well, but I don't know if you know, but I'm actually very, very introverted, antisocial, super shy. When I'm on the stage, I'm a different person, right? I'm able to, turn on my charisma. Some people call it charisma, others they just call it obnoxious. I don't know, whatever it is that you think, it doesn't really matter, right? But we do our presentation. Unfortunately, because I'm not very social, I didn't get the chance to meet Mark Joyner at that point in time. The next opportunity actually came when I co-organized an event in Singapore and in Malaysia, and I believe this was all the way back in 2007. And one of the gentlemen that I know who is actually very big in our space, I don't know if you might know who he is, his name is Vishen, and he owns Mind Valley. He was kind enough to sponsor an actual gala dinner. I believe it was in the Marriott in Kuala Lumpur. And with that, of course, he said, I want to invite you and all of your speakers to this event where me and my team will meet with you and maybe pick your brains a little bit and hang out, build those relationships. And so we said, yeah, absolutely. Thanks, man. Let's do it. And at that event, he invited Mr. Mark Joyner. And so at that time, we finally had the chance to kind of hang out and talk. But believe you me, when I tell you that even with a very small group of people, all the other speakers, the Mind Valley employees, their entire teams, they all bombarded Mr. Mark the entire time over dinner, over drinks, the after party, and the whole 9 yards. Never had the chance to actually talk to him. It wasn't until he actually moved to my neck of the woods, and we actually lived together in the in the Bay Area. I was in the Silicon Valley, but he was in the San Francisco Bay Area, and we were actually very close till not until then, did we actually get the chance to hang out, get to know each other a lot better. You know, we had meals many times. We went out to parties and we hung out with other internet marketers. We even shared the stages on multiple occasions in LA, San Diego, Vegas, and all those great places. And what I realized at that point in time is that this guy is not just a veteran. He's not just a guru. He is somebody who also truly cares about you as a person. I've seen him at stages across the world. I've seen him on the platforms. I've seen him networking with people where he truly believes in you. He shares his knowledge with you. He wants to help you, not just professionally, but also personally as well. I've seen him break people's cigarettes because he says you shouldn't be smoking. And he really, I'm not going to use the same phrase that he used on stage. Maybe I'll let him share that with you, what that phrase is, but it's something that might not be family friendly. We know that we have audiences of all ages right here, right now, but he is the man who gets his message across. The reasons why you should be listening to him is not just because he is a nice guy, but because professionally, he is also, as we mentioned, the father of digital marketing for a very, very specific reason. A founder of 30 plus startups, founder and CEO of Simpleology, as well as starting the very first ebook publishing company, the first online ad tracking company, the second PPC search engine in the world, and he even invented the tracking pixel itself. As an authority figure, he is the author of over a dozen books that, get this, have been translated into over 25 different languages. In our last conversation, he told me how he has a huge base in Japan because his book somehow got picked up and just took off without him even realizing that is the power that this guy has. He doesn't even know all these different people, and yet others are taking his content, translated it into their own languages in their own countries, just because of the massive value that he has to share. What wins my respect, and I'm sure a lot of others as well, is not just on a professional standpoint, but also he is a former US Army officer and a Cold War veteran. He's very committed and loyal to his countries, speaks fluent Korean, and now is based in Thailand. Not only that, on a personal standpoint, right? Health and fitness buff with 8% body fat, a half marathon runner, and again, truly, truly cares about the health, the personal and professional well-being of all of his students and friends as well. And today, it is my pleasure to introduce you to the man who otherwise would be charging tens of thousands of dollars just to appear as a keynote speaker. But because of my relationship with him, I've known him for the past 15 years. We're buddies, we're homies, we hang out, we do whatever it takes to be there for each other. And now he is here for all of us. Are you excited to learn from the father of digital marketing? If you are, type in the word yes inside the comments. Are you excited to learn from Mr. Mark Joyner himself? If you are, type in yes inside the comments. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, and everybody in between, I want to invite you to put your virtual hands together and give us a standing ovation. Welcome to the Summit launch event stage, my friend, your mentor, awesome dude all around. Let's give a big round of applause and welcome Mr. Mark Joyner.
Hey guys, very nice to be here, and thank you, Simon, for that great introduction, and good to see you, brother. All right, so I want to talk to you guys today about something that's profoundly important, actually. I want to help you understand what's going on in the world right now for a very specific reason. if you don't understand the things that I'm about to tell you, it will be very difficult to succeed in business over the next 10 years. Okay. I want you to understand that. Think about what I just said for a moment and let that sink in. Okay. I don't make such claims lightly. Okay. If I didn't truly mean that, I would not be saying that to you. I think that those are very strong words. A lot of people use fear to get you to buy things or whatever. I want to educate you and to get you to understand some very specific things. What I'm going to be telling you about today, it's bigger than COVID. It's bigger than Ukraine. It's bigger than all of the stuff that they're talking about in the news. If the news were not insane in the world right now, and I don't think anybody trusts journalism anymore across the globe at this point, if the news were sane, they would be talking about the things that I'm going to be teaching you today. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen here and I'm going to give you guys some slides to look at that will help you understand these concepts. Some of these concepts are heady. I'm going to be going through it very quickly, but these slides will help you understand these things very, very easily. Okay, so the title of this is Your Roadmap to Money in the 2020s, and this is based on a recent book of mine, which you can read for a more in-depth view. But what we're going to be talking about today is going to give you the specifics, the broad strokes of what you need to understand here. Now, first, what I want to do is I want to tell you a story. When I was in officer candidate school in the U.S. Army, by the way, officer candidate school is something that you get selected for. If you're an enlisted soldier and you're doing very well, they can select you to become an officer. It's one of the many paths you can take to become an officer. Officer candidate school was a very interesting experience. We had a class that we went to, or many classes that we went to in this building, this iconic building called Building 4. Building 4. And we nicknamed it Building Snore because the classes that we got in that room were always so dull. We would joke that maybe they installed some life-sucking rays into the fluorescent tubes on the ceiling because it was so excruciatingly boring. And one day we go into Building 4. And by the way, this is a building where the students of the School of the Americas, like Emmanuel Noriega was in this building. All of the great generals that you've heard of in the U.S. Army, they have all been in this building. It's an iconic building in Fort Benning, Georgia. One day we went in expecting to be bored out of our minds as usual, and we knew instantly that we were going to have a very different experience, because when this man walked into the room, we nicknamed him Yoda, by the way. When he walked into the room was electric. You could feel this man's presence in the room. And immediately everybody kind of sat up a bit in their seats because they realized that this was going instantly. Nothing had even come out of his mouth yet. And we knew that something was about to happen. He doesn't introduce himself. He just says, "What is the single distinguishing characteristic of a leader?" He just asks that question. Now, here we are. We're supposed to be the best of the best. We're supposed to be the brightest guys in the Army. And he asks us the most fundamental of all questions. What is the single distinguishing characteristic of a leader? And one by one, we all raised our hands trying to give answers. The first guy says, communication. And Yoda says, oh, really? Communication. So you have a disastrously dumb battle plan, but you communicate it perfectly to your troops. Good job, candidate. And one by one, he shot us all down like that. And this process lasted about 90 minutes, if you could imagine, okay? Over 90 minutes, he meticulously dismantled our egos, all right? Finally, at the end of these 90 minutes, you could tell that the tone in the room had just really shifted. I mean, we all had a profound realization around the same time. And if I could articulate what that was, it was, here we were, the people that were about to lead potentially your sons and daughters through a life and death struggle, and we couldn't answer the most fundamental question about leadership. That's a profound realization. And I'm grateful to this day, because if you walk into your life or into any leadership situation with too much ego, if you think you've got it all figured out, and you don't, you're in deep doo-doo. Okay, and you need to undo that. You need to undo that. So finally, at the end of the 90 minutes, as we're all feeling this realization, we don't even have to articulate it to each other. We just knew there was humility in our eyes, all of us. And he says, seriously, not one of you, not a single one of you, no? And he said, okay, shall I put you out of your misery? And we're all just like desperately, yes, please tell us. Please tell us. We're ready to learn. By the way, there's an ancient saying from Buddhism. There was a Zen master and a Zen scholar, and they met, and the Zen scholar, is sitting down there to tea with the Zen master, and he starts pontificating about everything that he knows about Zen. And the Zen master is nodding, and he's pouring some tea into the cup, and he's going, oh, yes, please tell me more. And the Zen scholar is yapping his gums, okay? And the Zen master keeps pouring more tea, and until the cup is overflowing. And the Zen scholar says, Master, my cup, it's full. Please don't pour in any more. And then the Zen master sets down the tea, and he said, yes, your cup is full. To learn from me, you must empty your cup. Only then can I teach you of Zen. And that is what this man, Yoda, did for us. He emptied our cups pretty hard. He emptied our cups and gave it a shake and slapped us around a little bit to get us to realize that we needed to let go of our preconceived notions to be ready to learn. So here is the answer. See the battlefield. See the battlefield. By the way, can you guys let me know, is there something covering up the slide? Because I've got a little pop-up here. I'm going to ask Ahmad. I know Ahmad, he's in my group. Can you raise your hand if there's something covering the slide, or can you see it completely? Something covering it. Okay. All right, guys, I'm going to fix that. Pardon me. Okay. Better now. Okay. All right. Okay, apologize for that. Okay, so see the battlefield. What do we mean by this, guys? See the battlefield. Why is that the single distinguishing characteristic of a leader? Well, I want you to think about this. What if you were playing darts with a blindfold on? Would you be able to hit the target if you had a blindfold on? Would you be able to hit the target? No, of course not. Of course not. You have to see the battlefield. And I want to tell you guys right now, you do not see the battlefield in the world. I can almost guarantee it. Okay, why? Because you have been misinformed. You have been misdirected. You have been distracted. People have been trying to get your attention on the wrong things. Right now, I want to get your attention on the right things. Okay? I want to get your attention on the right things. So I want you guys to empty your cup now about your preconceived notions about what you think is going on in the world. Because there is something much larger going on in the world than what you probably think is going on. Now, I don't know you. I don't know what's in your mind, but I can play the statistics. Statistically speaking, it's very unlikely that you know what's actually going on, the important stuff. Okay, again, this is bigger than COVID. It's bigger than Ukraine. It's bigger than all of the divisive issues that they have us all talking about. Okay, so here's the first thing that I want to show you that's important. You are here. You are here. Where is that? You, my friends, are at the turning point of an exponential growth curve. You are at the turning point of an exponential growth curve. Now, if you don't understand what that means, I'm going to show you over the next couple of slides some different ways of understanding what that means, being at the turning point of an exponential growth curve. So here's one way to look at it. there's a phenomenon that I like to call the great halving, or another way to phrase it is the great doubling, the great halving or the great doubling. Okay, so what are we talking about here? What we mean is that the period of time in between a paradigm shifting discovery or invention throughout history has been halving itself. Okay, so I'm going to throw out some random numbers here that are probably wrong. Okay, but if you imagine that we discovered fire sometime in prehistory, imagine that was 1 million years ago, right? Then imagine that 500,000 years ago was the next paradigm shift. Maybe it was, discovering stone tools. And then 250,000 years ago, the wheel. And then have that, okay? 125,000 years ago is the next one. And then that period of time keeps cutting in half and cutting in half and cutting in half. If you plot that out on a graph, it looks like an exponential growth curve. Why? Because the rate of change is accelerating constantly. We are at a point right now where we are experiencing a paradigm shift in one field or another every single day. Okay, now you probably don't get how huge that is right now, but in another couple slides, I'm going to let this affect your mind in a very profound way. First, let's look at this another way. What you see right here is a way of illustrating something called Moore's Law. Some of you guys are probably familiar with this. It's a way of talking about how computing power changes over time. How computing power changes over time. Okay, so right now we have computers that are of a certain speed. The speed and cost of computers have been improving radically every 18 months to 2 years. The processing power doubles and the cost cuts in half every 2 years. It cuts in half every 2 years. So if you plot that on a graph, what does it look like? It looks like an exponential growth curve. Think about that. If it doubles every 2 years, it's not a linear growth curve, it's exponential. Okay, now that may not be sinking in yet. I'm going to keep talking here, and I'm going to give you guys more examples to help you understand this phenomenon. First, what I want to talk about is the average human working memory. Okay, there's a famous paper that came out of Princeton in the 1970s called the magic number 7 plus or minus 2, the magic number 7 plus or minus 2. And what this means is that human working memory can only hold about 7 bits of data. This, by the way, is why your phone numbers are about 7 digits long, because the average person can only memorize about a digit that's about 5 to 9 digits long. We can only hold 5 to 9 things, depending on what our individual capacity is in our working memory. Now, hold that thought for a minute. I'm going to introduce another piece of information to you that's going to maybe confuse you for a moment, but this is all going to start clicking in a couple slides. Okay, so bear with me. You won't see how this all fits together yet, but you're going to begin to shortly. Now, in 2004, Eric Schmidt, the former CEO of Google, he was a former CEO of Google when Simon was working there. He famously said, every 2 days now, we create as much information as we did from the dawn of civilization up until 2003. That's something like 5 exabytes of data. Let me repeat that. We create as much information in 2 days now as we did from the dawn of man through 2003. Now, guys, I want you to just think about this for a moment. If you take all of the information that we amassed from the dawn of human history up until the end of 2003, that was approximately 5 exabytes of information. By the end of 2003, we were entering that much information into the stream every 2 days. And get this, that rate has been improving. It's been increasing exponentially. Now let's understand this, what we mean by exponents. If this were a linear growth curve, it would look like this. The number of exabytes that we enter every day over time. So let's say every day we're entering in 5 exabytes, and then the next day 5 exabytes, and the next day 5 exabytes. That's what that graph line would look like. But here's what I want you to understand. But that was by the end of 2003, we were entering 5 exabytes of data in every 2 days. That rate has been increasing. We are entering far, far more information into the stream now every day. And here we are in 2022. Okay, so what does such a growth curve look like? Like this. Are you beginning to see a pattern? This is an exponential growth curve. This is what is going on with the amount of data in the world right now. Now, if you don't think this is a problem, let me put this into another perspective. This is what I call the complexity gap. The complexity gap. You'll notice there on the bottom, we have that little shaded area. We talk about human RAM in bits. It's constant. Remember the magic number 7 plus or minus 2? That's how much information you can process consciously in your mind. Now, if you look at the total data in exabytes, that's that exponential growth curve you see on top of that. That complexity gap is the gap between the complexity in the world and our ability to process it as humans. That gap is increasing every single day. Now, let's look at all of this information in another way. One way to talk about this would be to say that this is improvement over time. Okay, and that's that everything is getting exponentially better. And a lot of the futurists that are my sort of contemporaries in futurism right now, like the Ray Kurzweils and the Peter Diamandis guys out there, they all talk about how wonderful everything is going to be. Okay, and I'm here to tell you right now that I take serious issue with their overly optimistic estimations. I'm not a pessimist. Okay, understand that right now. I am not a pessimist. I am a realist. There's something called the Stockdale paradox. You ever read a fantastic book called Good to Great? There was a conversation in there about the late Admiral Stockdale, who, when he was a POW in Vietnam, he discovered that there was a paradoxical combination of traits that allowed people to survive the POW experience. And it was optimism plus realism. Optimism plus realism. Realism is not pessimism, but it's understanding things as they are. Now, the people that were just optimistic, they all went crazy. Why? Because over time, you're in a POW camp, the reality of that situation keeps slapping you in the face. And if all you are is a realist without optimism, you start to become very, very demoralized and you become the pessimist. You have to have both of these things. And I'm telling you right now that most of the futurists out there that talk about just improvement over time, everything's just getting better, they're the optimists who don't have the realism. And I think what will happen to them is what happened to the POWs who were only optimists. They will go crazy because the reality of all of this is going to slap them in the face. And I think that over the last couple of years, we've had a rather large dose of this reality. Now let's look at all of this in another way. Something I call the Big Five phenomena. This to me is a more accurate way of understanding this, okay? It's not that everything is getting better, not necessarily, okay? And there's a very profound point that we're getting to here in a few minutes, all right? Bear with me, strap in, guys. This is a lot of information to take in, I get it. But there is an epiphany that I want you to have at the end that will get you to see everything differently, okay? Everything is getting faster, smaller, more powerful, more available, and cheaper. You know this. Once you hear that, you instantly know that it's true, right? Everything. And this, by the way, is in every industry, every market segment around the world, every field of human endeavor. Everything is getting faster, smaller, more powerful, more available, and cheaper. Now, we talked before about how paradigm shifts are happening every day now. So what is a paradigm shift? Well, a paradigm shift is technology that changes everything, okay? A paradigm shift is technology that changes everything. let's put this in perspective. So a lot of these academics are famous for saying, when humans invented agriculture, everything changed. Okay, now, if you think about this for a moment, it's very easy to see how this is true. What changed when we invented agriculture? Well, when we invented agriculture, we were immediately tied to the land. We were immediately tied to the land. Now, I want you to think of the word civilization. If you look at the Latin root of the word civilization, it comes from the Latin word civis, which means city. So being civilized is really being citified. Okay, if we don't have cities, we don't have civilization. And if we didn't have agriculture, we would not have cities. We would still be hunting and gathering. We would not have had the time to advance the way we advanced as humans. That is how profound a paradigm shift is. That one single paradigm shift enabled all of civilization. So when people say paradigm shifts, they use this word very loosely and very lightly. A paradigm shift is not a minor thing. A paradigm shift is enormous, and we are experiencing paradigm shifts right now every single day. Every single day. Let me give you some examples of things that are happening in the world right now. We are on the cusp right now of all manual labor being automated in the world. We are on the cusp of that right now. I want you to think about that for a moment. What will happen to the world when almost all manual labor is automated? Do you think that that would be a profound paradigm shift? Oh my goodness, we could speak for 5 hours just on the implications of that single paradigm shift that we are on the cusp of right now. Here's another one, self-driving cars, okay? So if you think we're very far away from having all manual labor being automated, understand we have fully automated self-driving cars in the world right now. And we are on the cusp of normalizing that. We're very close to it. There are some cities that have already started doing this, that are testing this out. You may have heard that last year we opened the very first fully automated fast food restaurant. Fully automated. You've probably heard that self-driving trucks are about to start dominating the shipping industry. Okay, we are on the cusp of that. Amazon right now is making inroads to use drones to deliver everything directly to your doorstep. They have already, they're in talks with the US government about this right now. Now, let me talk about a paradigm shift that is happening right before our eyes right now that hasn't fully unraveled itself yet. It's 5G technology, 5G technology. Now, everybody throws around this term 5G, but they don't really understand the implications of it, okay? So first we have to distinguish between 5 gigahertz Wi-Fi and 5G, 5th generation cellular. So when people say 5G, we should be talking about 5th generation cellular, okay? 5 gigahertz Wi-Fi is not the same as 5th generation cellular. Why is 5th generation cellular so significant? Well, the phones that you guys have right now, some of them have 5G capacity, but almost all of them are operating on 4G networks. You've been operating on 4G networks for a long time. Now, some of you are old enough to remember 1G, 2G, 3G. Okay, let's talk about how huge the difference is between 3G and 4G. When you had 3G cellular, your cellular device was only good enough to, send some text back and forth. You could try to download a video, but nobody was patient enough to download a video on 3G. It was just way too slow. When we went to 4G, we could start not only streaming video, we could stream a video conversation back and forth between two people. That was an enormous leap. Changed everything in the world. The leap between 4G and 5G is just as significant, and the impact on society is going to be even more profound. So I want you to understand, This device that I have in my hand right now, okay, this is this iPhone 13, all right? How do I order an Uber when I'm on this phone right now? Well, I pick it up and I punch some stuff into the machine and then the Uber arrives, okay? This is the implication of 5G. When in a 5G world, you're gonna walk out, you won't even have to have a device in your hand. There will be 5G sensors everywhere, audio and video sensors everywhere that will recognize your face and your voice. You can say, I need an Uber, and the 5G sensor will tell you your Uber will arrive in 3 minutes. That is the implication of the 5G world. Now, when you see these 5G towers popping up all over the world right now, that is what we are walking into. When we have enough 5G towers up, now, by the way, we have to have a lot because 5G is a denser wave. The range is a lot shorter, okay? When we have enough of these towers up, that is the world that we are going to be in. And we are building that right now. When you see a 5G tower go up now, I want you to understand that is the implication. It's not just, oh, I'm going to get a little bit faster downloads. No, it's going to change the way you interact with the world. We are building that right now. Now, here's another thing that we are on the cusp of right now. Uh-oh. So I've got that little pop-up that just came up again. Okay, good. I was just able to kick it out. All right, now, something else that we are on the cusp of right now is quantum computing. Quantum computing. Now, to put this into perspective, how profound quantum computing will be for the world, all right? I want to tell you about what happened a couple years ago. Google announced that it passed what is called a quantum supremacy test. The quantum supremacy test. What was that? Well, quantum computing engineers, they said, look, to be able to prove the case of quantum computing, we need somebody to build a quantum computer that can do just one function far, far faster than the world's fastest supercomputers. Now, when Google passed that quantum supremacy test, they were able to perform a function in less than a minute, what would take today's fastest supercomputer in the world over 1 million years. Let that sink in for a second. That is the implication of quantum computing, okay? Now, some people will say they're going to poo-poo it and go, but it's not a practical quantum computer yet. And to them, I say, you don't understand exponentiality. When we're that close, we are right on the cusp of it. Now, let me tell you what this means. Okay, if we have computers that can do in less than a minute what takes the current world's fastest supercomputers over 1 million years to complete, that means that all cryptography is over. Unless we have something that we're building called quantum resistant cryptography, but it's all theoretical. Okay, the people that are optimistic about this, they go, oh, we'll have quantum resistant crypto, it doesn't matter. It's theoretical. We won't know this until we have actual quantum computers. Now, I want to tell you right now, if a rogue actor happens to be the first to build a quantum computer, they will be able to own all encrypted data in the world. Every blockchain in the world could be corrupted because they could create limitless numbers of virtual machines on a single quantum computing device and own all the data in the world, even all of the most heavily encrypted data in the world. That is the implication of quantum computing. And this will very likely happen in our lifetimes. Now, if you're not getting some chills right now, you're not paying attention. Let me give you another example of something that's happening in the world right now that you probably have not heard about, but if we had a sane media, they'd be talking about it. Now, I'm going to show this diagram again in a moment. Okay, in a moment, I'll explain why this particular illustration is so damn important. Now, you all recognize this, right? This is the periodic table of the elements. Well, let's talk about something that is and isn't on the periodic table of the elements. You may or may not have heard of this new material called graphene. Graphene, okay? Graphene is this material that was recently discovered. It's been about, I think, about 15 years now. And ever since it was discovered, there's been a rush to create patents around graphene and to perfect the application of graphene. Graphene is 100 times stronger in tensile strength than steel, and it is 1/10 the weight. And it has the potential to behave as a room temperature superconductor. Okay. This is a hugely impactful discovery. Now, graphene is going to enable things like bendable and wearable devices. These devices that we carry around in our hands right now, we're probably going to do away with all of this. We're soon probably going to have foldable devices because of graphene that you could put in your pocket, unfold, and it will be just as big as a full desktop experience. You'll be able to fold that up and put it in your pocket not too long because of graphene. Now, graphene is already starting to show up in consumer electronics. There are bicycle manufacturers that are using it. There are people that are using it in biometric patches. It's showing up all over the place now, and it's just starting to have its impact. Now, those of us in the know, we've been talking about this for a very long time, but it's just now starting to affect the world. Now, here's the thing. If you haven't heard about this, don't beat yourself up. Why? Because it's impossible for an educated human being now to know all of the paradigm shifts that are going on in the world. When there is a new paradigm shift happening every single day in some industry in the world, then it's impossible to keep up. So I talk to educated people all the time, some of the best and brightest people in the world all the time. And most of them don't even know what graphene is, even though it's one of the most consequential, significant things to happen to humanity. Now, here's where it gets spooky. What's graphene? Well, all it is carbon. It's carbon. What's carbon? Carbon is the same thing that you have in pencil lead. Okay, but here's the difference. Okay, it's pencil lead, but it's only 1 atomic layer thick. This is the implication of what we call the nanomaterial revolution. What did we discover? That materials that can behave one particular way in one formulation, when you start stripping them down to 1 atomic layer, 2 atomic layers, 3 atomic layers, the behavioral properties are totally different. Graphene behaves entirely different from pencil lead, but it's the same material. It just happens to be a different configuration of it. And guess what? Graphene is only one of possibly limitless nanomaterials that we are discovering right now. It's like behind the periodic table, we peeled it back and there's another periodic table. And we peel that back and there's another periodic table. And we peel that back and there's another periodic table and another and another and another. We're in a totally different world than we thought we were. And it's been under our nose all this time. That is what nanomaterial scientists are discovering right now. Now, do you understand what I mean when I say you are here? That exponential curve, we are on the cusp of it right now. If you think the craziness that you've seen in the world, the rapid change that you have seen in the world over the last couple of years is something, we're just getting warmed up, guys. We're just getting warmed up. The world is not going to stabilize as a result of this. It's going to get more chaotic. It's inevitable. Do you see now why I say this is way bigger than COVID, way bigger than Ukraine, way bigger than anything that they're talking about in the news right now? If we had a sane media, they would be talking about this because it's the single most important thing happening in the world. Now, remember I said that everything is getting faster, smaller, more powerful, and more available. I want you to pay attention. I want you to pay very, very close attention right now. And if you're paying close enough attention, I'm going to say something to you that should give you some shivers. Okay, and I'm not saying this to scare you. I'm saying this to prepare you. I don't want you scared. I want you prepared. But listen to this. If everything is getting faster, smaller, more powerful, and more available, how are you sure this won't happen to weapons technology? I want you to think about that for a minute. I'm going to say that again. Really let this sink in. If everything is getting faster, smaller, more powerful, and more available, and cheaper, how are you sure this won't happen to weapons technology? We can't be sure. Of course not. And of course it will happen to weapons technology. Here's the evidence. Right now we have 3D printable automatic weapons. 3D printable automatic weapons. Now, 3D printable automatic weapons. Okay. I want you to understand 20 years ago, you could buy a 3D printer and it would cost you, maybe $100,000. Right now, anyone can go on Amazon and for about $100 buy a 3D printer. Okay. That is the implication of what we're talking about here. So if we have 3D printable automatic weapons right now, how long before we have 3D printed weapons of mass destruction? Now, if you think that this sounds sci-fi and that you think I'm exaggerating, you have not been paying attention. Because I will tell you right now, it is inevitable. It is inevitable. Now listen to this, our politicians, they're telling us, we propose a bill to make 3D printed weapons illegal. And to that I say, oh, really? So you tried that for MP3 downloads. What did that do to MP3 downloads? Making them illegal didn't slow them down one bit. Making 3D printed automatic weapons illegal, or any kind of 3D printed weapons illegal, isn't going to change anything. Now, if you think that this, you go, well, but this hasn't impacted the world yet. And I would say, really? Because in 2018, we had an assassination attempt on a major head of state, President Maduro in Venezuela. Somebody purchased drones from Amazon and strapped explosives to those. Everything that they got for this attack, they purchased over the internet. And they almost killed a major head of state. If Maduro's bodyguards had not deployed ballistic shields in time, they would have been successful. They would have been successful. Okay. That is the world we are in right now. You can purchase the materials needed to assassinate a major head of state over the internet right now. Now, let me tie all this together. Why am I telling you all of this for your business? Because you have to see this battlefield to know what you're in right now. These are the three constants of the new economy. Number one, the pace of change is increasing exponentially. I think you understand that by now. Two, trends can be overturned in a nanosecond. Black swan events are happening almost daily. Almost daily. Think about that, okay? If you're following a certain trend and you think, oh, this is going to keep going, it may be irrelevant very soon. Now, number three is, and this is the important one for you, the only real foundational constant of successful companies has been an emphasis on two things: culture and systems. Culture and systems. This is what I call a lifeboat business. If your business is not based on culture and systems, you are going to be a dinosaur very soon. Again, I'm not telling you this to make you scared. I'm telling you this to make you prepared. If you do not build a lifeboat business that is based on culture and systems, you are going to be a dinosaur. Understand that. Face that reality right now. Now, that is part of something I call the three essential hedges. Now, notice in this diagram here, if you've got one of these little wedges here, it's not enough. If you've got two, it's not enough. You've got to have all three to make a complete wheel. So all three of these three essential hedges, you have to have all three to survive what's coming right now. Hedge number one, the only assets that matter are skills, knowledge, and health. Now, some of you guys are going to say, what do you mean? What about my money? What about all of my precious metals? What about my real estate? Possibly irrelevant, possibly irrelevant, possibly irrelevant. Okay, currency values change. Assets can be seized. Every government in the world has something called eminent domain. They can, if they feel it's in their best interest, take away all of your stuff and declare eminent domain. Now, those rules were made to prevent disaster situations, but everywhere in the world, those rules are being used in unscrupulous ways against innocent people. Every country in the world that has these laws, and every country in the world that has those laws, has used those laws to seize things away from innocent people. The only assets that matter are skills, knowledge, and health. Everything else could be irrelevant because it's changing so rapidly. Now, am I telling you not to amass wealth? No. I want all of you to become millionaires, at least. Okay, but you have to understand, All of that wealth has to be put in a proper context. The only assets that matter are skills, knowledge, and health. Number two, your lifeboat business. We talked about that. That is a business that is built on culture and systems. Again, your marketing plan may be rendered obsolete by some technological innovation. Your product may be rendered obsolete through some technological innovation. Culture and systems will remain the constant. So you can pivot your company as the world changes. And hedge number three is big tech marketing independence. Big tech marketing independence. Now, why is this? Because big tech is centralizing control of power in the world right now. If you are dependent on big tech can take that away from you in a heartbeat. It can take it away from you in a heartbeat. Okay, I want you to understand. Big tech there's some great tools that you can use in big tech, but if I were to ask the room right now to raise their hands if they had ever been shut down by Facebook, had an ad account shut down or an ad disapproved or been slapped by Google or any of these things, probably half the room, if we have experienced marketers in here, would be raising their hands. It can happen to everyone. You must become independent of big tech to survive, because if you depend on big tech too much, they can slit your throat in the middle of the night. Now, I want to tell you guys, again, I'm telling you all of this not to scare you, okay? I'm not telling you this to scare you. I'm telling you this to prepare you. Okay, this is the world we are entering right now. And you can blind yourself to this if you want to, or you can open your eyes and be ready and be prepared. You can use the three essential hedges to prepare yourself right now. And I will tell you right now, if you do not do those three things, your company will very likely be a dinosaur in the next 10 years. Remember the Stockdale paradox, guys. I want you to be optimistic and realistic. I don't want you to be pessimistic. Okay, if you're pessimistic, all is lost. But if you are optimistic and realistic, if you look at what's really going on in the world right now, your chances of survival are going to be far greater. Now, that is the end of what I want to tell you guys formally. If we have some time for Q&A, I'm more than happy to do that. That is up to the hosts if we have enough time for Q&A. And I'll give the guys a little bit of time there. Well, in fact, I'll just look at the question. I'll just look at the chat. Okay, so I'm getting thumbs up. All right, thank you, Ching. You is letting me know. Okay, so if you guys have questions, you guys can type them in the chat box. I'm looking at the chat box right now. Okay, so everybody, thank you for the kind words, guys. I appreciate that. So Al Chan says, when do you think COVID Omicron pandemic over? I don't know. What I will tell you is that I don't think we are being told the truth about this. Okay, and I think, and it's very clear to know this. Do you remember when this thing first happened? Okay, and there were people hypothesizing the lab leak hypothesis. Hey, maybe that leaked out of a lab. I don't know. Call me crazy. There's a lab there in Wuhan that studies coronaviruses. Maybe this virus leaked out of that lab. I don't know. Crazy idea. And then all of the people in media and government were telling us, oh no, that's a crazy conspiracy theory. It was impossible. Well, now people are saying, the lab leak is a distinct possibility. Okay. It's no longer out of the possible communication to talk about that. So we have not been told the truth about this observably from the beginning. So I can't predict what I can't know that I have accurate information on. Okay, I don't know what the truth of COVID is, so I can't predict when it's going to end. All right, and that's it. I wish I had a better answer for you, but if you guys get into the book, Your Roadmap to Money in the 2020s, which is available for free. Okay, if you guys read that, I talk about a lot of this more in depth. Okay, there's a deeper conversation to be had about the centralization of power and the decentralization of power and the power struggle that's occurring behind the scenes right now. We don't know what the powers that be really have planned for us. I'm pretty sure they know everything that I'm talking about, and I'm pretty sure that they're doing things to make sure that their power is solidified, that they can hold on to their power as long as possible. And I will tell you right now, the nature of government in the world has to change. It has to change. It cannot continue to exist in the face of all of this rapid technological change. Technology is going to change faster than governments can keep up with regulation of it. Okay, that's the reality. If you think government's going to come in and save us, you know, good luck, right? Technology is moving way, way too fast. Okay, let's see here. Okay, Tyra Hoyt says, awesome, Mark Joyner, agree they're not being clear about anything. Yeah, anything, right? We're probably being deceived about many, many things right now. And I don't think this is crazy conspiratorial things to talk about. You know, as a veteran of the military intelligence community, I can go on, you know, in another lecture documenting very, very precisely for you the times that government has deceived people around the world, okay? It's not just the US government or the British government or the Russian government or the Chinese government, all government, okay? There are documented cases of governments around the world deceiving not just their people, but using deception all around the rest of the world. We're all doing it to each other all the time. And it's very, very well documented. Let's see, Tyra says, fear is being used as a weapon to control the masses. It's a good hypothesis, right? It's a very good hypothesis. Now, I like to be careful about distinguishing between things I can know and things that I can be hypothetical about, okay? I don't know what is in the heart and soul of any other human being. I don't know what their intentions are, the people that really control the world. I don't think it's the governments, okay? I don't know what their intentions are. I can hypothesize about that, but I can talk about the things that I know, okay? The things that I can observe to be true. And I encourage all of you to be as epistemologically disciplined about that. What can you know? What can you not know? Know that very well. What is the basis of what you can know? Is it because you heard somebody say it in, you know, on the news? Yeah, good luck with that. Okay, that's no measure of truth anymore. We don't know that the news is reporting the truth. And by the way, that's an opportunity for hopefully somebody out there who out there can create industries that are more reliable in delivering truth. That's a huge business opportunity for somebody if you're paying attention. Thank you for the kind words, guys. I appreciate that. Pierre Newell says, how are you capturing the faster, smaller, more powerful, more available, and cheaper in your business? Well, I'll tell you one way. Simpleology, the software platform that I developed, we almost completely ignored mobile. Okay. We almost completely ignored mobile. We've been around for 17 years now, and we've done a few mobile apps, but I never went deep into mobile. Why? Because I know it's going to be a dinosaur soon. You're not going to be carrying these devices around like this for very long. You're going to have something, and it could take many form factors, but I'll give you an example. You could take something graphene based that you could fold up like this, put in your pocket, unfold it, and it will be a full desktop experience that you can carry around in your pocket. If you could interact with a full desktop computer, why would you be fiddling around with your thumbs on these stupid devices that nobody really likes? Okay, nobody likes using their cell phone. They use it because it's convenient. They use it because it's convenient. Soon, the full experience is going to be just as convenient. That's one way I've been capitalizing on it. Okay, I think about what are the next 5, 6, 7, 8 moves down the chessboard. What are the trends that are going to be likely? I'm telling you right now, this is going away. Okay, it's going to look very different. I don't know. There could look a million ways. Could be retinal projection technology. There's many ways it can look, but it ain't going to look like this because you guys know it. You don't like using your thumbs, inputting text onto these damn devices. You're tired of it, right? Everybody's tired of it. So Jivano says decentralization is going to be hard to control. Damn right. Okay, again, technology is advancing faster than government can regulate it. Governments are not going to be able to keep up. Not going to be able to keep up. Trader Rob says, what are your thoughts on utilizing metaverse for influence? You know, I tell you, I have mixed feelings about metaverse. Okay, metaverse could be very useful in some respects. You could create training environments for people that would be very, very useful. But I'm very afraid of the entertainment implications of metaverse. I think metaverse is going to start becoming so entertaining for a lot of people that they're going to forget that they have human bodies. And when you forget that you have a human body, this body atrophies. And a sick body is a sick soul. Okay, that is a very serious implication that we all need to consider. So I think that metaverse can be extremely useful. And like all of these technologies, there are double edges to all of these swords, if you will. Even E says, how can we change our understanding, or how do we read news for what it is and not be affected by the opinions that the reporters want us to view it? That's a damn good question. And what I would say is first understand that it's all bullshit. Pardon my language. Okay. All right. Simon warned you. All right. So you can take the boy out of the army. You can't take the army out of the boy. All right. So look, guys, you have to understand that they are lying to you. You have to understand that they are trying to control your minds. When you watch the news and when you start to see the patterns of it, it becomes obvious. Once you start to see it and start looking for it, rather than reacting to it, you can catch yourself and go, wait a minute. Am I reacting to something that's real? Or am I reacting to a phantom that some propagandist painted into the ether for me? Most of your reactions are reactions to these phantoms that the propagandists are painting. Now, how do you find the real information? You don't at this point, okay? Because how do you trust any of this stuff? There are some reporters out there that are better than others, for sure. Almost all of them that are any good are independent. In fact, any of them that are any good are independent. Glenn Greenwald is a good one. There's a couple others out there, slipping my mind at the moment right now. But there's a few out there that you can read, and they're of varying political flavors and opinions. But you've got to look outside of what we call the mainstream news now. Okay, and when I say the mainstream news, I'm talking about all of it across the political spectrum. Okay. Fox and MSNBC are basically mirrors of each other. They're just two different flavors of BS. Okay. Jeffrey Hunter says, how can I get your book? Simon, can I give you out a URL? Okay. The URL, guys, is yourroadmaptomoney.com. Yourroadmaptomoney.com. I'll just type that in. Map2money.com. Okay. That's where you guys can get that. Let's see here. We've got another question here from George. I just met George yesterday. Good to see you here, George. He said, question, what are your thoughts about as technology advances, especially with security and monitoring, pixel tracking, et cetera? Yeah, here's the guy. Will we have any privacy left, or is this something we will need to buy to have? Really good question. I would say the latter is probably a more likely path. Right? Because when we have these 5G sensors everywhere, and by the way, we've already got sensors in our homes, we don't know when they're on. If you've got a smart TV in your house, do you think it's possible somebody has hacked into that and is spying on you at all? I don't think it's just possible. I think it's likely. I think it's just possible. I think it's likely. Okay, so what I would ask you, George, is this. If you buy it, how do you know that you're buying real privacy? Okay, who are we buying it from? Because if we buy it from one person, that presupposes that the person selling us the privacy has technological supremacy, and we can't guarantee that. Here's what I think ultimately we have to do, guys. What we need to survive is an elevation of consciousness. We need an elevation of consciousness. I will tell you right now, if we do not have a mass global elevation of consciousness, I don't give us more than a few more decades. We have to do this, and we have to do this collectively, together as a species. We have to drop all of this nationalistic, cultural differences of opinion, all the different ways that they're trying to divide us right now across sexual preference, race, gender, all this. It's all BS. We have to come together as a species right now. We have to come together as a species. Now, I'm not a proponent of global government. I don't think that's what coming together as a species means. We will probably have decentralized mechanisms that will cooperate in certain ways. But we have to do something about man's desire to harm other men. And I don't just mean male men. I mean all of us. I'm talking about humankind, okay? Now, greed can be a thing of the past. The great Buckminster Fuller explained to us decades ago, that we could, if we wanted to, push the arc of technology into an era of abundance. We can't have that. We can't have that, but that's not going to happen automatically. It's not going to happen automatically. Trader Rob says, question, what is a good start to understanding the psychology behind directing attention and interest? Okay, great. So the first beginning of that is to understand basic psychological principles. Okay, there are basic psychological principles that govern human behavior perhaps more reliably than many other scientific principles out there. And by the way, Simon, as soon as you guys want me to stop, just raise your hand and let me know. I will go as long as they let me go. All right. So yeah. So 3 minutes. Okay, cool. All right. So yeah, I'll wrap up here. We'll take another question or two. So Trader Rob, look at basic psychological principles, okay, that govern human behavior. For example, I'll give you a couple that are very easy to understand. And by the way, when I first started studying marketing, first, what I used was human psychology and military principles to formulate my own marketing hypotheses. I hadn't studied direct marketing yet, but I was able to use military principles and human psychological principles to be able to understand how humans tick. So one really profoundly observable principle, reproducible principle, is conformity to group norms. Humans conform to group behavior. Now, by the way, this is why we see groups of people being advertised in the news, okay? The intelligence community has used for a long time fake mobs of people to persuade people. They have used fake journalists to persuade people. You guys can Google something called Operation Ajax. The CIA overthrew the Iranian sovereign government, the sovereign leader Mohammad Mossadegh, okay? This is in the 1950s. Before we installed the Shah, and this, by the way, this was what led to the Islamic Revolution. If we didn't do this, so what happened? How did we get Mossadegh deposed? We created fake mobs of people to protest Mossadegh. We said, "Oh my God, Mossadegh is a socialist. We have to get rid of him." And then they paid journalists to cover these stories and go, "Oh my God, Mossadegh is a socialist." Conformity to group norms. They created the appearance of a fake group. People saw it on the fake news. Fake news isn't new, guys. Fake news has been around for a long, long time. They saw it on the fake news and they said, "Holy crap, all these people are saying Mossadegh is a socialist." And then the people that watched that didn't think Mossadegh was a socialist before, were influenced to believe that Mossadegh was a socialist. Conformity to group norms. Another one is obedience to authority. Okay, I could go on for hours listing some of these principles. You need to study and understand these basic human psychological principles. That is how you direct attention and interest, by understanding the basic principles that govern human behavior in the first place. Okay, with that said, Simon, one more, or one more? All right, okay, let's see here. Let's see here. All right, getting that past all the hashtags. Okay, what's your biggest mistake and what did you learn from it? Ooh, man. I couldn't limit it to one. Okay, I have made many mistakes, and I'm pretty open about talking about my mistakes. Like Simon said, I don't like to create a fake front, and be like, ooh, I want you to worship me as a guru. No, I'm a human being just like all y'all. Okay, and I've made some pretty stupid mistakes. One of the biggest ones that comes to mind right now was back in the early days of digital marketing. I was doing this stuff in the 90s, guys. You got to understand that. By 2001, I was super burned out. And I allowed criticism of people on the internet to get into my head. Okay, now, what I experienced then is nothing compared to what people experience now. I just happen to be maybe like the first guy to get attacked by mobs on the internet. Okay, but now you have to be able to be attacked by mobs of people on the internet if you're going to do anything. You could be up there and you could be Mother Teresa, and there will be people there calling you Hitler. Okay, you got to be ready for that. And if you let those people inside your head, you're done. You have failed. You cannot allow people to get into your head. Otherwise, your game is lost. Your game is over. Okay. So you say my biggest mistake. I don't know if that was my biggest. It was one of the most embarrassing. I probably still do it to a certain extent. I'm still trying to master myself, as we all are. And I make mistakes every day. And if I thought about it for a minute, I could probably list 5 or 6 others that are even more embarrassing and bigger than that. But there's the first one that comes to mind. Okay. And with that, I'll pass it back over to my good buddy, Simon.
Leave it to Mr. Mark Joyner to over-deliver, to completely blow our minds, and to max out our Zoom room. Was that amazing? Let's give Mr. Mark Joyner another huge round of virtual applause. And my question to you is, do you want more? I believe that you agree with me when we say that 45 minutes is nowhere near enough to learn from Mr. Mark Joyner, who just gives us a whole bunch of different insights, a new way of looking at the world. And if you think that that was valuable, believe you me when I tell you that that is just only a fraction of what Mr. Mark Joyner is capable of. So do you want to learn more from Mr. Mark Joyner? If you do, type in the word yes inside of the comments, because here's the thing, right? Mr. Mark Joyner is going to be an awesome part of our community. And as long as not only are you a part of Summit, but you're also a VIP member of our community, you're going to get additional training from Mr. Mark Joyner himself. How cool is that? Do you want to be VIP? If you do, type in the word VIP inside the comments. And as you can see, Mr. Mark, we got so many yeses, so many people who are just all over everything that you're sharing. It is absolutely amazing. We cannot thank you enough, Mr. Mark. I can't wait to hang out with you. Again, I believe we're going to be meeting up in Thailand very, very soon. So
Awesome.
let's look forward to all of that. Let's all give Mr. Mark Joyner yet another round of virtual applause and put thanks Mark inside the comments. He deserves nothing less. So with all of that, of course, for all of you who might just be joining us, a huge welcome to the Summit launch event. And if you are watching us anywhere on social media, if you're able to get in, like we said, Mr. Mark Joyner just kind of maxed out our room. But if you can get in, we want to invite you to go to summitasia.com/launch. Give it a shot. Okay, summitasia.com/launch, and try to get into the Zoom room, because that's where we're able to communicate with you, interact, engage. We see all of you inside the comments right here in Zoom. We invite you to turn on your webcams so that we can actually connect with you. That is the basis of our community. All right, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna take a very quick short break. And when we come back, you're gonna learn from a lot of additional experts, but we're gonna have right here on this Summit launch event virtual stage, the CMO of Summits. You're not gonna want to miss out on what he has to say, as well as things that he has to share. So with that, sit back, relax, stay tuned. We will be right back.
Hi, this is Simon Leung with GrooveAsia.cm, and on behalf of my business partner, fellow co-founder and COO of the company, as well as our corporate partners at Groove in the US, we want to welcome you to Groove Asia, where our mission is to achieve freedom by changing lives around the world together. In case you don't know, Groove is best known as the top free digital marketing platform in the world. That's because we provide you with all the tools you will ever need, over 20 of them, not only to start, but to run an entire internet marketing business. These are all software tools that online marketers just like you are paying thousands for each and every single month just to set up, promote, and automate their businesses. But here at Groove, you get them all for absolutely free for life. From building your website, landing pages, and sales funnels with simple drag and drop technology, creating your online store with no technical skills of any kind, delivering your content through state-of-the-art membership sites, to selling your products and services with advanced sales systems and affiliate software, then promoting your new online business with email automation, power blogging, video marketing, webinars, live streams, and more. The Groove system makes it all possible, and it's free, saving you tens of thousands every year. That's why it's no surprise that right here at Groove, we are the fastest growing digital marketing platform on the planet with over 500,000 users. As we continue to grow every day, week, and month, surpassing all the leading brands out there. But that's not all. After all, you're here because you want to make money, right? When you sign up for your free lifetime Groove account, you will also become an instant affiliate. That's right. We even have a built-in affiliate marketing opportunity for you to partner with us to make USD online, get paid weekly in potentially recurrent income, and possibly earning you up to 50% commissions across multiple tiers. But hey, don't just take my word for it though. Between Groove partners who found success for the very first time with the software and our countless affiliate partners who have generated thousands in commissions, Groove is a revolutionary platform and a world-class community that literally changes lives. Beginner? No experience? Don't know how to get started? No problem. Because digital marketing training is also included for free. This is truly what makes Groove Asia different. Are you ready? Live training multiple times a week, mini courses that walk you through how to get real results, free reports and video content that you can give away, entire marketing pages and funnels built out for you, even full weekend programs normally sold for thousands, 100% sponsored and paid for you by Groove Asia. And as if all of that isn't enough, we have the top community in the world with some of the best leaders to coach and mentor you along the way. Private training and group meetings to give you personal updates and secret announcements. Plenty of bonuses and resources you will not get anywhere else. Plus, multiple opportunities to build your own teams and work together to lead others and change more lives. Worldwide in different countries, cultures, and languages. Yes, we truly are a global community. Do you see the potential yet? There are plenty more ways for you to learn all about Groove Asia right here on this site, on our FAQ, frequently asked questions page, any one of our social media platforms like Facebook, Instagram, or YouTube, and especially inside of our private Facebook group. So make sure you're a part of all of that so you don't miss out on anything. But if you ask me, there is no better way for you to take full advantage of everything we have to offer other than to check it out for yourself right now, because you truly need to see it to believe it. So take action right now to sign up for your free lifetime account. Let us know if you have any questions, and we will see you on the inside right here at grooveasia.cl.
All right, welcome everybody back to our live session for the Summit launch event. If you are enjoying this session, type in yes in the comment section. We just had Mark Joyner who shared with us knowledge bombs and exactly what we have to anticipate for our future if we want to secure our future. If you would like to learn more from Mark Joyner and our host of amazing speakers, just check in the comment section below. We are launching our education platform, our membership platform, where we will be featuring Mark Joyner and all of our other speakers today. They will go in-depth workshops with you and exactly how you can crush 2022 and beyond. Okay, so up next we have Dorothy, Andreas, and Jeff Faldalen. Okay, they are known as a 7 to 8 figure business breakthrough specialist. Mark talked about how important it is that you have to create culture, you have to create systems, and ultimately how to create that mindset, to take your business, take your finances to the next level. And let me tell you, when I was interviewing Dorothy and Jeff just a couple of days ago, some of you may have caught that live stream, I was totally mind blown. Okay, in terms of the depth and knowledge that they have to share, but not only that, in the depths of their hearts, they truly care for the people that they want to serve, okay, that they want to shift and to create that consciousness shift that is necessary, for us to not only make 2022 our best year so far, but to really create a sustainable future for all of the lives that we will touch. All right, so if you're ready for Dorothy and Jeff, let's give a warm virtual applause to Dorothy and Jeff Faldalen. Woo!
It is great to be here. It is just great to be here. Thank you so much. And I mean, was Mark Joyner just fabulous? I'm inspired. I am inspired.
Yes. Amazing. Glad to be here. Super excited to share this information with you and expand on everything that Mark talked about. So yeah. So ladies, first, you want to go ahead and take it away, Dorothy?
Sure. Thank you, Jeff. So let's just jump right in here. So what really unlocks your potential? Today, Jeff and I are going to talk about some of the best strategies that we use with our clients and our students that really deliver profound results from our Program for Prosperity workshop. So let's just start with this. We want to look at everything we want to do, but we've got these incredible blind spots, right? So what's a blind spot? A blind spot is our mind's inability to see everything, to see the truth, right? And Mark just spoke so eloquently about this. We see what we want to see, So we've got blind spots everywhere in our life. We've got them around money, how much we make, how much we spend. Are you stunned every month when you get your credit card bill? You can't remember that you spent all that money. Our mind is conditioned to blank it out, right? We want to forget it because it's going to be painful when the bill comes in. We do this with the food we eat. We do this with the opportunities in front of us. We do this with time management all the time. So why do we create blind spots? We create blind spots because our mind is designed to seek comfort and to seek pleasure and avoid pain. Our mind is committed to comfort. So we're here to break through some of those paradigms that have held you back for your entire life and get you on your own program to prosperity. You know, I got on this journey when I was 19 years old. And for those of you who saw the introduction, I'm just going to go make this quick again, just so you understand what causes us to do what we do in life, right? Something happens, we make a decision, and then we spend our life living that way. So when I was 19 years old, I was working 3 jobs to put myself through college. And I had no family or financial support. And this hair salon came up for sale in my neighborhood. I went and met with the woman. Now I'm 19 years old. I don't even know what I don't know, right? Know nothing about anything. I signed an agreement that I'm going to buy the business from the woman in 7 days. And the only asset I have in my life is my car because I always worked. So I went home and I really was like, for the first time in my life, my parents are going to be proud of me. I walked in and I said, Dad, I need you to help me sell my car right away. I have 7 days. I have to come up with $4,000 to buy this little hair salon. This was 1980, right? And I just couldn't wait for him to be so proud of me. And he looked at me and said, well, honey, you're never going to be smart enough to know how to run a business. And I don't want to be a part of watching you fail. In that moment, I made a life-changing decision that I would spend the rest of my life proving him wrong. And I can tell you that my need to prove him wrong and prove myself right cost me almost every single thing in my life. For decades, I went on living in this act as if I always knew what I was supposed to be doing. So linking this to the blind spots, we create a persona that we want to present to the world. And we have to so fully invest into that persona that we don't want to see the truth. So, you know, authenticity is what we feel and believe on the inside is what we demonstrate and display on the outside. And being so caught up in expending the energy when we do this, because we all have variations and versions of how we do this. When we do this, what we're actually doing is denying ourselves the opportunity to create prosperity and abundance in our life, to allow money to flow to us, to flow from us, right? If we're hoarding it, we're coming from a place of lack. So this act, this persona that each and every one of us lives by is our biggest opportunity, because really what we're so terrified that everybody else might find out about us, they don't even know. But we believe that everybody filters the world, filters everything in it through the same way that we filter it. We expend so much energy covering up the inner fear that we have, that is truly what stops the prosperity from rolling into our life. And, you know, when we think about what we're always chasing, right? We're chasing these dreams. We have these like visions and we want all of this to happen. And I'm here to tell you, whatever you're chasing, you're running away from. And how we know this is true, you wouldn't be chasing it. You wouldn't be chasing it if you weren't terrified of it. So when it happens, we see it through our filter of whatever we believe to be true about ourselves, and we miss it. Or we get it and we muck it up because we truly believe that we don't deserve it. And when we're doing this, we put ourselves into a state of judgment. We're measuring ourselves against other people. They have better labels than we do. They have a better car than we do. They have more money than we do. They have more prestige, a better title. They have more. I have less. I have less. What are we telling ourselves? We're telling ourselves we aren't worthy of more. Every time we go into this sympathy for ourselves and judgment of others. Now, I'd like to share a brief story with you about my 8-year-old nephew. Last year, and I love him dearly. He's my great nephew, actually, and his father is like my child. We're having dinner together last year, and he is really into Pokemon cards. He buys them, he trades them, and we're having dinner, and he's asking me how he can negotiate deals to get better Pokemon cards or get like more for his trades. And so we sort of go through this little mock scenario. You know, what happens when you get to the store and you want to buy the Pokemon cards that you want, or you get in front of the person you're trading? And this was such a beautiful analogy for how we have blind spots in our life. So he says to me, well, if he tells me he wants $10, I give him $10. And I said, why wouldn't you say, okay, how about if I offer you $8? And he said, I'm afraid he'll think I'm poor. Boom, there it is. We care so much about what other people think about us, we miss the opportunity to authentically create the life that we desire, because we're so busy worrying about what other people think about. They don't give a shit about us, truly. Pardon my potty mouth there, but other people don't care because everybody is so self-absorbed. So we spend all of this energy exercising all of these things and going through contortions in our minds because we don't want to look bad in front of other people. So I have a question for you before I turn this over to Jeff. And that question is, how capable are you of recognizing your blind spots, the things that really stop you? How much food you put into your body, how much money you spend, how much you make people wait for you. You know, every time you tell somebody, I'll see you in 20 minutes, and you show up there in 25, it's a blind spot because you might not have allowed time to really actually get to your car, park your car, walk to where you needed to be. We think, oh, they're 10 minutes away. And then we get there 15 minutes later. The most disrespectful thing that we can do on this earth is make somebody wait for us, because the only thing we can never get back is our life and our time. Everything else we can get it back. So think about what this means. And I'll talk about time management a little bit later, but think about this, what this means. How capable are you of recognizing your own blind spots? That's the question. And then really think about what is the act, the persona, the talent agent for yourself that you present to the world. Really apparent when we're getting into new relationships. Our talent agent is dating their talent agent. When we're interviewing employees, our talent agent is interviewing their talent agent. The person we date is never the person we marry, and the person we interview is never the person we hire. So get very clear about the act, where the need to act comes from, and what the blind spots are. So I'm going to turn you over to Jeff, who is just an absolute wealth of knowledge on programming for prosperity. Thank you so much, Jeff.
Thanks, Dorothy. I appreciate you so much. And everybody, I'm so glad to be here and share this information with you. And so what we're sharing with you is part of our program for prosperity. And the part that we're sharing with you is called the ACE method, right? And what she was talking about is accessing, right? And so we're going to get a lot more clear about this. And I would like to ask somebody if they could volunteer of typing the questions that I ask inside of the chat so that everybody gets the opportunity to really take away some of these questions, because the questions that we get asked are really what determine what we access within ourselves. And that's what we're all here to do, is to teach you how to access things. And this is what Mark talked all about elevating our consciousness, right? That's why we're all here. So my journey started out. Now, I promise you, I did not aspire to be a coach, a trainer, international bestselling author, all these things. I didn't aspire to do that. Actually, what started me on this journey was I began to gain conscious. This was back when I was 19. I just figured that out, Dorothy. It's like we had this epiphany moment at 19, both of us. And I was gaining consciousness. And while I was gaining consciousness, I had pain go through my body like I had never in my life experienced. And I had experienced some incredible pain up before that. And as I began to gain consciousness and I opened up my eyes, I had this nurse looking over me. And I'm like, she goes, do you know who you are? And I was like, yeah, I know my name. And then she goes, do you know where you're at? And I could figure out that I was in a hospital. And then she says, do you know who these people in these rooms are, in this room are? And I said, yeah, this is my family. And then she asked me a question that has forever changed my life. And I'm going to share that question with you. And then she proceeded to tell me the most horrific news I'd ever experienced in my life. Like, I couldn't even imagine what she was about to tell me. She said that my sister is across the street in another hospital fighting for her life. And she said it was a result of an accident that you caused being drunk. I couldn't even comprehend what she just said. And I'm thankful to tell you that both of us, both of us recovered completely physically, right? But that was a catalytic moment in my life that made me start looking at who I am and how I've been showing up, right? That's what it took, because people were telling me, Jeff, you're going to kill yourself, or you're going to kill somebody else, you're drinking and driving. And I was just like, well, if it's their time to go, it's their time to go. This was my greatest failure in my life, okay? And so the question she asked me, and I would encourage somebody to please put this in the chat so that everybody can think about this, is, do you know how you got here? Right? Because in every time we have something happen in our lives, it's a lesson, it's initiation, it's an opportunity for us to glean something from it so that the lesson doesn't get repeated, right? So what I want to ask you to really teach you and get you into accessing the deeper parts of who you are is who is really running your life. Who is really running your life, right? Because neuroscience has proved that 75% of what we know in our entire life was by the age of 5. By the age of 5. And just like her nephew that she was talking about, the programs have already started, right? So we're developing this operating system, right? To use the terms that we're familiar with, right? During our imprint years, which is 0 to 7. And basically during our imprint years, we just take on everything that we are exposed to. And we make all of these decisions about love, about finances, about money, about self-identity, about our health, about all these things that we end up playing out for the rest of our lives. We make most of those decisions before the age of 5, right? And we don't have the apps, the programs to filter this information. And the thing about our imprint years, we take everything personal. Everything personal. Our parents divorced, we think it's about us. Our parents can't survive with the money they make. We blame ourselves. We think we're a burden. This is where we get the programs as I'm not enough, or I'm not capable, or I'm not worthy, right? This is when it's developed, right? So let me tell you a story about one of my clients that I had a while back. Bill worked for this information agency he was very, very, very successful. And he would go up and down in his life. He would make multiple 6 figures, and then he would destroy it. And he's like, what is going on? Like, I love making successful things. I love making things happen. And he was very, very good at what he did. And when I met him, he was living in a basement, very little part of his life. And we started doing some work, and we started getting into the inners of his inner makings. And we come across what he made about money, the decision that he made about money. And his dad was very, very, very successful, a very successful entrepreneur. And he's like, I just don't get it. And then we got into it, and he's like, I made the decision that money was more important than me, because money is what took my dad away from me. And so he would attract all this money thinking that that's what his dad would want him to achieve. But then when he'd get it all, he recognized that he made a decision that money was more important than him. So then he would push it away. Okay, this is how our inner programming works, right? So we changed that. He was in a very toxic relationship as well. When we started working together, ended up changing that relationship, getting into the love of his life. It was amazing how fast he switched things. So how do we do this? Like, how do we start accessing deeper parts of who we are? Again, looking at the question, how did we get here? Right? Like, how did you get here? What has led you to get here? And I'd ask you also, what is it that you expect to get out of this summit? Right? Because you are going to find what you're looking for, whether you want to admit that or not, right? Like, so here's the thing that I propose to you. I've looked at doing this over 30 years of really looking at what are the common things that hold people back. The number one thing that came up is people's ability to get honest with themselves. So you demanding a life that demands rigorous honesty of yourself, because guess what, friends? You are the only person you spend every moment of your life with. You are not living the life of somebody that's given you an opinion, right? An opinion only matters from the person that has lived it or that is living it, okay? Everything else is just someone sharing their model of the world, right? And there's so many things I took away. I took a bunch of notes from Mark, and really learning how to access deeper parts of who you are. And what determines what you access is the quality of the questions that you ask, right? So if you keep asking the same question, you're going to keep getting the same result, right? Start asking different questions and you start accessing deeper parts within who you are. But see, what happens is we categorize and we characterize and we judge how things have happened in our past, right? Like I got the greatest opportunity in my life to let go of shame and guilt on a level that I never in my wildest dreams would have ever signed up for. How do you make sense of almost ending your sister's life out of your irresponsibility? Like, how do you make sense of that? How can you look in the mirror and go, I'm a good person after knowing you've done something like that? Right? Well, that's what we teach you in Program for Prosperity, is understanding that there's a lot more going on here than what the educational system has introduced to us, right? So how we judge things, how does judgment serve us? How does comparing ourselves to serve us? How do we putting ourselves down serve us? How do we putting people on a pedestal serve us? Right? Now, and the other question is, well, it doesn't serve me because it creates something negative within us. Oh, my friends, understand, you wouldn't do it if it didn't serve you. You would not do it if it didn't serve you. Right? So we've got to ask ourselves, how does judgment serve us? Well, judgment serves us because it protects us. Because what it's protecting us from is the humiliation that we experienced when we were younger. Right? Like that got inside of us, that energy, and like, this is what stops more entrepreneurs, more people than anything else, is their ability to protect themselves from being humiliated from an experience they had when they were younger. Okay. So let me propose to you what fearlessness looks like. How many of you would like to experience fearlessness? Right? Fearlessness is nothing more than letting go of the anticipation of loss. Fearlessness is nothing more than letting go of the anticipation of loss. Now, I'm here to tell you, I am not entirely fearless, right? Because I'm always growing. And in order for you to grow, you are going to be constantly introduced to things that you have to let go, right? If you're not having that fear of letting things go, you're not evolving, right? So that's what we're here to teach you, is how to let go of some of this stuff. Because, see, now, I'm not a computer programmer, I'm a hacker, right? Like I get in the mind, I help the programming that goes on inside people's mind and allow them to step into their greatness. So, but when you're a computer hacker, now, one of the things that you do to access different parts of your life is you hit a command key or you hit a control key. See, who is really running your life? Who is really running your life? And I'm going to say this a number of times throughout this presentation. The other thing I want to ask you is, what is required to change anything? What is required to change anything? First thing is awareness, right? Like we have to have the awareness. If we don't know what to change, right? But then out of awareness, what that does is it gives us the next step, which is clarity, right? Clarity is hugely, hugely important. And I love what Mark was saying about the amount of data coming at us, right? Like we can only process 7 bits of information. You have over 10 million bits of information coming at you every second. 10 million bits of information that come at you every second, right? And it breaks it down to 7 plus or minus 2, like he was saying, right? So when you are in your knowing, when you are in your being, we are human beings, not human doings. When you are in your being and your knowing, there is no question. There is no questioning, because you know who you are, you know your intention, you know the clarity of it is what it is that you show up with, right? I mean, this is some of the reasons like we work with Fortune 50 companies, right? Is because working with people at that level puts into motion massive change within the people that follow them, right? So think about this, to give you a better illustration of what clarity looks like. Imagine that you're in an empty warehouse and you're walking along and all of a sudden you run into this lamp post stand in there, and it's got this 100-watt light bulb on top of it, incandescent light bulb. You turn the light bulb on, it starts illuminating light, right? And you back up far enough, it creates this illuminated dome of light, right? So that's 100 watts. The other thing is, so now I've heard this, I'm even exaggerating a little bit, not that anybody's ever done that before, but you can take 25 watts and put it into a laser. Now, most people don't know this. I used to work with a laser when I was in the jewelry industry. Did jewelry for 20 some years. But a laser actually stands for, it's an acronym, stands for light amplified and stimulated by emitted radiation. Okay, so you can take 25 watts think I'm being very generous here, and you can shoot that laser to the moon and back. Okay, that's the difference between unfocused thoughts and focused thoughts, right? Like confusion burns us out quicker than anything else, right? So like think about your phone when you're in Rome and you're not connected to a source and you don't have clarity, you don't have that connection, your phone burns the battery up a lot quicker. Then once you get the phone, and I love what he talked about 5G, like, yeah, there's a lot of questions I would love to ask Mark, is understanding that when you have connected to source, what's the other thing that determines how quick your battery dies? Is all the apps you have open. See, we created all these apps in our imprint years on knowing how to deal with certain situations. But what's running them underneath it is the operating system, right? So what happens every time that you upgrade your operating system? You have to upgrade the apps. If the apps don't upgrade, they become obsolete, right? But so we have all these obsolete apps that we developed as a child that are no longer serving us today. You cannot thrive with apps that were created to teach you how to survive. Let me repeat that. You cannot thrive using apps that you created to survive. Okay, so this is what we teach you, is how to get really clear about what it is that you want to create. The other thing that I've discovered about the common denominator and the people that we've worked with is valuing yourself, right? And how you hold your energy and how you value yourself has everything to do with what you see as possible. Let me give you a case in point. How many of you have gone to a grocery store hungry? By show of hands, how many of you have gone to a grocery store hungry? How well has that strategy worked for you? Not very well at all. I don't go to a grocery store hungry because I know my body is in fight, flight, or freeze. It's in survival. So all of a sudden, cookies and Twinkies and cupcakes and all that stuff looks really good because I know that I'm going to be able to get out of that state that's feeling uncomfortable very, very quickly. Okay, but we do the same thing. Chasing money, chasing relationships. We make decisions out of a survival state. We panic. And that's what I loved about what Mark was saying, is he's not saying this to make you afraid. He's saying this to get you to understand the value and the opportunity that you have before you, right? And see, if we're in survival, we're not going to see thriving opportunities, right? So this is what we talk all about, because here is, well, here's a question for you. When is a problem no longer a problem? When is a problem no longer a problem? Like, how many of us avoid problems? Like, I don't want problems, right? I want life to be, like Dorothy was saying, comfortable, right? But it's actually familiar and familiar, right? When is a problem no longer a problem? When we've discovered the solution. And once we discover the solution, the problem never exists again, right? So there was somebody that walked this earth, probably one of the most influential persons that have ever walked. That's up for debate. But he was asked, why do you teach in parables? And he said, so that those are ready to hear will hear, and those are ready to see will see. Now you can look at that and go, I either get it or I don't, which is what we have been indoctrinated with, of thinking through the lens of duality. It's the left wing or it's the right wing. But the left wing and the right wing here in the United States, it's attached to the same bird, right? So we've got to look beyond duality and see there's levels of comprehension. Right? So when you hear a story, like all of you are getting something different out of this training, right? It's hitting you based on where you're at this time, right? And so it's really important. Like there's many levels that Dorothy and I are teaching on here, and Mark and stuff like that. Like try to get a Mark's head. Oh my gosh. That's why we're like this, right? I don't know how Mark got involved, but I know I did because I think like too much, right? So let me tell you about a story of another one of my clients. He came to me, he was doing about 15, 20K a month. And when he came to me and we started doing inner work, what he discovered as me guiding him, was that most of his life, he has been terrified of being in trouble. Again, the humiliation thing, right? And how do you think that would impact his business to expand? How do you think that would impact his business to expand, right? Exponentially. Right? Because if we take risk, what we are afraid of doing, we're afraid of being humiliated, right? Well, we worked through all that. Today, he's doing anywhere from $200,000 to $250,000 a month, right? Radically shifted things within him. And Mark said it many, many, many times, we have to expand consciousness. So your ability to expand is what we're here all about to teach you, right? And so I'm going to leave you with a couple questions. Because in Program for Prosperity, this course that we teach, we actually teach you the secrets behind the law of attraction, right? There's a whole lot more with law of attraction that seduces people, and because it's great marketing. It's great marketing, but there's some great real things that happen underneath this. Are you focused on fear, or are you focused on creating? That's a great question. Am I supporting where I want to go, or am I sabotaging where I want to go, right? Or literally give yourself the authentic feedback to really look at that and give yourself permission to look at this, because people don't like asking questions they don't want the answer to, right? But that's your superpower. And I'll get back into that a little bit more after Dorothy shares a little bit more about this. But just really think about, again, who is really running your life? Who is really running your life? So with that, Dorothy, share your thoughts on that, and I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Thank you, Jeff. Yeah, great questions to get clarity. So here's a staggering statistic. Less than 2% of women in the world can grow a business to 7 figures. And this is even more staggering. Less than 5% of all businesses ever built ever make it to the $1 million mark. I loved when Mark talked about systems, because systems are absolutely critical. So over 4 decades that I was building numerous 7-figure companies, I really had to figure out, I needed to understand my patterns, how I operated, how I dealt with conflict, how I managed conflict, so that I could lead other people to create the vision that I had when I put the systems into place. I'm inviting you to follow my words and start to think about right now. We're going to give you the framework for how you can start to see how your patterns hold you back from having the ability to have a 7 or 8 figure company. And these patterns apply to all of us, whether I'm working with the woman who owns the chain of lash salons, or I'm working with the executive from Google. They're the same patterns. So this is what it looks like. We're going along in life, like, right, life is good, life is good, life is good. And then we bump up against some resistance. Something happens, we don't like it, we feel uncomfortable. We will do anything to avoid feeling resistance and normalize whatever's happening. Like, we'll bend over backwards to normalize it, especially if it's something that we were never exposed to in our family of origin, right? Because behavior is mostly generational. So we're going along, we bump up against resistance, and we start to slide down into what eventually will become a deep V. What's the very first thing that you lose? Confidence. The very second that things start to not go our way, we start to question ourselves. What did I do wrong? How could I have fixed that? How did I miss that? Why did I trust her? Whatever it is, that's all questioning our confidence. That's the first part we lose. When that starts to happen and our confidence goes away, we start feeling really anxious, and then we start ditching our integrity. And what happens when we ditch our integrity, we start operating out of alignment with who we really want to be on this earth. And once we start ditching our integrity, we are really desperate. Things are dark, and we are getting down to the bottom of this deep V of misery. And we have no longer any attachment to our values, the things that we really value in life. So we've lost our confidence, we've lost our integrity, and now we're operating in the deep black hole of no values. In that deep black hole, our ego is absolutely running us, because all we want to do is get out of it. I'm encouraging you, when you're in that space, you are resisting any opportunity for creativity. If fear and creativity, stress and creativity absolutely can't exist in our brain at the same time. So as long as you're resisting it, you're not able to be creative. It's only when you fully experience the experience of the authentic truth, being rigorously honest with yourself about where the situation is, where you are in the situation, what your capabilities are, and what you have created. Because the one thing in common with the bottom of that slide down every time it happens is you. It's me. For every negative thing. Now there's also every positive thing that's happened in your life. You are also a part of that. And everything that feels like the most painful parts is that's where the threads of gold that create the character that gets you up out of that V. So what happens? You're down, you're like in the valley of death, right? And you just, something happens, you get an epiphany, you wake up and you're like, I got to get up off the couch, right? You wake up, something happens, and you start to feel energized again. As your energy comes back, the very first thing that's going to start appearing in your mind is your values. Now, this is mostly subconscious stuff. When your values start to come back, you think bigger, you are bigger, because you have a set of a moral compass to follow. Then your integrity comes back into play. Once you start operating with integrity, you start to feel good about yourself and your confidence comes back. So here it is. Here's life is good, lose my confidence, lose my integrity, lose my values. Life is a friggin' nightmare. Have an epiphany, values come back, integrity comes back, confidence comes back. But this time when confidence comes back, you're at a higher level. You started to slip over here, but when you come back, you're up here because you have just survived a nightmare and you have a whole new set of confidence, skills, strengths, and capabilities. You learned who you needed to be to survive the mess. And then it's usually after that darkest hour that you create the best that there is. And life is never straight up. It's always up and down. If it wasn't for the good things, we wouldn't, we wouldn't learn. If it wasn't for the bad things, rather, we wouldn't learn. The bad things allow us to learn who we need to be to go create what we want in the world. And the good things remind us that we can. So don't expect that things are always good or things are always bad, because those are stories that you tell your brain, and your brain can't tell the difference. Much like when you're pointing the finger at somebody else, judging them, your brain doesn't know that you're judging them or you're judging yourself. It's just the way it happens. So that resistance is something to really pay attention to. Where do you feel it so that you can actually experience the experience in your body? Where does it happen? Does it happen in your jaw, in your throat, your power chakra? Does it happen in your shoulders? Does it happen in your fist? You clench your butt cheeks together. What happens when you're stressed? Experience the experience and start to recognize that, because as soon as you feel it coming, you have the opportunity to shift things around. We do what we do because we want to connect to our tribe, our family of origin, right? It's why behavior is generational. If you come from a family of liars, yeah, you might be predestined to lie. If you come from a family of people who work hard, you probably have a great work ethic. If you come from a family of people who say money's the source of all evil, you're probably not going to make any money because you believe that it's evil. If your family had, generational wealth, and for some reason your dad embarrassed the family, like back in the day, and they didn't want to leave him part of the inheritance, you could believe that money divides families. So it's really clear to look at what your family story is around money, around prosperity, around relationships, around diet, health, time management, business, entrepreneurship, all of it. Why do we connect with our family? Because we're terrified if we don't, we're not going to feel their love. We're so terrified that they're not going to love us. I was so terrified that my father wouldn't love me. I sacrificed my soul to get his attention. And it shifted when I realized his standard just might have been higher for me. His standard might have been higher for me. Change the narrative, right? Began to look at my father. He died when I was 21, so he never got to know that I was a 2-time international best-selling author, that online gift cards did not exist until I had an idea way back in the day, and people laughed up their sleeve at me. And I went to 5 code writers around the country who said, online gift cards, you want to print something out with a barcode and a number on it? That's ridiculous. And I believed in my idea, because I believed in myself. And I found some code writers from Carnegie Mellon University who did it. And we created a program, and I did it to solve a solution. I didn't do it for money. If you're doing things for money, the money usually doesn't come because you're focusing on what you don't have, the money. Focus on what you can create, and that's the solution. Innovative solutions generate far more money than basic solutions. Every one of you is an innovator. If you weren't an innovator and you didn't know it in your soul, you would not be on this summit today. You would not be investing into yourself, and you would not be investing into programs so that you can bring that inner innovator out into the world and share your gifts. So think about what sucks your life away from the opportunities in front of you. I'm going to call them vampires, right? Start to recognize your vampires. Are you always late? That's a story. If you're always late, are you trying to control and manipulate other people in a passive aggressive way? Who owes you money? When people owe you money and you don't collect it, you create a sense of shame in yourself. And like Jeff was speaking about earlier, that controls who we are. That sense of shame that, like, he deserves my money, but I don't deserve it back, stops us from being our biggest self, stops prosperity. That story will shut prosperity down quicker than anything. And then who do you owe? Because when you owe people money, even if it's from the lunchroom when you were in the 3rd grade, it still chips away at your confidence. It still pops into your mind when you see that person on classmates.com. Oh my God, I owe them money. Guilt. You're creating guilt. Why would you create guilt? Because guilt is a filter that you believe you accept things through. When you believe it about yourself, you show up in the world and expect people to treat you that way. It's the same thing with our looks. We show up in the world expecting people to relate to us the way we think we appear. Well, no joke, when people show up and treat us the way we condition them to, even at a subconscious, energetic, spirit level kind of guide. So where is your resistance to the unknown territory? Look at your family and look how you have an opportunity to be different. You know, I worked with a young lady a few years ago. She saw me speaking at University of Pittsburgh on a business growth conference, and she contacted me to take her on as a private client. And in a 9-month period, we grew her business 59%, grew her revenue 59% in 9 months. That's like unheard of. What we did was the systems, the ideas that were in her head, we turned them into systems. I mean, when I had multiple spa locations when I was in the beauty industry, I could only replicate having good systems in place. So what are the systems? If you think that you can build a business in your head without documenting the steps, the processes, and that those steps are part of the system, your package, it doesn't work. Because if you get hit by a bus tomorrow, what happens? If you've got staff, they can't go on. So what I did with the client was we took her ideas out of her head. I taught her how to systematize everything, started growing money. She went from working 60 hours a week to working 10 hours a week in her business. And I encouraged her to start a business to help other people, a coaching business, doing what she was doing. How, grow their business the way I taught her to grow hers. She went from, believing that her life was behind the chair in her business to now coaching other people on how to run 7-figure and 8-figure businesses. 7-figure, she's at the 7-figure level. So when we think about all of that, how do we execute the strategies? What do we do to execute them? So I like to speak on life balance. I'm a huge proponent of life balance because when my life was out of balance 25 years ago, I almost lost it. And I almost lost my family and everything I had. I'd just been elected to the international president of an international organization in the beauty industry. I was the first female ever to preside over this. And I had something to prove. By God, we all have something to prove, right? So in that chaos, my life was falling apart, and I had to get very, very clear on what life balance looked like. So I'm going to share these 5 elements of life balance with you, and then I'm going to ask you to rate where you are on a scale of 1 to 5 in each areas of life balance. Let's first start with physical, our physical body, right? If we go down, none of this happens. Nothing matters. If we eat sugar, chances are we're going to become a diabetic, and then you're going to lose your limbs, lose your eyesight. Paying attention to your physical body is the most important thing that you can do, because without it, nothing else matters. And then your physical space. So rank those on a scale of 1 to 5, 1 being misery, 5 being joy. Then move on to relationships. First, your relationship with yourself. What do you believe about yourself to be true? How do you manage conflict so that you can lead other people out of conflict? How do you manage drama so that you can avoid drama? Getting clear with your relationship about yourself, and then how you relate to others. If you relate to others with heavy archetypes at play, and we teach way deep on this in Program for Prosperity, and just due to time, I don't have time to go into archetypes, but if you've got archetypes at play, your relationships are probably not as fulfilling as you would like them to be. So rank yourself from 1 to 5 on relationships. The third piece of life balance is spirituality. If you are unplugged from your creator and you are operating, believing that you are the cause and the effect of everything in your life, not realizing that I'm a Christian. So for me, it's God. If I am not plugged in and living out God's will every day, and that is my higher purpose, it rings hollow. There are times in my life I didn't do that and I burned out. And then the fourth piece of life balance is career and learning, right? We spend most of our time learning how to be the best we can be in our career. How happy are you with that? And then the final piece of this is money. So money comes last intentionally, because if those first four components of life balance aren't in place, money is not going to come. You're always going to be chasing it. So I invite you to think about what's in the gap between your number of 1 to 5. If you rank yourself, let's just say with money, if you rank yourself at a 3 with your sense of purpose of money, what's in the gap to get you to 5? And start creating the goals, the things that you need to do, and put a time frame in place. What's your first step? How long is it going to take? What's your time frame? Who's involved? What do you need to learn? If you don't put those components in to your vision is just a fantasy. So take extraordinary actions and you will get extraordinary results. Jeff, I know you have so much more brilliance to speak on executing strategies for success. So please take it from here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dorothy. And I really want to reiterate what she was talking about, life balance, right? Because when our life is out of balance, it is a catalyst for absolute breakdown, right? And everything we do, there's something that's being a price we're paying in another area of our life, right? So with execution, I want to start this out because by the age of 35, some of you aren't even 35. I know I'm dating myself again, right? But by the age of 35, 95% of our life is automatic, meaning we have the same 95% of the thoughts we had the day before, right? And see, we're just going to keep producing what we keep producing. Like, our lives are perfectly designed to get the results that they're getting, perfectly designed. And if we want to change what the outcome is, then we have to get intentional about executing different strategies. But let me ask all of you this question. And again, if somebody could support me in putting these questions in the chat, that would be great. I would really appreciate that. How much of your life, what percentage of your day do you spend controlling it so that you don't experience hurt? What percentage of your day do you spend protecting yourself from getting hurt? Right? And that's not really living. Now, I got a PhD in it, self-proclaimed PhD, right? Because I was wounded. Like, I've looked in depth of why I ended up almost destroying my life was because of all the pain that I had growing up in an alcoholic home. Right? See, I had a mother that would have sold my soul if she could have got paid for it. That's just how she related to men, right? It's like, these are all the patterns that I have a very intimate relationship with, not feeling like I'm worthy. I hated myself. Like, that's how that wreck came to be, right? So what we want to do is we want to look at executing strategies that start interrupting some of the automatic patterns. And I'm going to share something with you. The 2 things that impact the quality of your life, there's only 2 things. That's it. Only 2 things that impact every area of your life, right? The first is the scripts that you tell yourself. Like, what is a script that you tell yourself when things don't turn out the way that you had hoped? How do you talk to yourself when you fail, right? Failure is just feedback, right? How do you talk to yourself when you're rejected? How do you talk to yourself when your business doesn't go the way that it does? How do you talk to yourself when you look at your bank account and you don't like the numbers? How do you talk to yourself when your partner doesn't teach you the way that you want to be treated? These are what determines the quality of your life, right? The other thing that determines the quality of your life is the images that you have in your house, inside of your head, right? So one of the things that I encourage everybody to do, and this might be a little bit TMI, but it's a part of life, right? It's like how we show up every single day. Stand in the bathroom with no clothes on and get in touch with the conversation you have in your head. That's a great exercise for you to get in touch with how you see yourself, right? And it's a great exercise for you to get in touch with how you talk to yourself, because how you talk to yourself, you are going to project onto other people, which has a massive impact on you creating prosperity. Prosperity is the output of having the abundance mindset, right? Like really being able to adapt what it is. Like, friends, I promise you, I did not ever in my wildest dreams think that I would be here. I just never did, right? How I got here is by me being my first client, right? Like my life depended on me changing my mindset, because my mindset, I killed people or almost killed people, right? So I had to change a lot of the programming that I was born with or was raised in, right? And so think about this. What is normal for a spider is chaos for a fly. Excuse me, I gotta get a drink of water. What is normal for a spider is chaos for a fly. And what I mean by that is a spider's just being a spider, creates this amazing web, and this fly gets caught into the web, and then it starts startling, and then the spider doesn't even have to work to take care of the fly. How many things do we get caught into? How many other webs do we get caught into by just being who we are, right? So there's this movie that I saw a while back, and it was incredible. This movie was about a kid that was just like a protege, like an amazing runner, had incredible talent, but he had serious attitude, right? Somebody put in there, attitude is altitude, absolutely. But he had a serious attitude problem. And he ended up getting kicked off the track team. But what was watching the track team was this washed up drunk coach that stood outside of the chain link fence and watched them. And so this washed up old drunk coach goes and looks this kid up and says, "Hey, I'll teach you to run the 4-minute mile." And it took a lot of enrolling to finally get the kid to agree to it. But once the kid did, this old boy ran this kid through a regiment that was painful to watch. Like, oh my gosh, like this is like way beyond anything that I would do to achieve that. And what he said to him is, "I'm going to teach you to do this in quadrants." So they break the mile into quadrants. Kid runs the first quadrant, and he face plants on the asphalt. And he's sitting there and he's screaming. He's like, the pain, I can't take the pain. And his coach walks up to him and said something that was just like, oh my gosh, was like the most amazing statement I've ever heard in my life. He walks up to him and he looks down at him and he says, "It's fear of the pain that is stopping you. It is fear of the pain that is stopping you." So I asked you the question, how much of your life do you spend protecting yourself from being hurt? Well, how you change that is you step into your agency. The greatest gift we have been given, this is the greatest gift we've been given as human beings, is choice. It's choice. But see, the thing is every single decision that you have made is what's got you where you're at today, wherever that's at. But what area in your life, what domain of your life, like the different areas that Dorothy mentioned, what are your choices creating in those areas? See, the common denominator in every single person that you're going to listen to teaching the things that they're going to teach, like your operating system is what is most important element when you're installing software programs on top of it. You can install the greatest relationship program on top of it. You can install the greatest business opportunity on top of it, the greatest health program on top of it. But if the operating system is off, none of these programs are going to operate optimally. Right? So that's where we want to ask you some questions so that you can get into different parts of who you are, right? Because you stepping in your agency is your power. I mean, like, what parts of your life do you wish didn't happen? I really want you to think about that. Spend some time with that, because your resistance about what it is that you didn't want to have happen is what's causing resistance in your expansion. And I loved how Mark said that. Your ability, what determines how fast you're going to create and manifest what you want, is your ability to expand. That's what it's all about, right? And see, now I put out there, like, how do you make sense of almost killing your sister? How do you make sense of that? Right? But see what that wreck did, and I would not take it back, because if I didn't have that wreck, I wouldn't be here today. Yes, I didn't like the outcome of it, but it taught me some of the greatest lessons, because it taught me what to value. And I did not value myself or life at that time, right? And see, if you have a child or you have somebody that's important to you, and somebody comes up to you and says, are you going to make your dreams happen? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll make it. And then all of a sudden, as soon as you say that, you start coming into all these excuses. All the familiarity that Dorothy talked about is going to come in and going to snuff out that dream. But if I took your child and I put a gun to your head, and I know this is graphic, but I want you to get this point. This is the point. If I put a gun to this child's head and I says, you're going to make your dreams come true, or this child's life is done, you will drop your excuses in a nanosecond. See, when we don't get what we want, we get what we're committed to. And if you're committed to keeping your limitations alive, that's what's going to expand, and that's what's going to hold you back. But when you are committed to what you really value and understanding your value that you offer to this world, it's an entirely different world. It's an entirely different world. So I want each of you to think of something. And by the way, we didn't address this when we first got on here. Some of you might be thinking, why is there two of you? Like, why is there a male and a female doing this presentation? Because this is two different models of the world presenting the same information. And it's going to land different for you coming from me as if it's going to land different coming from Dorothy, right? This is masculine and feminine energy, which is part of execution. Like, all of us have masculine and feminine energy inside of us, right? But see, most guys, I got to be tough. I got to be tough. Your toughness, like the pure power in each of us, is your ability to be vulnerable. And it starts with being vulnerable with you, okay? So I want all of you to think about this. Think about what it is that you really want to create in this world. Just give yourself permission to go there for a moment. What do you really want to create in this world? Because see, understand that you're the only one that can create it the way that you can create it. And imagine that you walking up to somebody that you absolutely care of, but you have all these limitations that hold you back, and not being able to share your truth and step into it and make this possible, make this dream a reality. Imagine walking up to the person you care more than anything and holding out your hand and putting it right in front of their head, right at the top of their head, and then slowly bring it over the top of their eyes and say, you die because I held back. What are you committed to? Are you committed to your fears? And what were you listening to? What was coming up for you when Mark was talking about what's happening? Because what he talked about is happening. And I love somebody that shares the truth, because this is going against what the media wants you to understand. The media is the goddess of illusion. Understand that. There's all kinds of things going on behind the scenes, like he talked about, and it's giving you the awareness so that you can make informed choices. See, one of the things that took out Hitler, and I heard this, but it works for me. What took out Hitler was he didn't take negative feedback. He would execute you if you brought negative feedback. Thank goodness he did that. Thank goodness. But he would have ran the world if he wouldn't have done that. We've got to be able to take the feedback. We've got to get in touch with how we see ourselves, right? So I would encourage all of you to look at, what are you investing into? You have an incredible opportunity by being a part of what this summit is offering. You have incredible people that are being here to share their experience and knowledge with you. What are you investing into? What are you really committed to, right? And I thank you so much for allowing us to be here, and I will turn it back over to Dorothy. May all of you be blessed. May all of you step into your greatness and create amazing things on this world and this planet, because I want to see how you show up. And I want to see your unique fingerprint in this thing called humanity. So I will turn it back over to Dorothy, and thank you again for everybody for being here.
Oh, thank you, Jeff. I mean, it's brilliant information, and you know, I tried to type some of your comments in the chat so people could really let them resonate. I did see a question that I would like to address. You know, how does somebody stop binge watching and get off the couch? The first question is, what are you avoiding? What are you trying to blank out in your life? And that is, you know, when we talked about our minds are committed to comfort, what comfort are you more committed to than you are committed to living in reality? Because whatever you're escaping from, binge watching is great. I love it. Like I watched the Queen's Gambit till 4 a.m. in the morning to finish it. But when we do it on a regular basis, we're escaping reality because we're up against that resistance we spoke about earlier. We're resisting fear of the unknown. So I hope that supports.
Yeah, and I would like to add on that too. And again, like she talked about the comfort or the familiarity, right? Like, how is that really serving you, right? And we don't do what doesn't serve us, right? And our inner world wants to serve us, right? So procrastination, overwhelm, all these things are programs that we design within ourselves. So asking yourself, like what Dorothy was saying is what you're avoiding, but also binge watching, you're releasing dopamine. Like this is why so many people are addicted to phones. They're hitting dopamine releases every single time they hit it. But what you're doing is, like she was saying, you get to escape by living in this illusion. Friends, understand when you're watching a movie, you are being hypnotized. Just understand that, right?
So, well, thank you all so much. This was so awesome. I hope we see you in Program for Prosperity. Check out our books. Jeff's book is The Potential Zone. My books are Streamlined Success and Conflict Revelation, all available on Amazon. It was awesome. Thank you for being here with us today.
Yeah, thank you, everybody.
All right, let's give a warm virtual round of applause to Jeff and Dorothy. Isn't it amazing what they shared? You know, really, I'd like you to ingrain all the lessons, all the golden nuggets that they've shared with you. Do you have your notebooks out? Are you jotting down all of these insights? And you know what? You know, because this is a 12-hour event, we'll be flooding you with more and more actionable strategies. So what I want you to do is to make sure that you take this seriously. You take down all of the little notes and insights. And you know what? You amplify it as well by sharing it on social media. Share with us, what did you learn most from our last session from Jeff and Dorothy by typing in #SummitLaunchEvents so that we can hear you and you can be part of the conversation. All right? And if you enjoyed what Dorothy and Jeff have shared, check out summitasia.com/VIP. summitasia.com/VIP. This is our special pre-launch offer of our brand new educational platform where we will be transforming the lives of hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, millions all around the world. And you know what? You'll be part of the pioneering team to be with us today. You'll be able to learn from Jeff. You'll be able to learn from Dorothy. You will be able to learn from the father of digital marketing, Mark Joyner himself. Imagine spending 2 days with these amazing souls, right? Okay, so make sure you check out the website and see what we have to offer, because I promise you, it will blow your mind. And if you're not jumping on it already, I don't think you're serious about your own success, all right? Frankly speaking, okay? But up next, you know, I'll be sharing with you the single skill, the single thing that you can do to take yourself to the next level. It has helped me travel all around the world, connect with people from all different walks of life, but with the likes of Mark Joyner, Jeff, and Dorothy, and many of these speakers that you'll be seeing here today. I'll be sharing with you the one single skill that you can use, the difference that could make all of the difference. But before we go on to that, let's just watch this ad for now.
Hi, this is Leung with SummitAsia.com, partner and co-founder of the all-new and improved Summit. And we want to welcome you to our exclusive live events. Now, if you're just joining in and catching us on any of our social media pages and channels while wondering what is going on, you may be watching a short preview of the entire event. And if you want to catch the whole thing for free, as well as interact with us while learning more about what the Summit community is all about, you can do so by going to summitasia.com/live. All the information you need to watch the stream and how to join us live is right there on that page. For those of you who are brand new, Summit is the world's #1 online education platform and the fastest growing digital marketing entrepreneurship community. And you can get access to some special content, plus the opportunity to start your very own profitable affiliate marketing online business, all for absolutely free. If all that sounds good to you, then we want to invite you into our inner circle to join us not only for this live event, but subsequently as we continue to provide more free live training directly to our private group members. Everything will happen right here inside of our private communities on our social media, including Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and more. So make sure that you secure your membership inside. Remember, you're going to want to sign up for your free membership and learn more about the amazing additional value that you will get with Summit, because we are truly here to provide education to those who strive to pursue excellence and achieve results. Plus, free access to revolutionary software created by the co-founders of Summit that will provide you with the ultimate all-in-one digital marketing platform to run any online business that you want. Not to mention the ability for you to join our new built-in Summit partnership opportunity that you can also join right now for free. Thank you for spending your time with us. Join us now at our live events, and we look forward to seeing you on the inside of our membership area. Take action right now. Let us know if you have any questions, and we will see you at the top right here at summitasia.com.
Welcome back to the Summit launch event. How are you doing so far? Hang in there. Are you getting massive value? If you are, type in the word value inside of the comments. And of course, we've been here for a few hours already. And with that, we're going to continue on with even more amazing value for you, if that's okay. Now, for those of you who might be joining us either live, maybe on our social media platforms, make sure that as the video says, go over to summitasia.com/live or summitasia.com/launch. For now, it will take you to the exact same page. And so with that, what we want to invite you to do is to join us directly inside of Zoom, because that's where you're going to be able to connect with all of our speakers with each other. That's where we engage with you inside of the comments as well. Turn on your webcams, by the way, for those of you who are in Zoom, because with that, we'll see who you are, we'll see what is going on, and we'll know exactly what you're doing as well. Now, of course, as part of the Summit community, we don't just want to invite you to be a part of the channels, a part of the groups, a part of the community itself. We want to groom you into a leader. How many of you want to become leaders, speakers, mentors? If you do, type in the word I inside of the comments. Because here's the thing. We saw a lot of professional speakers who obviously have been sharing with us, but we also have been hearing from Mr. Ching, who have been doing a really great job, has been doing a great job, by the way. If yes, type in the word yes, say thank you, Ching, because he absolutely is crushing it when he's right up here. But here's something that you might not know about Mr. Ching. If you hang out with him, he's actually very quiet, very similar to me. He talks in a very calm, soft voice, and I don't know if he's actually an introvert like I am, but when we hang out, it kind of feels like he is. But when he's on stage, you can barely tell. When he's doing Zoom or webcam or virtual events, you cannot tell at all because of how animated, how dynamic, how much energy he actually has. And that is the kind of skill that you will need in order for you, as Ching was mentioning, take your skills to that next level, right? Reach above and beyond with your business. Do you want to know how Ching actually does his magic? If you do, type in the word magic inside of the comments, but don't just take my word for it, because Ching actually is not new as a speaker or a trainer. There have been plenty of different students who have learned from him. And what I want to invite you to do right now is to check out a very quick video that shares with you from not Ching, but his actual students, who will actually be sharing with you their experience with Ching and exactly what you can expect to learn in this upcoming session that is coming up.
I've always wanted to start my own business, but I was just too afraid to step out from my comfort zone. I actually met Ching in a retreat. He actually teach me how to push through fear and gain peace of mind.
I feel stuck in my business, middle-age crisis. I learned how to overcome our fears, because our fear is a factor that can kill you. It is amazing. After half an hour, I feel all the stress release.
It's not only about being brave, it's not only about overcome your fear, but it's more about spiritual. It's more about feeling the healing power.
I was going through a very difficult period. Right now, my finances are better than ever before. I've traveled the world. My mental health is stronger.
In your care, your love to your learners, I feel like you want to share everything that you know to the learners.
Really helped me develop my confidence, develop the skills, and actually just share and mentor me to really just being the best speaker that I can be, and offering as much value as I can as possible.
His class totally changed my mindset, and he actually showed me what real freedom looks like. If you want to have a better life, you can always count on Ching, as he has proven to me that he is a very, very good mentor.
Are you ready to learn from the leader's leader? If you are, type in the word yes inside the comments. Are you ready to become our next success story? If you are, type in the word yes inside the comments. Are you ready to increase your confidence as a speaker? If you are, type in the word yes. And without further ado, I want to invite you to give a huge round of virtual applause and welcome back to the Summit launch events, Mr. Ching Tan.
All right, awesome. Okay, so yes, if you haven't figured out what that skill is, it's the skill of public speaking, the skill of being a confident speaker. Now, I believe that within every single one of us, we have a gift, we have a message to share to the world. And with this very short period of time that we have on this earth, it is upon us, it is our duty to share our message out there. And what I find is that a lot of us hold ourselves back because of fear, because of doubt, because of things that we have faced in our past. And let me share with you this, okay? Although you may see me today being confident up on stage, sharing with you with high energy, it has not always been this way, all right? Just about almost a decade ago, I was just entering into the speaking industry, thinking that, okay, after going through and this 5-day trainer program, I know exactly what to do. I'm going to crush it in the industry, right? But when it came down to the wire, when I had to stand in front of a crowd, I was in front of a crowd in a foreign country. I'm from Malaysia, by the way. And then I was in Beijing. And then in Beijing, I was speaking to an expatriate community. So it was a room of about 20 people or so, and I was like prepared for this event, right? I knew the stories I wanted to share. I had the words down, word by word, exactly what I wanted to say. And then when it came to the day of the event, when I walked up on stage, I just blanked out. I saw this room of eyes just looking at me, staring into me. And then I just froze. I didn't know what to say. I didn't know what to do, right? And then there was an automatic part of me that just kicked in. And then it just played the script that I was rehearsing previously. So I was just telling my story in a very monotonous tone, in a very slow pace, in such a way where I started seeing my audience die right in front of my eyes. I could literally feel the energy just getting sucked out of the room, right? And then back then I had my partner who was standing all the way back of the room, and then he was like, oh God. He just had his face in his hands, and I knew that, I was bombing. I was bombing on stage. But I soldiered on, right? I soldiered on, and by the end of the session, half of the room left. I just was shattered. I came into this industry thinking that I have a message to share. Right? I wanted to share that message about how people can transform their lives in their relationships and to be able to break through the limitations that they wanted. But what is this? Right? What is this? Well, people don't want to listen to me, and then they just left the room. My confidence was shattered, right? But I took it as an opportunity to learn. I took it as a challenge to say to myself, I am committed to my message. I am committed to my gift. I have to get this speaking thing down, right? So it took me months, it took me years where I constantly crafted my craft. And then at the end of the day, it was like what Jeff and Dorothy shared, right? It is that mental game. What is that mental game, right, that you have to solve within yourself in order to step out and break free of your fear, right? By breaking free and learning these exact steps that I'm going to share with you, I was able to speak in front of audiences of 600 people, in Vietnam, and to be able to have them share their stories, like what you saw in the video, right, about the transformation I was able to bring into their lives. And this is an experience that I hope that you will be able to experience as well, to be able to deliver your message and transform people's lives, to see that transformation unfold right before you, and to feel a sense of fulfillment like you've never ever felt before, right? If you would like to learn this, type in yes in the chat section, okay, and I will share with you exactly what you need to overcome, right? So the very first thing that we all need to overcome is this. We all have our fear of We all have the fear of judgment. Okay? How are we judging ourselves on the day-to-day basis? I want you to start reflecting and thinking about the internal dialogue that you have within yourself, right? Like what Jeff said, if one day just do the exercise of just stripping yourself bare, stand in front of the mirror and just speak with yourself. Are you speaking kindly to yourself? Or are you speaking to yourself in a harsh tone where you're putting yourself down, right? Where you are punishing your spirit, where you are punishing your gift, where you are punishing yourself. Why do we do this? Right? Why do we do this? Like what Ahmad is sharing with us. No, I speak harshly to myself a lot. And yes, there's something we need to really improve on in ourselves. When we're harsh. When we are harsh to ourselves, we chip away at our gifts. We chip away at our confidence. We chip away with our potential, right? The potential that we all, I believe, can be living at the fullest throughout this precious time that we have on earth. So what I want you to do is to take this word out of your mind, okay? And today also with all of our participants, with all of our community, with all of our speakers that we will be sharing with you today, to take out this sense of judgment. You just get rid of it, okay? And start having an open mind. Start opening our minds to the possibilities, right? And instead of imposing judgment, right, we open up our minds and we open our hearts to this. To gratitude. What can we be grateful for in ourselves in this very moment? To be alive, to be able to have a pair of eyes, to be joining us right now, to receive this abundance of knowledge. Chat from experts, streaming in from Thailand, streaming in from the US, streaming in from Tokyo later, right? Streaming in from Malaysia right now to wherever you are. We live in an amazing time where we have the opportunity to connect with one another. And as Mark shared, things are changing at a quicker and faster pace. Information is flowing faster and faster, right? So what that means is that within that is the opportunity to connect with each other, to create communities, meaningful communities, right, at a faster pace. There's so much to be grateful for. It could very well be being grateful to have the perspective, the insights, to see this opportunity to join us today at this event. And how many of you have already gotten a lot of golden nuggets that will change your life right now? If you know that, type in yes in the chat section. All right? Yeah. Yes, I see Sandra saying yes. Jeevan John, Karen, Mandy, Mingru, Ahmad, Renate. Yes, 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 yes. So many things to be grateful for. Right? And if you find it hard to be grateful, there's another thing that you need to bring into your life. That is forgiveness. A lot of us are harsh to ourselves. It could be a model that was installed by you. It could be your parents. It could be the education system, right? Where you were put into an environment where making mistakes was wrong, was punished, right? And then you had that mental imprint in your mind, and then harsh words were thrown at you to say, hey, are you stupid or what? Right? It's like, come on, you should know this. And then we install all of these lines into our minds. Lines that's external to us. We internalized it. Right? So we have to start forgiving ourselves, to start seeing the human in us, our humanity. Okay? That we are all not perfect. We don't come onto this world and know exactly how to walk on our 2 feet, right? We all start on our backs, right? Trying to figure out, how do I navigate in this world? Hey, and then our parents, would share with us, crawl. Maybe by example, they'll share with us. And then after that, they'll guide us, encourage us, to stand on our 2 feet, with confidence, to start walking, holding our hands step by step along the way, with that patience. But you know what happens? What tends to happen is that once we get out of that baby form, then suddenly the expectations has shifted. That's another important word. Expectations. Suddenly expectations come in. The reason why we judge ourselves, we're harsh with ourselves, or we're harsh with each other is because of the expectations that we impose upon others or upon ourselves. And the difference between expectations and reality is what we call pain. feel the pain of judgment. We feel the pain of self-doubt, the lack of self-confidence, because of the expectations we have in our minds about how things should be, how we should be, right? Rather than coming to this point where if you want to overcome this gap of expectations versus reality, is to start aligning yourself with reality and coming to a level of acceptance. Being able to see reality as it is and to start accepting who we are, right? To start accepting reality. Because if we struggle and keep complaining about how life should be, or how the system should be, how education should be, or how government should be even, right? Then that's where the pain comes in, right? We complain in our minds, and we don't do anything about it. And not only that, we beat ourselves down through the process as well. It's all interconnected. You know, when you start judging, it affects your own self-esteem as well. So you have to start coming to that level of acceptance. And then once you come to that level of acceptance about your story, your human being, right? Like Jeff and Dorothy was sharing, you know, you're a human being, not a human doing. See yourself as who you are. Who are you being on this earth? Okay. And then to be able to start embracing your story. Okay. And storytelling is really how you start gaining your confidence, start building your confidence. What is your story? What is the story of your life? What are the areas of your life, the story of your life, that you need to start accepting, right, as an essential part of your journey? Jeff was sharing, right, in his story, it was about drunk driving and almost killing his sister, someone that he loves dearly, right? And then instead of continuing to let it rule his life with guilt and shame, he took a mindset shift.
Ching, you are muted, Ching. Ching, you are muted.
Ching, you're muted. There is a problem, you're muted.
All right. Okay, are we good right now? I was muted for a bit. Okay, great. Thank you very much for pointing that out. Right. Okay. So back to my point. Okay. What is the story that you're telling to yourself? How is it that you can shift the perspective that you have about your story to shift it into an empowering manner? Your story can serve as a warning or as an inspiration to people. Either way, it teaches a lesson, and the lesson helps empower people to the next level. And that's the meaningful life that you can create by starting to share your story. And like Mingru shares, a true story really connects. And know that no matter who you are, no matter what background you come from, right, no matter what country you come from, at what age, at what stage of your life, you have a story to share. You have a skill to share with people. Okay? You have the knowledge and experience to empower others, to inspire others. I like you to imagine this. Okay? Telling a story about how you overcame the challenges that you face in your life, how you overcame traumatic experiences, how is it that you gained success. It's like telling a story to your past self. When you're reaching out to an audience and you're sharing your story, it's like speaking to your past self. Sharing with them at that point where they are at that point in their life. Okay, if they're struggling with pain, it can be finances, it can be relationships, it can be in their physical health, it can be in their spiritual well-being, whatever it may be. You're speaking to your past self in that very moment and imparting insights, tools, strategies, knowledge, and experience so that they don't have to prolong their suffering like what you had to go through. It could be the months of suffering, the years of suffering, or even potentially decades. Imagine if you could help others shorten their learning curve so that they can reach their highest potential right now, so that they can be where you are right now without all of that pain and suffering and whatever challenges that you face. Your message, your experience is valuable. So start honoring your story. Start honoring yourself. Start being grateful. Start being accepting. Start being loving to ourselves. And one of the patterns that I see that people face, especially for those who are givers, right? They constantly give love to other people, give care, give the attention to others. But they neglect the most important person of all, the person that will be with them throughout this entire journey of their lives, and that is themselves. Right? To start loving yourself, to start caring for yourself, to start forgiving yourself. And I want to give you permission that it's okay not to be okay. It's okay not to be perfect. It's okay to struggle. Okay? And know that every single one of you is a master. Okay? And every single one of you is a master of what you know. That's it. That's the secret to being confident on stage. Is to recognize that you are a master of what you know. Because many people, when they come up on stage, they think they need to do this. They think they need to impress the audience, right? They start going into performance mode and say, hey, I need to use these bombastic words. I need to use this special prop, this visualizations, this gestures, whatever it is, and dance. Especially in our TikTok generation nowadays, sometimes what I see people do is like, oh my God, you don't have to do that. All right, you don't have to have that mindset of I need to impress people, but instead this is what you need to do. What you need to do is take your mindset from needing to impress people to expressing yourself. Expressing what you know. Expressing your truth. Truth that you don't have to exaggerate. Truth that you don't have to memorize or or struggle to remember because you lived through those experiences. You know it at your very core, and that is unique to you. Every single one of us has a unique experience, right? That can relate with people on a deeper level. Every single one of us has an audience. Similar people who have struggled, who are struggling with what we used to struggle before, right? And who are looking and searching for that solution in their lives, wishing, praying, say, please, please show me a sign, show me a solution. And you know what? You are part of that solution. But my question to you is, are you honoring that part that you have to play by bringing out your message? Or are you keeping it to yourself? Because of the judgment, because of the fear, because of the doubts that you have in your mind. Go beyond that. Honor your message. Honor your story. It deserves to be heard. Start helping your past selves. And I promise you, the results that you want in your life, it can be financially, emotionally, physically, whatever it is, spiritually even, everything will start flowing into alignment because you started honoring you. You started honoring your message. You started honoring the path that you are meant to be playing on this earth. In this great fluid tapestry, right, and puzzle that we live in. Right? I imagine that we live in a world where every single one of us holds that precious puzzle, that unique puzzle that's waiting to be brought out into this world. And if only all of us honor that and brought those puzzle pieces together and connected with each other, imagine how beautiful that world would be. How beautiful a world would be without that fear of judgment, where everybody can honor themselves and honor each other respectfully, right? And collaborate with each other to create a difference and to help one another. How beautiful would life be? And that's one of the reasons why I'm here with you today, with my partners, with Summit, and all of these amazing speakers, and the wonderful, wonderful team, which I would like to acknowledge, okay, who has been working hard day and night to be able to bring my message to you, to be able to bring the messages of all of our amazing speakers to you here today. Has their story changed your life? Has their story potentially given you the difference that will make all the difference? If you agree, type in yes. And you know what? When you say yes, you are saying yes to yourself as well. You are saying yes to your own message, and you have that message to share. So take this as a call. Take this as a sign to start stepping out of your fears, to start sharing your message, right? To start honoring what you know, right? What you're truly a master of what you know, to guide others through this journey, to hold their hands, to say, it's okay. I know how you feel. I know the struggle, the fears, the pain, the traumatic experiences, the sleepless nights that you feel. Okay? Hold their hands, guide them with your story, okay? And take them into transformational experiences where you are able to see them transform right before you to where you are today and beyond. How beautiful life would be. Okay? And you can play that part. Yeah. Yes. So thank you, Madhu. You say Ching, appreciate who you are being. Thank you for sharing your awareness with so much love. Thank you. And then of course, our next speaker, Suria Sparks, she's sharing how she loves this session. Such a beautiful message. Thank you, Suria. What we are creating in Summit here today is really beyond just featuring speakers, right? Just showing people, hey, we've got this speaker, we've got that speaker. No, we are here to create a movement, right? To shift the consciousness of the world, where we all can elevate together as a community to achieve our highest potential, to reach the peaks of the summit, whatever that summit is for our lives. And this is what we are here for, okay? To serve each other and one another. So with that, I know that there are a lot of questions that came through the chat. I'll try to address it in my later session later today. But for now, when it comes to talking about acceptance, when it comes to talking about loving yourself, so that you can break through from your past mistakes and take your financial life, take your personal life to the next level. Our next speaker, Suria Sparks, she has an amazing story to share with you. She used to be a teacher who was struggling in business, right? She lost $500,000. But you know what? She didn't let that stop her. She said, I'm going to power through and I'm going to make it as an entrepreneur. And you know what? Yes, she did. She came out stronger than ever before, and she made $10 million in sales. How many of you would like results like that? If you would like results like that, type in 100%. All right. 100%. Type it into the chat. All right. Yes. Thank you, Madhu. Thank you, Shinil. Thank you, Siti. Thank you, Sandra. Thank you, Tak. Thank you, George. Thank you, Jeevan, George. So without further ado, let's give a warm round of applause to our very, very beautiful and amazing speaker, Suria Sparks.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. That was just super, super inspiring. I love your beautiful message, Ching. It comes with so much heart. And I also like to thank Simon for reaching out to me over Facebook and inviting me to this session. Thank you so much, Simon, John, and everyone involved in organizing this. And I love the message about coming back to alignment from Dorothy and Jeff, and also that mind-blowing, eye-opening session by Mark Joyner, who's someone I've been following for so many years, as my virtual mentor. So today's session, is really about the Zero to Hero story. So I'm just gonna quickly share my slides. It's a whole life story, which I'm gonna spare the details and just share it via a video. So that will just give a quick introduction about myself and how this all started.
If you have a why that makes you cry, you will find a way to fly. How do you get so many million views on social media? What's your secret? I graduated, I became a teacher, I worked for 5 years, and then I decided to quit to do my own business. 6 months into my business, I ended up with $80,000 debt. It was not a success, but I did not want to give up. There must be a formula. People do business and they're successful. What is that formula? Marketing. I did not know how to market myself, so I absorbed everything about marketing. I made $250,000. It was good. Then I lost it all again because I made bad decisions with investment. And I went into $500,000 Singapore dollar debt. I lost my family. I went through a divorce. I lost my health. I was at my chronic asthma. I lost everything. That moment, I remembered my mom. My mom said, if you have a why that makes you cry, you will find a way to fly. My why were my 2 kids growing up. Everyone said I was a hopeless mother. I was a failure. I said, no, I am going to make them really proud of me. I can't even afford a birthday cake for my daughter. So I wanted to be a success. So I did. I traveled to the US with a very tight budget. I did not eat lunch at all. I was hungry not here, but here. Internet marketing, 5 days course. I only picked up one thing, Facebook marketing. So I came back and I applied. Fast forward, I broke that 10 million sales record.
Let's put our hands together for Suria Sparks.
Okay, so that is the long and short of my story, but actually that is part one of the story, part one of the journey of the zero to hero story. Like I'm a nutritionist by profession, and I have been in this wellness industry for the last 20 years. And what I did was initially as a nutritionist, I was a teacher. Initially, I was teaching nutrition in a secondary school, and then I was teaching for 5 years, and I quit. I quit teaching to pursue entrepreneurship. So that was that 20 plus years journey into entrepreneurship, and through it all, I've gone through 3 financial crises. So just staying as a nutritionist and just being an educator, that had been a stable income. Like, I've had my TV show, a 30 episodes television show. So I've written articles for the newspaper. So all that was stable. But the moment I pursued entrepreneurship, right, and that was when the whole journey of like the unknown began. And it was I would say, is the most fearless, like you jump and then the net will appear kind of journey. And through that journey, I went through 3 financial crises as an entrepreneur. So the first financial crisis was when I quit my job and I jumped into entrepreneurship without any mentors, without any support, without knowing anything about marketing. And for the first 6 months, I suffered in that process, and I lost 80,000. That was my first financial crisis. And the 80,000 was with 5 banks. 5 banks chasing me for money I could not pay, because I was running my nutrition clinic. So I thought, like, I know how to lose weight. I'm a professional nutritionist and I can help people. So I had a lot of passion. Like Oprah said, if you have a passion, you follow your passion, the money will come. And I did that. You know what? There's a missing part to the formula. Passion alone cannot get you surviving in the business world. Passion alone cannot get you surviving in the business world. So I lost the 80K with 5 banks chasing my tail. And I have like them calling me every single day, asking me when I'm going to pay. And with the interest upon interest upon interest, that was horrific. That was a nightmare. And I didn't know that you should not use your credit card when you start a business. I have no clue. I was really clueless. Like I said, I thought I can just jump with passion. So at that point, what changed my life? What was a turning point? Because people want to know how did you settle the 80K debt? How did you clear that, right? So the first financial crisis was cleared because I looked for the key. So this is the formula. This is the formula that has helped me through the 3 financial crises, the first one, second, and the third. So a key. I look for a key. Means apply. Key means knowledge empowers you. Looking for applying knowledge will empower you. Knowledge alone will just get you smarter, and then you just know something, and knowing is not enough. It has to be applied. So at that point, instead of giving up, actually I wanted to go back teaching, but I could not go back teaching because I was blacklisted from teaching. Because when I left teaching, I was still bonded. So I still, at that time, owe the government about $8,000. So I could not get back to teaching, so I was stuck. I cannot go back to work. I had 5 banks to settle and debts that was accumulating. So like that position got me to be like thinking about, okay, since I cannot go back to employment, what can I do right now? And then instead of like, okay, why, poor me, like I'm such a failure, blah, blah, blah. I did go through that, but then I asked myself, what is it that I don't know that got me to fail? What is it that I don't know that got me to fail? So there must be an answer, right? So there must be answers. So that mindset, like Tony Robbins says, is a questions that gives you the answers. And is a question, the quality of the questions that you ask in your life is going to change your life, the quality of questioning. So what is it that I didn't know? So at that time, it was marketing, as you heard in that video, right? It was marketing. So I did not know about marketing. So that was when I realized that, I need to have a key. So I need to have knowledge that can change my life, that can empower me. And at that point, it was marketing. So I started to be a student of marketing. So my early teachers were Dan Kennedy and, of course, Mark Joyner. So these are all my amazing teachers at that time. Like I learned about direct marketing, copywriting, everything about marketing. So I became a student of marketing. So it's kind of like the unlearn to relearn process. And then to tell myself, hey, I'm not stupid. I'm not lazy. In fact, I'm really hardworking. But being hardworking will not get you the results. Having passion is not going to give you the results. Being hardworking is not going to get you the results. But you've got to work smart. And working smart is knowing that knowledge that will give you that push forward. So as an entrepreneur, which I believe most of us here are, is that the first thing you need to learn is marketing. So the basics of marketing, as much as there's so much that's going to be changing in the world, but there's some basic fundamentals like copywriting, branding and stuff like that. So that's something that we can learn. It's a learnable skill. So the moment I pick that skill up, I apply it. I apply. You know why? Because human beings, we only act based on 2 things, whether it's pain or pleasure. We move based on pain or we move based on pleasure. So I was really desperate at that time because I cannot go back to work, cannot get back into teaching because I was blacklisted. And then I have to pay this like mountain of debt that I have. So I have no other choice but to learn this well and to apply. And I got results. So I got results. I made the money. And I made like about 250,000 in 2 years in just applying marketing. But then I lost it all again. So this is a second financial crisis. My second financial crisis was because I used my money and I wanted to become a Warren Buffett. Like I wanted to invest in other people's businesses because the only way I thought at that time to grow is to just, invest in other people's businesses. I didn't know anything about investing at all. So I just parked my money and put my money in other people's businesses. And it's businesses that I don't know anything about. And I lost all of it. So the second round, when I lost everything, that was like 500,000 losses. So that was a lot of losses. And it was also the kind of like the worst financial crisis of my life, because that time I was also going through my divorce. So I have 2 young children. So I was going through my divorce. I didn't have a house. I didn't have anywhere to stay. So I was going through that whole like money crisis plus a personal crisis at the same time. So thank God I had a friend who got me to, to stay at her brother's place, right? Temporarily, the brother is not in town, so I get to stay in that flat. So I was like in a homeless situation. I had nowhere to go. I had like, I had a deranged relationship with my mom at that time, so I could not go back to my family. I was all on my own, and I was going through the divorce, and I was going through this financial crisis. So that was really extremely painful because my kids were young and I could not look after them because of my financial status. And it was really painful to I felt like a real failure, and not just feeling like a failure at that time, but the environment around me was also not supportive. Like people were talking about me and saying that I was a very lousy mother and that I would have been a failure, and they would pass the information through my children. So when I go out with them, they would pass me messages. They would say like, Umi, they say that when you die, there will be a lot of money on your grave. So wow, that's so mean to say that to kids, to pass it to me. It means that as long as I'm alive, I will not have money. As long as I'm alive, I will not make it. And that only when I die, then the money will be on my grave. So that's really very painful. And what pain is actually really powerful, isn't it? Because it's sometimes, I say, desperation sometimes push us to the point where we have no more window. There's no window. And we have to like literally create the window in order for us to come out of that situation. So the pain was when I could not even afford like a birthday party for my children. And I had to walk into my ex-husband's house. Myself and my ex-husband, we are good friends. Like we are okay. It's the people around, right? It's the people around. So I would go to his house to celebrate my kid's birthday because I could not afford to have their birthday. I could not run like a party for them. So I would just turn up at his house. And to walk into my ex-husband's house, to have all the ex-relatives and the ex-mother-in-law and everyone looking at you, and the pin would drop, I could hear the pin drop the moment I walked into the house. And that was that moment when I walk out of that house, right? And I remember just singing happy birthday for my daughter and like just feeling so terrible. Like, I'm like, how long is this going to be? Like, am I going to have to go into my ex-husband's house every year like this? And the moment I walked out, I said, like, this is it. This has to change. I have to do something, but what? But what? How? But what? So that's where we are, right? Like, how? What? How? So back to a key. So I needed the only way to make money as an entrepreneur is to sales. You need to have sales. You need to have customers paying you money, or you have no money. So I need to have sales. And I was thinking like, how can I get sales faster? What would be the way? And then like, I heard about this thing called internet marketing, but like how? So I need to learn something new. So a key, right? A key. But to learn internet marketing at that time, I was receiving a lot of emails on internet marketing courses. So there was one that caught my attention, but it was in the US. It's like a big internet marketing event by many experts. And I really wanted to be there so desperately. And I had some money left that was supposed to pay the rent. But instead of paying the rent, I took that money and bought an airplane ticket instead. And I negotiated with the organizer for an installment. I said, I cannot pay you full, but can you just give me installments? And I promise I'm going to pay back, but like, give me installments. I have enough just for my flight ticket and my hotel. I just want to learn. I really want to learn. So I went there, flew there. Internet marketing, it was so tough, like as if they were speaking Russian, like I don't understand a lot of things. I don't understand this email marketing and this and that. And then like this whole world was so foreign to me. And I felt like drowning in that course. I was drowning. But then I was there already, right? So I had like no choice. So I said, okay, please God, like give me something that I can understand. And that was when there was this lady who talked about Facebook marketing, and she said that Facebook is going to be big. Back then, Facebook was a nobody. It's just this young kid, young punk, young kid on the block. So, but she predicted that Facebook was going to be huge. And she said that if you want to get customers, you should use Facebook. So Facebook is free, right? So that's like, oh, yay, free. Something is free finally. So I went back to Singapore with the Facebook is free, Facebook is free, Facebook is free. And I started looking at this monster and figuring out every single day, trying to figure out like, what can I do with Facebook? What can I do with Facebook? And then fast forward, that's when I break through. I use my marketing skills on Facebook when no one was using Facebook for business at that time. No one. There was no such thing as influencer. There was no such thing as social media marketing. There was no ads. There was nothing, none of that sort. So I like cracked every code I could on Facebook. Literally, it was my playground. And that was when I made millions and millions and millions of sales using Facebook marketing without ads. Okay, so that's the key, without ads. So I had my biggest breakthrough in 2013. 2013 was the year that I made that much money, and it was in the wellness industry. So I was promoting wellness products, like selling wellness products. And I recruited many agents as well, and I trained them how to use Facebook, and they also use Facebook, and they sold like lots of products together as a team. We sold a lot of products on using Facebook and without ads. And since that year, when I made like my net profit was about 500,000. So I made about almost 500,000 net profit, about 470,000 to be exact, in just 10 months. And then after that year, I started earning 5 figures every month, high 5 figures. And I felt like, oh, I am living on top of the world. Like I'm right here, right? Like I feel like I was rich. I felt that, oh, I've made it in life, I felt that, oh, I've worked so hard, and this time I've made so much money, and like my money is coming in every month. And I really thought that I am financially free. I thought so. But guess what? I made the biggest mistake. Okay, so the biggest mistake that I made at that time, right, was I used all of my money. Okay, so I'm going to show you the mistakes. Okay, so here, biggest mistakes I wish I had known. I had a goose that laid golden eggs at that time. So I had a business that was giving me passive income, like monthly income. It was coming. So I had a golden goose that was laying golden eggs. But you know what I did? I slaughtered this goose and turned it into curry. So I cooked this goose. I slaughtered this goose, guys. I slaughtered it. Instead of letting the goose lay more golden eggs, or instead of like growing more geese, I used the goose and cooked curry with it, right? So I used these golden eggs that I was making every month, the 470,000 that I made. Do you know what I did with my money? I didn't have assets. I don't have assets, guys. I don't have an asset. I don't have a house. I don't have assets. You know what I did? I rented a penthouse. I got a Jaguar. I got a BMW. I got a Mercedes. I got branded shoes, branded bags, branded this, branded that, even like a tiny little cosmetic pouch that cost $600. I would use $600 plastic branded shoes. I don't know what I was doing. I can't even drive, guys. I don't even have a driving license. And I have a Jaguar parked. And if nobody drives me, I won't have any. I have to get my friends driving me around. If nobody drives me, I have to get a Grab, right? So that's a stupid lifestyle. I mean, it was silly. It was so silly because my lifestyle, my penthouse, and my car cost me 10,000 Singapore dollars a month. And my mom was living with me at that time. And I don't cook, you see. So at that time I didn't cook, and I had hired a chef to cook for my mom every single day. So the chef alone, like, deliver food to my house, it's about 1,000 plus, and that excludes my own dining out. Every single day I will dine out. My mom's food is $1,000 over dollars. My house and my car is $10,000 a month. 10,000 a month on the house and the car and the splurging and the branded stuff, and the money keeps coming in every month, right? So I thought I was rich. Wow. Okay, I want you to just imagine that. A lot of us, I thought, like, fast forward. Okay, so I'll just tell you, like, moving forward, fast forward, what happened? The pandemic came and everything came, and I went back right to zero all over again, right to zero, right to minus 6 figures. So this is my third financial crisis right now. So what is the lesson learned? And how do I come out of it? Like, I am documenting my journey right now, coming out of the third financial crisis. So how am I coming out of it? Again, I use a key. So a key has always been the way that I come out of any crisis, a key. So what is the key? So last year, when everything went so bad, right, I realized that, you know what? I need to learn something new. I need to learn something new. And I need to learn about money. I have to restart again about money. I need to go back A to Z about money. And I learned that all this time, I only knew how to make money. That's part one, is making money. And part two is wealth creation. Wealth creation. Part one is to make money. Part two is to create wealth. I didn't know how to create wealth. I didn't even know what that meant, right? So part one is making money. And I realized that many of us, 95% of the world, are only stuck in the making money realm. That means we only know how to make money. Whether you have a job with a salary, maybe your salary is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10,000 a month. Or if you have a business profit, your business profit is like 10K, 20K, 100K a month, like how I used to make like 100K a month. It doesn't matter how much you earn. It doesn't matter how much you earn. It doesn't matter how much you earn. If you're using your salary to pay for your house, to pay for your car loans, to pay for your this and to pay for your that, or you use your business profits, you use your business profits to pay for your house, to pay for your car, to pay for everything. And all of us are literally walking on eggshells. We are walking on eggshells. What happens if something happens? And we've learned through the pandemic, anything can happen, like Robinsons closed down, Zara closed down, big companies goes up, like companies goes bust. So anything can happen with your salary, and it can happen to your profits. And what if you have nothing, but you chalking up, you use your salary to get a credit card and use your credit card to buy your luxury Gucci, Prada, Chanel, and you use a credit card to pay for your luxury traveling and lifestyle, and you can't even pay full every month to the banks, and you're chalking your minimum, you're paying minimum every month, and you cannot pay back because your interests are just going to pile up, and the amount that the debts that you have today, 5 years from now, it will be the same amount. It will be the same amount because you're just paying minimum. So 95% of the world are broke. You're broke. It doesn't matter how much you have every month. You can make 10,000 a month. You can have 100 grand a month. You're broke. If you use that money, if you use your golden eggs, right? You slaughter your goose. You use your goose, you're broke. So that was my painful lesson. And that's a lesson, I guess, it was really painful because I'm 49 this year. I'm 49. I'll be 50 next year. And then I tell myself dear God, this is so painful. What is this lesson? And you know what? I believe in, of course, you cannot regret your past. If you keep regretting, it will block you from future progress. So I choose to believe that my mistakes in life is not just for me, right? It's my shit is my fertilizer, My shit is my fertilizer to grow a new plant, to create an Amazon, right? Pain is power, wounds are wisdom, mess is message, and shit turns to fertilizer. So this is my belief right now. So what I did was key, right? So I go back to a key and I go back to school. What did I do last year? I went back to school. I enrolled in a school of money. I enrolled in a school to learn about money, A to Z. So I humble myself, eat the humble pie. I downgraded my lifestyle. No more penthouse, no more Jaguar, no cars, no Jaguar, no Mercedes, no BMW, nothing of that sort. I start cooking right now. I'm cooking every single day right now. And like everything changed. And I got like really peaceful. I learned to go inside. I learned a lot. Like there's a lot of learning that happens when you travel inside. But of course, on the financial side, so I learned that we have to grow, learn how to create wealth. Okay, learn how to create wealth means don't slaughter your golden goose. Learn how to take care of that goose to grow more eggs and to grow the money. So I learned that part 2 of money is about growing money. And I believe that God has given me these lessons in life and a voice to speak my truth. And this is the truth. It is really painful. It is what it is. Am I ashamed? No, I am not. Like I said, I turn shit to fertilizer. So that is important to share to others. If only someone had told me this, right? If only I wish someone had told me this when I was 21. I wish someone had told me when I was making my 470,000. I wish someone had told me when I was making 5 figures every month. Did anybody come to tell me this? No, they didn't. You know why? Because they think that, oh, she must be smart. She's an entrepreneur. She knows how to make millions. That means she's smart. No, it's not true. Not every entrepreneur knows how to grow their money. They know part 1. They may know how to make money. They may know how to make millions, but they don't know how to grow. So that's an assumption that a lot of people have. And I believe every entrepreneur, from not knowing how to make money, they know how to make money. And then from knowing how to make money, they need to learn the next part so they don't end up, like I said, slaughtering their golden goose. Okay, so this is the lesson. I wish someone had told me to buy Bitcoin, like investing. So for example, I just give an example, right? If someone had told me back in 2013, Suria, go and buy Bitcoin. Go and buy Bitcoin. It was only $13, guys. It was only $13. In 2013, Bitcoin was only $13. If I had bought Bitcoin at that in 2013, instead of getting my Jaguar and my Mercedes and blah, blah, if I had taken my money and put it into Bitcoin, I would have 2.5 billion today. I would have 2.5 billion today. Now, I didn't know. I don't know what I don't know, right? So we don't know what we don't know. So how would I know? I don't know what I don't know. If I don't even know what I don't know, how am I supposed to know what to do, right? So that is where I realized that, in life is about you work, you do business, you spend, or you're going to work and then you grow your money and then you can retire. So these are stuff that I wish I had learned. Okay, as an entrepreneur or anyone who's starting entrepreneurship, like I would certainly say step number 1 is to have a mentor. Step number 2 is to have marketing knowledge if you're an entrepreneur. Step number 3 is to learn how to grow your money, like how to grow your money. And of course, along the way as an entrepreneur, you need to learn how to manage your emotions. It's all the M's, guys. It's about the M, your mindset. It's about M, mentorship. It's about M, making money. It's about M, multiplying your money. It's about M, managing your emotions. So success as a human being, as an entrepreneur, is all of that. Because everybody in the world thinks about only 3 things in life. They're only thinking about happiness, how to be happy, or they're thinking about how to be healthy. They're in pain because their body is in pain. They're not healthy, how to be healthier. Number 3 is how to be wealthy. People are only thinking about these 3 things. How to be happy with relationships, happy with yourself, happy with your, like allowing, accepting, acknowledging your failures. And then it is what it is. But then turning that shit to fertilizer moment, not get sunk into that quicksand of your failures and then get into depression and not coming out of it. But how do I come out of that happiness within, that happiness that, coming out of that self-doubt, coming out of that failures, coming out, rising up again, like coming into the battlefield again, like, not wishing it to be different, but how can I make this better? That whole relationship itself, relationship with other people, happiness, joy, peace. This is what we want. Confidence, this is like the important 99% of life. And then the other part about health. So like I'm grateful that being a nutritionist, that there's one amazing priceless gift that I do have is health. So health is key. Like Mark was saying, if you don't have health, there's no productivity. That's it. Like you're gone. So it's important to have that like balance, like, having the health, knowing how to pull your emotions, when to accelerate, when to pull the handbrake, all of that. And then learning about making the money, learning about the changing technology, learning about the changing times. What can I do right now to make money? So these skills set, and I believe you cannot do this alone. This is no man, one island show. So I'm grateful for Summit. We have this platform, like the Summit as a platform, offering these various mindsets, school of thoughts, mentorship, little nuggets here and there, so that we can pick this like a holistic platform. It's going to help us move forward, because we cannot just have marketing only. That's not possible. In entrepreneurship, you cannot just have that. You cannot just have like, managing emotions only and then not knowing how to market, right? Passion without knowing how to market, it's not going to work. And then like making money and not knowing how to grow the money, it's also not going to work. So it has to be like a mix of like everything. So this is something that I really wish. So this is my 5 money freedom formula, I call it right now. Make your money, manage your money. No, please, no Jaguar, Mercedes, BMW, this and that. Like I'm talking to myself, okay? So like Ching was saying, like our message is literally talking to your younger self. Hi, younger Suria. Like, hello, Suria. If I were to talk to myself. Hey, Suria, please remember this, okay? As you make money, please, learn how to make money, learn how to market, right? You need to have marketing skills. Okay, Suria, you need to have marketing skills, you need to have social media skills, you need to have the basic branding, you need the copywriting skills, you need all of that. Okay, Suria, then once you make the money, please do not get your Jaguar, your BM, your branded stuff, blah, blah, blah. Don't do that. Learn how to manage them, learn how to multiply it, learn how to grow it, learn how to preserve your money against inflation, and repeat this process. So these are all skills, and it's all learnable skills, okay? Learnable skills. And Warren Buffett says it so clearly: if you don't find a way to make money while you sleep, you will work until you die. Doesn't matter whether you're a salaried worker or you're running a business. So this is the second part of my life right now, where I am immersed as a student. I'm a student right now. I'm a student. I'm not a financial advisor, okay? Totally not an expert at all. But I'm just a student. I'm exploring all these different ways of how to make money or grow, not make, but grow. You may be familiar with Robert Kiyosaki's 4 quadrant. So I'm now moving into the I. How do I make money work hard for me? What's the definition of financial freedom? Financial freedom to me is defined as your ability to continue your lifestyle without you don't have to downgrade. But even you have no job, even your business stops running, even you have no more money coming from your business, you have no more money coming from a job, but you don't have to downgrade your lifestyle, you don't have to downgrade your car, your house. You can continue living the way you live until the day you die, and the money still comes in. That means you have money actually working hard for you. That is my definition of financial freedom. The ability for money to work hard for you, to get into the investor quadrant. Right. So, and in investing, I realized that, like, I'm going to talk baby language because I'm so new in this world of learning about investing and growing money. Like the idea of compounding money, like which one would you choose? 1 cent that doubles itself or $1 million? I would have said, oh, I want the $1 million, because I don't understand the meaning of compounding. Compounding is 1 cent that doubles itself, will become 5 million in 30 days. The power of multiplying money, the power of growing money. because the banks gives us only 0.4% a year, but there are ways for us to grow. And I'm learning from billionaires like Bill Ackman. Just let him explain to you the meaning of compounding. I think he's more qualified to do so.
You put some money aside, you start investing money. Let's say you could save $10,000 at 22, and you can earn a 10% return on that money between now and the time you retire. What would you have in 43 years? The answer is you put aside $10,000, you don't save another penny, and you invested it and you earn 10% on your money each year, you'd have $600,000 in year 43. And the reason for that is, well, in year one, your $10,000 would become 11. In year two, your $11,000 would grow by 10%. And so you'd be earning interest not just on your original principal, but you'd earn interest on the interest you'd earned in the previous year. And that compounding effect allows money to grow in an almost exponential fashion. Now, obviously, if you earn more than 10%, you can earn even higher returns.
So that's what I learned about the power of compounding from this guy, Bill Ackman. And I've seen young people retiring at age 27 with 30 million, right? Read the caption is me, right? So I realized that you can turn $100 into millions if you know how to compound it, whether it's 5% a month, 5% a year, whatever that is. But there are money pots. I call them money pots, right? So here, for example, $100 over 3 years will give 1.5 million if it's at 25% a month. When I share this, people laugh at me and people say, are you crazy? Where can you get like 25% a month? Like the banks only give you 0.5%. I say, well, that's where you learn. And you, like what Mark says just now, if you come with a full head, the thing is that because I don't know what I don't know, when I get into wealth creation, I'm an empty vessel. Like I don't have any preconceived ideas. A lot of people, when they get into the money, wealth creation, they already have this mindset that there's no such thing as 5% a month. There's no such thing as 25% a month. I don't have that. That's why I came in with an empty cup. So I learned that you can start with as low as $100 and you can learn how to compound. This is what I'm learning right now. Okay. And these are the money pots. Okay. So these are the money pots that I'm learning right now. There are many ways to grow the money that you can grow it through Forex, crypto automation, crypto trading, crypto staking, so many different ways. And it's a whole idea is to how to grow this money. How do you grow it? It's buying and selling, literally. It's just buying and selling. It's just like we buy and sell time. Like if you're an employee, you're selling your time to a boss. The boss gives you a salary. It's called a salary and you're an employee. But if you buy and sell stuff, you're called an entrepreneur. Like you are in e-commerce, you buy and sell stuff online, like you buy and you sell, or you don't even have to buy these days, you just drop ship them. So you're like in entrepreneurship, you're in e-commerce. So you can also buy and sell currency. I didn't know that. I don't know. I always thought Forex is some Russian kind of thing. I really have no clue. Okay. So, and I really learned that, Forex is actually buying and selling of currency. Crypto is just buying and selling of crypto. Like, what? And I just need to know the 3W. Right. So this 3W, I'm just going to show you real quick right here. So this 3W. So let me just go. Singapore. Okay, so this is example of 3W. What to buy, when to sell. What to buy, when to sell. What to buy, when to sell. That's all there is to stocks or Forex or crypto, is knowing what to buy, and when to sell. For example, okay, so for example.
You would have invested just $1,000 in these cryptocurrencies back in March of 2020. Here's how much money you would have made. The last one would have made you more than $500,000. For Bitcoin, your $1,000 would now be worth more than $10,000. Ethereum would now be worth more than $26,000. BNB, you'd now have more than $32,000. Dogecoin would now be worth more than $150,000. And if you bought this special altcoin, you'd now have more than $500,000.
Isn't that insane? I mean, isn't that insane? Just think about that. Like, just knowing this, okay? Knowing this. What to buy, and when to sell. I call it the 3W. So this is what I'm learning right now, the 3W. Knowing what to buy, what crypto do I buy, or what Forex, what currency do I buy, what stocks do I buy, when do I buy, when do I sell. So if I had bought Hex, for example, in 2022, if I bought the crypto called Hex, and I bought only $1,000 of that crypto, 12 months later, I would have gotten 500K. I mean, isn't that crazy? This is not fairy tale. This is not a scam. This is a fact. This is a fact. And this is because I don't know. And when I know this, it blew my mind. I'm like, what? Like, how come? Wow, this is something like, this is crazy. Like, we just need to learn how to do this. Okay, so you can be a crypto investor. You can buy crypto and you hold and hold and hold for 10, 20 years and then like let it grow. Okay. And that's one way. Or you can be a crypto trader. You buy and sell on a short time frame. For example, if you had invested into this Luna, okay, 16 months ago, not from today, but from last year, 16 months from last year, your 1K would have turned to 60K. Isn't that insane? Like just knowing when to buy Luna. If you had buy Cadena and you bought Cadena for 1K, it would have turned to 39K 14 months from last year. So this is what I'm saying. Like this kind of like information, this kind of knowledge, right? NFTs, like what the fish is NFT, right? So like this.
Hold up, take a moment, come on,
$180 to 2.7 million, just knowing that if you had known, if only you had known. But Gary Vee has spoken about this, but we just didn't pay attention at the time. But like we had known what to buy, when to sell, right? So that would have been a different story.
This 12-year-old made $600,000 by selling his NFT collection called Weird Whales. This is how the NFTs look and have traded over 1.8K, which is over $8.5 million today. He also helped develop another NFT collection which made $5 million. Another 12-year-old made more than $4 million with her NFT.
It's insane. Kids are doing this right now. So I'm looking at this as from a student's perspective, right? So this is what I'm learning, right? I am immersed in financial IQ. This is not a name of a school, by the way. This is just my how I describe my journey right now. I am walking through the journey of a student, learning about money. And this is what I have learned. If I were to encapsulate this, and I'm going to wrap this up, you're going to run a business, you promote something digitally, right? And then you learn how to sell. And you're an entrepreneur, you learn how to sell, and then you know who you're selling to, you know your market, you know your brand, you know all that basics in marketing. And then you use social media, right? Social media to promote your business, and then you stay aligned with times, the changing times, like what Mark was saying, like you stay aligned with the changing times and see how can you fit into the different changing times and technology to promote your products. And then when you have made the money, while you are learning to be an entrepreneur, I believe that we should also learn how to grow our money, how to invest. And I believe Summit is going to be that platform that's going to offer us skills about entrepreneurship, from mindset skills, marketing skills, to even growing money skills. And then we learn how to reinvest our profits. That means don't slaughter the golden goose. And then we turn that into like grow that money and grow more geese, right? More goose, more golden geese. And we repeat this process. So this is the whole journey. This is like in short, if there's a blueprint for entrepreneur, this would be it. And I believe Summit will be an amazing platform that is going to offer all of that under one roof. So in my last words would be, you totally deserve a good life because you are so worth it. And you know what? Just have that why that makes you cry. Cry can be in tears or not in tears, but an emotional why, a reason, like look at everything that's happening in your life as all good. All is well and all is good. Nothing happens to punish you. Nothing happens to pull you down. Everything is just preparing you to the next evolution of your life. Always remember what you asked for. You have asked for something great in life. You ask for good things in life. You ask for this. If you believe in God, whatever faith that you believe in, you have requested this from God. You ask for happiness, wealth, peace, joy. You ask for good things in life. And I believe like life will not give us what we want. Life will give us what we need to get to where we want, right? It will give us the experiences. It will give us the setbacks and the challenges. And all of that are going to just strengthen our emotional muscles. Life is like a gym. So we're going to strengthen our mind's muscle, our emotional muscle, our financial muscle. And all of that through that moments of breakdowns. You're going to cry. You're going to feel like a failure. You're going to beat yourself up. All of that. That's okay. Like what Ching says, it's okay to not be okay. Right? And then you go through that and you turn your tears. You don't sink in your tears. Don't drown in your tears. Learn to swim in your tears. And then you will find a way to fly. Have a why that makes you cry, you will find a way to fly. Whether that thing, especially if it's pain, you're going to turn that pain into power. But before you fly, you have to learn to love yourself. First, love yourself. Loving yourself means admitting, accepting, acknowledging all these mistakes. Don't beat yourself up. Write in a journal, meditate, be part of a community that's supportive, like be part of Summit. Come be part of this community, get engaged, learn to love yourself, learn to, be like a chameleon, like adapt with different situations. You will find a way to fly. You will. You are loved, you are worthy. No one can say that enough to you. The only person that can do that is yourself. And when you have found yourself, right? When you have first loved yourself, you will find your wings and you shall fly, right? With that, I shall give this back, turn this back to the organizer. Maybe, I don't know if there's any questions or like if there's any Q&A sessions, if you want to ask anything. But yes, and I wish only greatest blessings, love, joy, peace, happiness, health, and abundance to all of you. Thank you, everyone.
All right, let's give a warm round of applause to Suria Sparks. Woo! Amazing, right? Definitely, applied knowledge empowers you. Suria Sparks has opened up her heart, her story, she shared all of her ups and downs with you. And you know what? Honor her story by making sure you apply the knowledge that will empower you in your life, okay? The best gift that you can share with us as speakers is to actually apply the knowledge, the strategies that we have shared with you, and to ultimately share your success stories. So what we'll do right now is that we want to open up the room to give you the opportunity to ask your questions with Suria Sparks. We'll do it probably for the next 5 to 10 minutes. Is that okay with you, Suria?
Of course. Please do.
Awesome, right? So drop your questions in the chat section, in the comment section right now, and we will get Suria to answer it, right? And then in the meantime, Suria, while we are waiting for the questions to come in, right? For yourself, what was the single mindset shift, the single difference that made the entire difference for you on your journey so far? If there was just one thing.
I said this to my kids. I told them this. I said that if I die, when I die, on my tomb, I said, please engrave this on my tomb. Fly, first love yourself.
Beautiful.
Because without this concept of, and fly is a simple word, but it's so deep, because I think, I don't know who said this, but someone said this: the longest journey is the journey within. The longest journey is the journey within. It's a journey that never ends. It's a journey of knowing who you are. Because before you can fly, before you can first love yourself, you must know who are you. You must know, who am I? What's this chit-chatting happening in my head? What's this voice in my head? Why do I have this swinging emotion? In the morning, I feel okay. At night, I feel really terrible. Somebody said one thing, I feel affected, and the whole day is ruined. Why am I such an interesting creature? who is this? Who is this talking in my head? Like, I had all of that experience because if I was diagnosed, right, Ching, I think I would be a bipolar because I'm so extreme. Like, I'm so happy and I can be so sad, like, you know. And I went through 2 marriages, by the way, like 2 divorces. Okay, so like, you talk about relationship and experience. I pity my second husband. He had a tough time with me because I didn't know how to love myself. So when I got married the second time around, like, I was searching for something outside. So he took a heavy responsibility of, I expected him to make me happy. So that's the worst thing you can do to anybody, is to put that expectation on that person to make you happy. So when he doesn't do, like, he make one mistake and that's it, he will be dead that day, you know, like, it's so bad. Guys, if you have women who are like that, send them to me. Let me reform them.
All right. Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, I can go on this topic. We'll have a separate session on this thing.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I mean, you know, that's you know, taking the inner journey is definitely the first step to discovering our truest potential, right? And then it's great what you shared. You know, how is it that we can put our expectations on others, and then how it can affect their lives as well.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Yeah. And so we have a question that came in from Trader Rob. How did you transition from testing to trusting the process that you had to go through?
Life is TM, you know. Life is TM. TM means test and measure. People ask all the time, how can you guarantee that this is going to work? How can you? I said, there is no guarantee. There is no guarantee. You can walk out and you can get COVID. You can walk out and get hit by the lightning. You can walk out and fall on the steps. Anything can happen. There is no guarantee. It's just test and measure. But to turn that like transitioning, when last year I went to depression. Depression looks like this, okay? You don't want to wake up. You want to just lock yourself in a dark room. You don't want to shower. You don't want to eat. You don't do anything. You don't want to meet people. You just want, you do eat. Yes, I did eat. I eat tubs of ice cream. Okay, so I have to take that back. Like, I tubs of Ben and Jerry's, and then like just doing nothing and binge watching like Netflix all day, and just don't want to think, escape from everything, escape, you know, and pretending, denial, all of that. So it's just wanting to sleep forever. And then suicidal ideation starts to come in, like, you know, I think you just end it. It's better, isn't it, if you just end it instead of like living like a blob and slob like this. Did I go through that? Of course I did. Think what? I'm human. Hey, that's what I go through. I had like all these crazy thoughts, but what I did was I reached out. That means a first person I reached out was people that I know I can trust. I reach out to my daughter. I reach out to my like a good friend, and I tell them, I said that, you know, I'm thinking about committing suicide. Like, I'm thinking about it, but I'm not doing it yet. I'm too scared to do it. I've been Googling on how I can end my days painlessly. I have been going that path, but I said that I'm not going to do it. But I'm in this space right now, and it's hitting in my head like more and more and more. I'm afraid. I said, I'm afraid of this thing that is growing in my head. But I know that this is just a phase, but I just need your support. So they were there in presence, right? So getting and reaching out support and being real about it and not trying to like hide it. And then of course, like journaling really helped a lot as well. I journal, I write, I journal. And I even, to one point, I was listening to why you should not commit suicide. So every night I go to sleep and I'm like, why you should live another day, So I need help. You know, the only way for you to come out of any situation is for you to raise your hand and say, I got a problem. You got an A first, you know, A to Z. They say, what's the first step? The first step is A. What's A? Allow, acknowledge, admit. A, you got to, I call it the art, A-R-T, the art. Art, allow, acknowledge. Hey, I got a problem. I have a problem. My brain is not working well. I'm thinking of killing myself. I don't think I'm thinking straight anymore. Something is not working. Like, what's this? What's going on? I help, SOS. That happens in Alcoholic Anonymous and all of these. They say you cannot send anyone for rehab. You cannot send them for rehab. They have to say, I need help. Then you can help the person. But if you push somebody because you think they need help, they cannot be helped. They must say, I want it. So first, acknowledge, admit, allow it to be. Don't call it anything else. It is depression. It is dark. It is shadow. It is painful. It is sickening. It is like all the whatever vulgarity I will have, all the A to Z, I will write it in that piece of paper. I will write everything down, okay? Like, hello, get to know me there. So it's like, I write all of that and I vomit and I vomit and I vomit because I want to allow, it's just called shadow work and it's very painful. It's really painful because you have to face it. You have to face your shadow. You have to face your demon. You have to face these, you got to feel, deal, and heal. I call it feel, deal, and heal. So that process, the feel, deal, and heal, the vomiting and all that is the art. And then R is to release. Now that you have all these baggage, I'm like, do you want to hold it? Do you want to hold it? No, right? You want to let this go, right? You got to say, okay, I want to let this go. I want to let this go. I want to let this go. And then T is then you transform or you transcend rather. And I don't believe that you should become someone else because I believe that at the root, we are all already amazing. We're not broken, We are just amazing. We just need to return. We need to kind of transcend back to the innocence that we were. We had forgotten who we were. And life is always about remembering because we're always constantly forgetting. We will always forget. We will forget. And we have to keep remembering. So it's a constant process of doing that, right? So
yeah.
How hard was it for you to acknowledge your need help? Especially with the perception from your peers. Oh my God, this is another topic I can talk about. I have to talk to myself, but Suria, how are you going to go out to the public and tell the world that I stayed in a condo? I was facing the sea. The Jaguar I had was a purple Jaguar, it's XJL. There's only 12 in Singapore. I was sitting there like some paita is I call it an uncle car. I'll never have a Jaguar in the future. No. No, it's a Porsche in the future, right? So it's not going to be a Jaguar. That's like, but it's nice. It's a nice, it's like massager and all that. But like to have that kind of lifestyle, right? And then to be known, and suddenly now I'm living in a HDB. Okay, there's nothing wrong with it. No, there's nothing wrong with the HDB. Okay. But you know what? I cried on the day I had to take public transport, Ching. I have not taken public transport for more than, 2 decades. 2 decades. I don't know what's an MRT. I don't know what's like in MRT. I was wearing the mask. Thank God for the mask. I was literally like crying, I was like, oh my God, thank God you are wearing a mask. Nobody sees you in an MRT, Suria. If people see you in MRT, they'll be like, what happened to her?
But fortunately, you were able to overcome that.
It is painful. Yeah. Oh my goodness, it is painful. Yeah. But you know what? Like, I'm so immune. Being a public figure, like Mark was saying, you got to handle the haters. The haters going to hate regardless. Why you make it, you become a president also, they're going to hate. So that's not the problem. The problem is, you know what? I tell my haters, right? You are also amateurists. You are so kindergarten. Your hate, if you cannot compare to my hate. I have a demon living inside me, and my demon says worse things than what you can say to me. Like what you say is incomparable to what my own demons say. Can you try harder? I'll tell my hater that, can you just try harder? Because what you're saying can't even affect me. My demon is laughing at you. My demon is laughing at you because I say worse things to myself. There's nothing you can say that I have not said to myself. What you say, I timestamp that. So I don't care about what they say, but it's more about how do I come out? But you know what? It is what it is. Life is what it is. This is what it is. This is where I am. And this is a Suria that I am. I'm going to come out real and authentic. I'm not going to be ashamed. I'm staying in HDB. I'm wearing Bata shoes right now. I don't even have my Ferragamo shoes. My $600 Ferragamo shoes are there's only one pair I have. I'm wearing Bata for one whole freaking year. It's one pink Bata shoes that I have right now. I shop at I shop at where? This place, I don't know, what was that called? Like, I don't even know the shop. It's like this Japanese shop outside, like it's like $20 t-shirt and stuff. And my daughter said, Umi, can you just shop at Shein? I said, well, Shein is an online store. And I went to Shein. I said, what? Yeah, like only $10 for the clothes. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna shop at Shein, you know.
Awesome, yeah. So, I mean, thank you very much for sharing with us,
Okay,
Suria.
anyway,
It's a pleasure to have you on board. Let's give her a round of applause. Isn't her energy electric? Thank you very much, Suria. I really appreciate your time with us today. And yeah, we hope to have more of you soon, right? So we have to transition on to the next speaker right now. Thank you very much, Suria. And everybody keep engaging. And as Suria mentioned, you know, be part of an amazing community. Be part of Summit, a community where we can support each other, grow together with amazing individuals, amazing speakers like Suria, like Jeff, like Dorothy, like Mark, and many, many more. So right now we have a special offer going on. It's a 1-year membership, all right, to give you access to the top experts, the top leaders, the top speakers in the world, to get that close proximity, to be able to tap into their minds, right? And it's only for $25. You know, check out the link. All the details is at summitasia.com/VIP. You won't want to miss it. So, you know, up next, we have a very, very special guest. His name is Jason Lim, and his story is truly inspiring, all right? He comes from a background of real estate. You know, he hit $1 million in commissions when he was 26, and he's going to share with you the insights on how is it that you can tap into the DISC personality and to elevate and improve yourselves, be it in sales or in business. But before we go on to that, you know, we'll just go to a very, very quick video right now.
Groove Asia, the world's #1 digital marketing software platform and fastest growing entrepreneurship community, is now free for life. Your complete digital products and services online sales system, all the tools you want to run your internet business, everything you need to sell products and services online. No credit card, zero fees, it's just free. Discover the new better way to start an online business, build websites, and sell digital products. Create a full website with unlimited products and funnels, with free hosting, subdomain, and custom domain capability, and with more integrations so you can automate your business. It's truly the last online sales system you will ever need. Save thousands a month with free lifetime access to the top most powerful apps in the industry, including the #1 leading page and funnel building platform in the world, with thousands of brand new members making a switch over every single day. Plus, get free access to our private community, free live training, and free affiliate marketing business opportunity. Discover how to get started for free. Secure your free lifetime membership today and access your free software, training, and bonuses right now. Free for a limited time, only at grooveasia.cn.
Right, and with that, you know, as I mentioned, let's give a warm round of applause to Jason Lim. All right.
Thank you. Thanks, Summit Asia. Thank you, Ching. Thank you, John. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Simon. I thank you to all the esteemed speakers for today. My name is Jason Lim, and well, as you know, I'm the professional DISC expert in the area of sales. So without further ado, I would like to dive straight into the content, and I would like to give as much value and as much information to every one of you as possible, because as I promised to Summit Asia, that I will do my best. I'll give the most for today in the shortest period of time possible. So I would like to start the presentation. All right. Okay, this is an introduction of the content for today. So myself is Jason Lim. I'm going to share more about read your prospects and close more sales. So this is the title for today. And well, if you would like to know a little bit about what is DISC is all about, I'm going to go into the content real quick after this. So if you would like to know about yourself, like what kind of personality you are first and how it will help you to the next level in your sales or businesses, this is a QR code where you can actually scan it from your phone if you're at home, and if you're not using your phone and you're using a laptop, you can do that right now. So I'm going to leave this like for the next 3 seconds. So we're going to move on real quick. Okay. Or you can get it from the team later today. Okay. So you can do the scan right now if you're looking at it. Okay. And I'm going to go over this in 3, 2, and 1. Okay. So now if you have the test results later, you can do this test later. Okay. Because I'm going to dive really quick into what is DISC is all about. Now, DISC basically is just the tip of the entire, we call this the sales DNA of a person. Like, how does a person react to you when we want to give them a product or services and we want them to buy without them knowing that they are buying, right? So the first thing is, when we talk about sales and businesses, this is something real quick I want to share with you. And why do startups fail? Now, according to the startups fail according to their founders, like people who have startups but fail drastically, horribly. The two most important thing in this slide I want to share is this. Number one, they ran out of cash. And secondly, it's not the right fit. Because if you talk about the first one in purple, that's no market need, which is at 42%. I think that is not what we're going to solve the equation today, because we want to go into the second and the third one. Okay, this is the most critical thing that is within our control. Okay, so run out of cash is one, and not the right team is the third. So these two are the things that we can actually solve easily. All right, so these are the top 3 reasons, and we're going to focus in these top two reasons right here. Okay, so why businesses fail again. Now, this is on a human level, on a person level. So you can, as you can see from the chart, all right, you can see the managerial incompetence sits at 46%, and unbalanced expertise is at 20%. Inexperience in management is 18%, inexperience in the line 9%, neglect the business 3%, and altogether it comes up to 98% of failures stem from managerial weaknesses. Okay, now when we talk about managerial weaknesses, these are all human error, right? So basically, it is always the people that is controlling the business, who's running the business, whether you like it or not. If we talk about NFT, Bitcoin, all that is shared by Suria, I find it really interesting, about investments. But think about this again. Who runs investments? Who runs businesses? Who runs courses? Who runs the tech behind all this stuff? It's human, right? So if you can solve the equation about the human DNA in sales, okay, and in management, I think you solve like 90% of all the problems, all the money problems, all the human problems, all the human errors. So what we really need to understand is we're going to go a little bit deeper as quickly as possible on what I'm going to share with you today. So as you can see, fundamental of a business comes into a triangular, I call it the trimetrics formula, right? It comes into very easy to understand. You talk about sales and marketing, operations, and just productions. These 3 areas in any businesses, whether it is in technology or in manufacturing, or is it in a agency sales, multi-level marketing, it just comes down to these 3 fundamentals. So as you can see, operations, okay, it consists of 25% on the entire business. Okay, when you talk about production, it should consist only 25%. When we talk about 25% each, it's about the total revenue. Okay, how much money do we need to spend? All right, if you're generating 100 million a year, 25% shall go to operations, 25 million should go to production, and of course, the 50% goes into sales and marketing. Why? Because sales and marketing is the soul of any business in the world. Okay, you talk about oil, you talk about marketing, you talk about manufacturing, any business, you name it, sales and marketing is the core and the soul of any businesses. If you do not know how to manage sales and marketing, and you does not have sales and marketing coming into your business, you will fail, right? So we're going to focus a lot more on this part, where how to drive the entire business to the next level, okay, just by understanding sales and marketing. I know a lot of people hate sales, right? I think most of the people in the world says, sales is not for me. Sales is it's pushy. Sales is it's ugly, But when we talk about sales, a lot of people doesn't understand, because once you find the sweet spot, that G spot in sales, you'll fly. It's very simple. So let us understand what is sales. Sales is the exchange of a commodity for money. What we talk about commodity for money, what does that mean, right? To win in sales is just to use the right system. So what is commodity when what is money? Okay, I put it into a simple analogy for everyone to understand. I think it's easy, just by looking at the visuals. So the first things first, when you talk about money, right, to get other people's money, to get into sales, is like a key box. It's like a keyhole. Now, the problem is this: when people hate sales, they doesn't want to even touch the keyhole. They say, oh, no, leave it for the sales team to do it. Leave it for people who knows how to do sales, who love sales, let them touch the money. I don't want to touch the money. I want accounts, I think I will stick to my role. But look at this. If any business doesn't comes with money, then what is a business, right? So to understand and to exchange that commodity for the client's money is simple. Find the right key, right? So now what is a right key? Simple terms, I laid it out as a system. Now, if we know what kind of system to reach out to what kind of clients, all right, you will actually understand thoroughly on how easily money is being given to you, okay? And it's a set of system by applying the technique and skills. That's it, okay? Very simple. Find the right key to the right hole. There you go. Voila. The answer is there, okay? Find the right system to get the right client's money. Now, simple as that. It's not that difficult, okay? If you know the right key to the right hole, then sales is not a problem. And I believe you'll enjoy sales as much as you enjoy chilling out by the beach, having a pina colada, sipping for half an hour, 1 hour, 3 hours, you name it, right? It's just that simple. So now, let's look at why businesses fail again. Now, because a lot of people stuck in their old ways, they are stuck somewhere and not getting engaged in the new ways of doing stuff. Now, as we know, during the pandemic, for the past 2 years, a lot of conventional businesses, they have hard time trying to change the model. It's like bringing an offline business into an online world, right? Just by applying and adopting all the technology with e-wallets and maybe coins, right? A lot of people refuse to change, and those who refuse to change fails in their business. Simple as that. As long as we always adapt, okay? Always adapt and always change. So see what the world wants, what the current trend was, and we just adapt. That's not difficult at all. As long as we keep an open mind, move forward, find the right people, right team, right mentor, right platform such as Summit Asia, just go on and continue to change with the trend. It's that simple. It's not difficult. Product is the same, method of delivery is different. So just change that, right? So we call it using the right tools and right system. It's that simple. Just find out what is the right tool that's suitable for your business and the right system that is appropriate for you to level up and scale your business. Okay. In this fundamental, right, we talk about 3 distinct models that you can apply just by understanding it. Okay. So DISC, some of you may have heard it before, and it's a personality in every human being. It's just simple, 4 different quadrants, okay, in the personality. In this entire world, okay, there's only 4 types of people personality. Okay, and the second one is to get, we call this the workplace motivators. Simple term is the hot button. What are the hot button to push for the right people to work harder for the mission and the vision of a company or for you? All right. And finally is what we call the EQ, emotional quotient. Well, we understand what is IQ, is intelligence quotient. But EQ is emotional quotient, which means how do we control ourselves? Okay, so DISC is all about behavior by understanding it. Second, we need to understand, okay, what does the person's motivation is. If we can find out what their motivation is, we can press the right button, then they will work themselves rather than we forcing them to work. And lastly, it's called emotional intelligence. All we need to do is to understand why they do what they do and why are they not doing what they do. And then by understanding that, we are able to help them control it. Okay, because humans are difficult. Humans, to deal with businesses is not difficult. To deal with humans is the most difficult stuff in the world. Okay, that's for me. I believe a lot of entrepreneurs and a lot of big bosses, they will say, yeah, humans are the most difficult. If you can agree to it, you can just say, yeah, in the group chat. Okay, you can say, yes, I agree, right? Okay, next. We're going to talk about how you understand the human behavior by understanding how we are able to know what to do with them. And lastly, how to control it. Okay, now to understand the simple analogy on how these three distinct models works for you to run a better sales performance or better business management. Simple. Number one, okay, it's like understanding DISC is like understanding how a car works, how a person works. Now, for example, myself, Jason here, okay, I'm like a Ferrari. So Jason, he has all the qualities, all the things that he needs to be. And by understanding how this car works, this Ferrari works, you still need a driver, right? So in order for the car to move, you have such a fantastic car, such a fast car, but you need someone to drive behind the wheels. You need someone to know Ferrari in and out so that you can be the best at top of your game. So second is to understand what works. It's just like getting the right driver. This is Michael Schumacher, right? So if we get Jensen Button to drive a Ferrari, probably, it doesn't work that well. It doesn't sync that well because maybe Jensen doesn't know the Ferrari as well as Michael Schumacher. So understanding what works is really important, okay? And how to work around the Ferrari is very important. And lastly is what we call the control. Understanding how a driver controls the car, okay? And in this model, I call it the system, the trimetric system. First, we understand the car, we understand the person. Okay, what personality is it? Is it dominant? Is it influential? Is it steady? Is it conscientious? Now, next, I need to know what button to push, how to turbocharge the car. So we really need to know that to find the right driver for the right car. And lastly, with the right driver and right car, we need to practice and control. It's just simple as that. It's what we call the formula. So there's a lot of ways to understand a human, but then I use trimetric system. This system is easy because we have all the things we need, which is data. Okay, data is critical in my business, in my line of business, which is in sales, business, and management. So to become a world champion and a winner, all we need to know is use the right system, the trimetric system, and put it into action. Simple as that. Okay, nothing fancy. Read the data, read the person, and then you learn to adapt with that person to your benefit and advantage. That's simple. Okay, so DISC is not something to measure a person's intelligence. It's not the indicator of a person's value. It's not to measure skills and experience, and more so, it's not an education and training. But what is DISC? DISC is an observable human behavior. That means you can observe, like your dad. You've been living with your dad for so many years and still sometimes figure out, what is my dad thinking about? Why is he getting angry all the time, right? You have this problem. I mean, myself, I have this problem. It's like, why is my dad, keeps angry all the time? So sometimes we don't understand. But all we need to do is to observe. Okay, it's an observable human behavior. Oh, I think my dad is very dominant. Everything doesn't go his way. That's why he gets frustrated very easily, annoyed, right? So it also describes how we react to that person. If say for my dad, like he's a dominant person and I'm a dominant person. So if I go head on with him, okay, both are dominant, though both wants to be in control. That's where the friction and the dispute comes in. Okay, so it's not about how we understand how it is, but we cannot be against it, but we have to be around it. Okay, how we can react, we can do it. Okay, as long as we understand. It's a neutral language. Anybody can learn this language, and it's also a silent language. It's not loud. They will not tell you, hey, I'm dominant, hey, I'm influenced, hey, I'm conscientious. Well, it doesn't work like that. It's a silent language where we need to observe. So the key to this is to observe and runs data. Okay, it's very simple. So this is this model, how it works. So I will go into a very brief DISC, how a person is. Okay, it is founded by Dr. Professor William Moulton Marston in 1893 all the way up to 1947. Well, as you know, if you heard of Wonder Woman comic books or Wonder Woman, the blockbuster, he was the guy who created Wonder Woman. And he was also the person that created the lie detector. Okay, he was a professor in Harvard, and his work inspired millions and millions of people. Okay, so till this day, we are still using this DISC, okay, as founded by him. So what is dominant? Now, dominant is about a person that is very task-oriented and very outgoing. And when we talk about problems, okay, I'm sure if you find somebody in your team or in your group that has a person that, you know, he's very quick, he's very head-on, very hasty, very fast, he solves problems, okay, he's aggressive, he's fast, he's angry. And sometimes when things doesn't get his way, he gets angry, right? So we call him the dominant, all right? Dominant. Just remember this, it's dominant. If you have somebody who's angry, aggressive, fast, annoyed easily, frustrated easily, now maybe he's in the dominant area. So you can observe it from your own space. Okay, next, influence. What does that mean? It means this person seeks people to contact. He loves people. And to understand in layman term, people's people. Okay, I'm sure in your group, in your company, or in your team, there's people who talks a lot, like the glow of the party, you know, he's like the soul of the party here. You can never miss this guy. You know, wherever he go, you'll see him like the crowd puller. All right. So these are the people of influence. He likes to talk to people, and he can never shut his mouth. And he's just a party people, you know. So, but these people are powerful. Why? They influence others to go their way, to go his way. Okay, so if you see people like that, probably he's influenced or she's influenced. Okay, next. Okay, it's because he loves to seek out to people. And S is steadiness. So when we talk about people with steadiness, to understand it simply, is a person who takes his own sweet time to do things. He's a slow, we call him the slow poke, all right? Or maybe you can see him as the poker face. You know, whatever you say, even if he's happy or sad, his face are the same all the time. All right, it doesn't show any expression in his face. So people like that, we call them the steadiness. If you have people like that in your team, I think it's easy to spot because they don't talk much. Simple, they don't talk much. Okay, and last one, C, is what we call the person that looks into details, facts, and understand the need for rules. And these type of people can never live without rules. Now, when I talk about rules, it's not the rules in the book or rules in the law book, but it's the rules that he set for himself. He had a set of rules that he holds so dearly that nobody can ever touch the rules that he set. You can never change his schedule because he gets frustrated and he scolds people. You can never change his plans, but they are very powerful in paperwork. They are very powerful in the nitty-gritty stuff. Okay, and sometimes you will wonder, hey, what's wrong with this guy? He's been asking me, you know, all the details into, you know, buying a newspaper. We're like, well, where do I get the newspaper? Which direction? Which angle? What time? Like the people who goes into very minute details, these people, we call them the C, conscientious. Okay, if you have people like that, you observe like, this guy gets annoyed easily when you change his schedule. That probably is a C person. Okay, so by understanding this type of person, right, the next thing you need to know is just how to go around these people. If it's a C type of people, you just say, hey, okay, I know he's a C guy, so probably I'll just ask the right questions that will solve the problem. Okay, so performing tasks, let me give you an example. If let's say you send someone of D to go and get a newspaper from a newspaper stand. Now that person was like, okay, boss, I'll go get it done right now and then. Okay, I will do it right now. Without asking further questions, he'll go down to the paper stand, get the newspaper back in like less than 5 minutes. Okay, in like less than 5 minutes, and it's that fast, that aggressive, that quick. Okay, now you ask an I person, if you happens to see an I person, hey, can you go get a newspaper for me? Now what he does was he will go to the newspaper stand. He'll probably spend like half an hour talking to the people at the newsstand. Hey, how are you, man? How's things? And half an hour later, that I person will come back with a newspaper. But did he get the task done? Yes. Okay. He's simply just a I person, just loves to get connected with people. That's it. All right. And S, well, if you ask an S person to go get things done, he or she will probably say, is that gonna be far away? Can I know what newspaper? I don't have the money. Can you give me the money? You know, that kind of person. Okay, he will get things done as well, but probably, you know, you get frustrated trying to explain how to get a newspaper. By the end of the day, you probably go and get a newspaper yourself. Okay, because these are the S type of people, but they are great supporters. They are great supporters, regardless. Okay, they could be naggy, they could be slow, but they are absolutely the best supporters in your life or in your business. So you talk about C, right? Okay, C is the type of person that will get things done, but okay, he wants details, like exactly which newspaper. Okay, what time do you want it? Where exactly is the location? Can you give me the map to the store? Can you tell me who to look for to get the newspaper? Now, this kind of person, they are the C type of person. Okay, they are quick, they are compliant. Okay, but sometimes it gets people annoyed because they want too much details. You know, so but all these play together. All right. Now, if you look into movies, all right, story creators will always create these 4 characters to make the story interesting, because these are 4 beautiful characters in the story or in our lives. We must have these 4 characters in our life. You know, if you happen to observe your mom or your dad or your brother or your sister, it could be either one of these characters. Okay. Now, simple example, Batman Returns. Catwoman is always alone. She's very angry. She likes to be over-dominant over Batman. I mean, if you watch the latest Batman or the previous Batman, the character is the same. It's the story, it's the character that is so strong. She's so strong that she could overpower the Batman. Right? In the whole Gotham, maybe Batman was the key hero, but Catwoman can overpower Batman. Why? Because she's dominant. Now, Batman, it's compliance. Why? Or we call it the conscientious, because he always call out for his duty. He always goes up for his duty when the call is up. So he follows a set of rules that he will protect Gotham City. Now, Alfred, on the other hand, is his butler. So he serves Batman. So he will always say yes to his master, right? So, and Penguin, it's the people's people. No, he has a lot of followers. He has a lot of villains that works for him. Okay, now this is one of the story and the typical example of how DISC plays in every story and even in management. Star Wars, Darth Vader was dominant. I'm the king. I'm the greatest villain in the universe, right? And then you have Han Solo. It's like, hey, he's friend with everybody. And then you have Luke Skywalker, you know, the follower, but he's skeptical over everything. He's so scared of everything in the universe. And you have C-3PO, you know, who follows the master everywhere he goes. So C, compliance to all the masters. S, I will follow whatever you ask me to do. And I, Han Solo, will just take you wherever I want to go. And D, the dominant guy in the whole entire story. Okay, so beautiful characters are all created, okay, to make the story interesting. So in business, it's the same. We must have all the 4 characters. I'll show you some simple graph, okay? And these are the graph. After doing certain tests, you have a set of graph for your natural style, who you are, okay? And adaptive style is how you adapt to the environment. Well, if you just switch jobs, or maybe you started a new business, Your DISC personality will change over time according to the environment that you're in. So it is very critical that you understand, how to adapt with people that you work with, maybe your family, maybe your work. Okay, and motivator, the next model, the second model is this: what works best. So when we talk about running a business and we runs out of cash, all right, it's all about sales, right? So sales is all about people running the sales, getting the sales. So a lot of times people don't understand why my sales fall. Well, of course, other than the product itself, it's the people that's going to do the sales. So sometimes they leave the jobs because the boss is a jerk, all right? Or two, the bosses never empower the salespeople. 3, internal politics. 4, they were not recognized for the effort. And 5, of course, no cash flow, company is going under. Okay, but if you look at the top 4 reasons, it is people's problem. And if we find the right people and push the right button, then we can solve all these problems. Okay, so more than 50% of the workforce got the wrong job or do the wrong job. And the cost of hiring a person is misfit. And the job can be as high as 10 times the annual salary. So which means if you get the wrong people to come and work for you, okay, it can cost you 10 times more than their annual salary. So if you hire a person for 1,000 ringgit, for $1,000 a month, it could cost you up to 10,000 because in the next 10 months, they couldn't perform as upon your expectation. So you lose 10,000 bucks, right? So give you a simple example. Janitor works for $3,000 a month. If you lose a year, you lose 36,000 per year. Okay, because maybe the janitor doesn't do as your expectation. Okay, and next, if you hire a CEO, this is where the big bulk of the money you will lose. If you are, you own a business, you are running a $5-10 million revenue a year, and you want to hire a CEO, and his benefit is $30,000 a month. But if that CEO does not perform, first, you lose $360,000 over 12 months for getting the wrong CEO. And more so, the CEO will help you to lose even more revenue, not just his salary. You got me? So very importantly, right, these things we try to avoid. If you get the right CEO on top, in your company, you will not just lose this money, but instead, it's the other way around. Okay, so I've got a short video I want to share with you, like why this is so important. Okay, just give me a second, share the sound. Okay.
On Collis and you can't keep them out of our backfield, hold your block until the whistle blows. Hold it. All right, let's go.
What's with the camera? Michael always does better when he sees what he's supposed to be doing.
Holding. Left tackle.
Michael, come on.
Or? Come here, son. Hold him inside here between the tits. You got it? Will you look at me, son? If you grab him outside here like this or with that horse collar thing you just did, you're gonna get flagged and I'm gonna be pissed. You hear me? All right, let's go.
Baby, wash my stuff, all right?
Okay.
Well, at least he'll look good coming off the bus. They'll be terrified till they realize he's a marshmallow. Looks like Tarzan plays like Jane.
Give me a minute, Bert.
We're in the middle of practice, Leanne.
You can thank me later. Michael, Do you remember when we first met and we went to that horrible part of town to buy you those dreadful clothes? And I was a little bit scared and you told me not to worry about it because you had my back. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And if anyone tried to get to me, you would have stopped them, right? And when you and SJ were in that car wreck, what did you do to the airbag?
Stopped it.
You stopped it. You stopped it. This team is your family, Michael. You have to protect them from those guys, okay? Listen. Tony here's your quarterback, all right? You protect his blind side. When you look at him, you think of me, how you have my back, how you have his, okay? All right, Tony, go back. All right. Oompa Loompa here is your tailback. When you look at him, you think of SJ and how you'd never let anyone or anything hurt him. You understand me? All right, go back. Got it?
What about Collins and Mr. Two?
Fine, they can be on the team too. Are you gonna protect the family, Michael?
Yes, ma'am.
Good boy. Now go have some fun. Yelling at him doesn't work, Bert. Doesn't trust men. In his experience, they pretend to care about you till they disappear.
Want to run a play?
SJ, you're gonna want to get this.
Okay. Come on, Michael.
All right, Michael, come on. Woo! Yes! Michael!
All right, way to go, Al. Way to go.
That boy.
Hey, get over here. Let's go. Okay. What did you say to him?
You should get to know your players, Bert. He tested 98% in protective instincts. I said you could thank me later. It's later, Bert.
Okay, so what did the lady do after she went over and speak with his son, right? So basically, what she did was, she went over, sorry. Okay, basically what she did was she went over because she understands in this movie, in this movie, this lady understands his son. Okay, it's an adopted son in this movie. So what the lady did, what Sandra Bullock did, was she said the right words to him over what he is doing back then. So of course he doesn't know what is he trying to play, what his role is in the game. But after that, Sandra Bullock understands and says, okay, you know, you should do this to protect your family and do this to protect your family, because she understands the player, because it's his son, right? So whenever we understand our team, the people that we work with very closely, or the clients for that matter, we can truly know how to adapt and maneuver the feelings or the way or the things that they want to our advantage. But the thing is this, the key is this: we need to understand first. Okay, we need to understand ourselves first. Next, we understand the person that we are talking to, be it a client, a parent, a girlfriend, whoever. Okay, as you master this technique, all right, basically you can manage almost anything. Okay, so the advantage of using this tool in workplace environment is to apply the system and put it into action, so you can save over 360,000 if you are engaging in a CEO, okay, in your company. So motivator is to help us not to lose money. That's number one. And number two is to increase sales and find the right team. Okay. Now, these are some of the data of a person. Like, this data shows that they have 6 different motivators, 6 different motivations. So I do not have enough time to dive very deep into this part of the course, okay, the sharing. So we have 6 very different types. As long as we understand, okay, if this person, if you see this chart is in red, all right, it's above the middle line, middle black line, all right, it's above average. And the yellow is called utilitarian. If it's above the middle line, it means this is their motivation. And of course, the third one is aesthetic. It's like way above the average line. But if you look at the green line, the green one, it's a social, it's like super low, which means this is not his motivation or her motivation in a person. Okay, so individualistic is below, and traditional is also way below the average score. So this means by looking at the chart and data, we understand now what does this person wants. Okay, so it's just simple. By pressing the right button, I know he's above average in utilitarian, he loves money, and I know he loves to be looking good aesthetically in the pink, in the purple chart. So what we can do is we set goals, we set goals, vision, directions for these people to reach out to. Or if we are talking about emotions, we know what they like, we give them what they like so that it comes to our advantage. Very simple. Okay, just need to know how to learn to see the charts, and then off you go. Okay, and this is very critical as well when we talk about DISC and motivator. D is, we call them the conductor. Towards the yellow, you see I as a promoter, S as a supporter, C as an analyzer. So, for example, this is a team by one of my my students, all right, that they did was, in his company, he was the only conductor, and the rest of his team, right, were placed into doing a support role. Now, there are people in his team that does not fit the role of being a supporter. So, when I look into the chart of all his individual management people, and then I say, hey, look, something is not right here, okay, based on the analysis that I have for their team. So after that, I came in and I try to restructure the whole company and place them and advise them and place them in the right place, all right? So what happens is we put them evenly based on their DISC, their motivator, all right? By placing them the right location, like doing what role it fits in the organization, the team and the company grew like 10x the income of the company, the revenue of the income. They did like a million ringgit a year. Then they went up to 10 million by just, restructuring the whole entire management team. They're putting them in the right place. But these are all charts that we can see, we can track, we can learn, and we can also understand to help us increases. That's why it's easier to see, but most conventional businesses work on emotions. It's like, oh, I think this guy is cool. I think he's got all the credibility from this university, so I just put him into this division or this department, right? But sometimes it doesn't work like that. With his qualification, he could be doing something else which could outperform his normal standards. Okay, so we just need to know what personality and what kind of motivation he needs. That's it. And third is emotional cohesion, and simply learn to control the feelings that they have. Okay, just how to control. So once you understand DISC and you understand the hot buttons, okay, which are the right buttons or which are the right things to motivate the team, or then lastly, EQ is to know how to control our emotions to adapt to what they want, because we cannot change others. Always remember this in running any businesses, or even your wife, your dad, your loved ones, we cannot change them. Okay, if you agree with me, just put a yes, 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 so I know that you agree with me that, oh, we can't change others, but we can adapt around them. Okay, we can't change them, but we can adapt around them to change the environment. We can't change the person, we can't change the environment, we can't change others externally, but we can change internally, right? So when we change internally to adapt to them, you will see a whole new level of beauty. All right. So when we talk about a talent, the people that we work with, okay, and we as a leader, I don't put ourselves as a boss, but I always put ourselves as leader. So we are the ones that it's going to either retain these people, the talent, or we repulse, we push them away, because we are the key person, not them. They are here to work with us, not work for us, work with us. But the thing is, how can we make them stay? And this is the most difficult criteria in a leadership. But as long as we understand with all the important data, of course, when we work between the next person with us, it's all about emotions. Okay, it could be anger, it could be sadness, it could be scared, fear, it could be happiness, it could be love, it could be shock. So all these emotions plays into a very important role as a leader to make them to do things that we want to our advantage. But many times some leaders doesn't understand how to manage this part of the emotions, because they don't understand EQ, okay, emotional quotient. And to understand EQ is simple. Just do the test and check out yourself. So this is a chart, a score, okay. If you see the red color row, the red color row is at like 7.4, 7.2, 7.9. These are all what we call the median score. So as you can see from this chart, this person is way, most of his chart is like way below average, which means this person doesn't know how to self-aware. That means he doesn't understand if he's happy, sad, or if he was angry with others. The second, self-regulation. He doesn't know how to control. He can't self-regulate himself. Number 3, it's motivation. To understand other people's motivation, probably he's at the median score. It's okay to understand others. Number 4 is empathy. To understand about other people's feeling. It's like a little bit below average. And lastly, how to control his emotion against the people, the social skills. Is it good? I think on this graph, it's okay, it's good, all right? But the problem is this: how can we understand ourselves? Have you ever done a test to see where you are? If the answer is not, then probably you can use this tool to help you understand yourself, so that you can work around well with others. Because as I said, we can't change others, but we can work with others as long as we understand ourselves more. Okay, it's just clarity. Clarity is power, right? So these are very important graphs for us to understand, and data. And this is what we call the full report, the trimetrics report. And after doing the test, okay, all these tests yourself, and of course you need to understand. These are all the reports that you can read, that you can understand, okay, even for your staff, for your wife, for anybody, as long as it's a human. Okay, I can't do a dog report, okay. Just joking. Well, we can't really do that for a non-human. So these are all human reports. You can do it online. It's very simple. You just done the test, and then once you completed the test, usually I will personally do a self debrief with one-on-one, okay. And this is this motivator and EQ users. We do the selection process to select the people we want to work with, and to understand that he can work well with us and I can work well with him. Number 2, it goes into development of the business and the person. Once we have the data, the charts, it's easier for us as the key person or leader to understand how to develop this person or develop the business with this person, okay. And then the last one is problem solving. If some of you felt I have difficulty solving problems, I do not know why, and do not know how. Now, by reading the reports and data, you will get the answers you need inside the data. It's that simple. Once you know what's wrong in the report, then we solve it, okay. And To win in sales is use the right exchange of a commodity for money. That means to win in sales is to apply the right system, finding the right key to the right keyhole. And I use the trimetrics formula. Okay, and I think that's about it. And I really like to thank you again to Summit Asia for giving me such wonderful time to work with them. And of course, I would like to also congratulate you for staying on and spend so much time with us for today. And I would like to pass this floor back to our host. Thank you.
All right, let's give a round of applause to Jason Lim. Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jason. Do you have time to just grab a couple of questions?
Sure, no problem.
Right, yeah, so I see Jeevan George, you would like to ask a couple of questions, so feel free to ask, all right? Rapid fire those questions. So he's asking, when doing the personality test, many will doubt our answers. What do you do before doing the test?
Okay, to answer to that question, basically, we don't really have to do anything before the test, because we need to know we need to be very genuine and very real with ourselves before we do the test. And I mean, just relax, because okay, the test that you did earlier on with the QR code, it's a free test, so the accuracy could be between 70%, give or take. But if you do of course the proper ones that I've showed you earlier, the accuracy is close to over 90%. Yeah, but just be real with yourself, be truthful with yourself, and do the test, because any test is fine as long as you just wanted to understand yourself a little bit more, right? So just be natural.
All right, awesome. Thanks, Jason. So would you also say that, in order to have a holistic team within an organization, you really need all personalities?
Well, it depends. It depends on what kind of business you're in, and of course, the best is always have the balance. But sometimes some industry you require certain personality stronger. So it really depends on what kind of industry and what is the leader's direction is.
All right, yes. Yeah. Okay, so it all depends on your direction. And so it's very important what Jason shared. It's all about being honest with yourself. And then I think also it's very important to create an environment when you're doing personality testing, where again, we go back to no judgment, right? So that we can be true to ourselves, so that we can lean into our strengths rather than just focusing on our weaknesses. So DISC is definitely a powerful tool. Our team has previously shared the link also to the QR code. Go and get your personality test. Learn more about Jason Lim. He can definitely help you take yourself and your organization to the next level. So with that, let's just give a round of applause to Jason Lim.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for the great weekend. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jason. Okay, so with that, as you can see, right now we're just about the midway point in our session. Have you all been getting a lot of massive value so far? If you have, type in value in the chat right now, okay? Yeah. And remember, if you want more value, all right, check out summitasia.com/VIP. Imagine 1 year of intensive workshops with leaders such as Jason or Jeff, Mark. Is going to be transformational. How different would your life be 1 year from now if you were to be able to go hands-on, dig deep into you yourself, and equip yourself with the tools to take action, to break through mentally, emotionally, physically, and financially? Imagine how life could be for you, okay, together with our community here in Summit. So definitely check it out, summitasia.com/VIP. And up next, we have a very, very wonderful speaker. I had the privilege to come across him during one of the Clubhouse sessions. And when he shared his insights about video marketing, I was instantly blown away. All right, but before we get to him, let's watch this quick video.
Hi, this is Leung with SummitAsia.com, partner and co-founder of the all-new and improved Summit, and we want to welcome you to our exclusive live events. Now, if you're just joining in and catching us on any of our social media pages and channels while wondering what is going on, you may be watching a short preview of the entire event. And if you want to catch the whole thing for free, as well as interact with us while learning more about what the Summit community is all about, you can do so by going to summitasia.com/live. All the information you need to watch the stream and how to join us live is right there on that page. For those of you who are brand new, Summit is the world's #1 online education platform and the fastest growing digital marketing entrepreneurship community. And you can get access to some special content, plus the opportunity to start your very own profitable affiliate marketing online business, all for absolutely free. If all that sounds good to you, then we want to invite you into our inner circle to join us not only for this live event, but subsequently as we continue to provide more free live training directly to our private group members. Everything will happen right here inside of our private communities on our social media, including Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and more. So make sure that you secure your membership inside. Remember, you're going to want to sign up for your free membership and learn more about the amazing additional value that you will get with Summit, because we are truly here to provide education to those who strive to pursue excellence and achieve results. Plus, free access to revolutionary software created by the co-founders of Summit that will provide you with the ultimate all-in-one digital marketing platform to run any online business that you want. Not to mention the ability for you to join our new built-in Summit partnership opportunity that you can also join right now for free. Thank you for spending your time with us. Join us now at our live events, and we look forward to seeing you on the inside of our membership area. Take action right now. Let us know if you have any questions, and we will see you at the top right here at SummitAsia.com.
Yes, let's make sure that we see you at the top. Check out summitasia.com/VIP. So up next, we will be having Ken Okazaki. He's streaming live all the way from Tokyo. He will be sharing with us his insights as a master in video marketing and video production. In the social media world that we live in today, it's more important now than ever to be able to capture the attention of our audience. But not only that, how is it that you can capture their attention and eventually convert them into sales? If you would like sales from video, type in sales in the chat right now. And so without further ado, let's give a warm round of applause to Ken Okazaki. Woo!
Thank you so much for that intro. And I really do appreciate having the opportunity to share here. Before we jump into all this, I just want to explain a couple things about how this is going to work. So first of all, I'm going to do a quick introduction. I'm going to share some stuff that's going to be super valuable you can use right away. And at the very end, I will leave some time for questions and answers. And potentially, if we have enough time, and if I'm allowed, I'll do a live coaching session with somebody in the audience right here, and I'll show them how, if you're a complete beginner, you can start creating content that's going to be very engaging, very powerful, but most importantly, really easy to use. So if that sounds like what you came here for, just type yes down there into the comments. I'm watching that. And I just want to make sure enough people here are here for the right reasons. Okay, great. I'm seeing the engagement. You have a very engaged audience. I really appreciate that. Now, let me do a quick introduction about myself. Most people know me as the video marketing guy, and I create videos that drive revenue. And what I mean by that is that a lot of people are creating videos of cute kittens, of bikini bods, of crazy stunts, of pranks, That's not what I do. What I do is I help people that the world needs. The world doesn't need another bikini bod, or maybe they do, but not really, right? The world doesn't need another cute kitten. What the world needs is professionals, business owners, people who provide professional services and coaching and things like that in order to improve other people's lives. And I help those kind of people to create the kind of videos that will drive revenue and increase the business that they can do online. So when I say drive revenue, that is what I do. We have at least 141 organic views on the videos that we've created. And I produce video for some of the world's best. Now, that's kind of a vague term, but I'll explain that in a sec. Now, for everybody who sticks around to the end, I do have a gift because I do want you to stick around and commit to staying with me for at least an hour. And what I have is a book I put out recently. It's called The 7-Figure Video Funnel. And if you stay up to the end, I will show you how to get that. And this is it right here. It is a proper thick book. It is not a 5-page PDF. And everybody who sticks around to the end, I want to gift that to you. If you like free stuff, type the word free in the comments and stick around to the end. Awesome. Thank you, Dylan and Shahil, Fiona, Javine. Okay, so many people. Sandra, Karen, Tak, Aaron, Mingru, Samantha. Okay, you guys are all getting a free copy of this book, and I'll show you how to do that at the end. Now, I said earlier I work with some of the world's best. You may recognize some of these people: Jay Abraham, Grant Cardone, Setema Nali, Taki Moore, Tai Lopez, Peng Jun, Jason Cisneros. Now, I don't show you these photos just to brag. I'm showing these photos because these are the kind of people who pay me money to help them make videos that do really well on social media. And what I'm about to share with you today is the same stuff that I shared with them that they used for their videos that I produced for them. And just because you're getting it for free does not bring the level of value down. In fact, it brings it even higher because I've been able to refine this process with all these people. And you've probably seen my work a lot. You just haven't seen my face. But if you've seen videos of these guys, there's a good chance you've seen the videos that I helped them produce. And that's what I'm going to be sharing with you. Now, I'm curious, actually. There's a lot of people here. I'm looking here at this gallery view. Most people have their cameras off. It's cool. Maybe you're asleep, you're in the bathroom, you think that you don't look good enough. I would appreciate if as many people as possible, if you're brave enough to please turn on your cameras. And I see all the hosts have their beautiful faces showing. Awesome. Thank you. Bernadette, I just saw your camera pop on. Who else is just popping on? Oh, Robert. Oh, Jaco. Guys, thank you so much. Now, if you can see me, just put your hands right up to the camera, just so I can see that you're hearing me. We're engaged here. Awesome. So we have at least like 20 people here engaged. I appreciate that so much. And if the rest of you can turn on your cameras at any time, that'll be awesome. I love to have a conversation and I can actually see people's faces. So let's just talk about some of the reasons why video is important in the news. These are people who actually spend a lot of money on social media. 91% of people who are marketing with videos say that it's better than every other platform. With the COVID and quarantine, the video views have just gone up like crazy. And on average, Facebook video ads cost 10% the cost of other ones. And this is a little bit old, but Facebook captured 24.5% of all video ad spending in the US. What that means is that compared to primetime TV, Super Bowl, commercials, YouTube, everything, 1 out of every $4 went to video ads on Facebook. And everybody knows if you're running a business, you don't keep spending money on something if it's not getting a positive return on investment. It is really taking off. And everybody knows that video works really well to improve your business. So the big question is, what stops people from getting started? I want you to think about these questions as they come up. And if this is you, just type Y as we go, okay? Y for yes. You think you don't look good on camera. If that's you, type Y. If you think you don't look good and that's stopping you. Okay, Y as in the letter yes, Y for yes. Like that. Okay, the letter Y, because typing YES takes too long. Okay, and if you think it takes too much time, is that you? Okay, and you don't have the right equipment. Who here is not starting because they don't have the right equipment? Okay, and even if you did have the right equipment, you don't know what you'd make videos about. And when you do, you wonder who's there to watch. If any of these apply to you, just type a big fat yes in the comments. Awesome. Okay, so I see that there's a lot of people here who relate to this. And if I missed anything, then put that down below. What's the reason? Now, I'm here to give you some good news. The good news is we have a simple policy. It's called the BYOP policy. All right. Now, I want you to pay close attention to this because everything I share is dependent on this one thing. If you're getting started, then you don't need an audience. You don't need a product yet. You don't even need any current clients. You don't need a fancy camera like a DSLR camera. What I'm about to show you is going to work in any country in the world for any age. There's just one rule. It's called BYOP. Bring your own phone. Now, if you're here, I want you to hold up your phone because I know that everybody's got one. Like everybody's got one of these. Hold it up so I can see it. You got your phone in your hand? Okay. Thank you, guys. I'm seeing everybody's got a phone. Now, here's the thing. A lot of people don't realize this, but you see on the back of your phone, there's these black circles, right? These black circles, people don't know this. It's a industry secret. They're cameras, right? These are cameras. Do you know that? And on the other side, let's see, if you have like a little Wi-Fi signal there, that means you're online. Let me see. There we are. So if you have one of these rectangular objects sitting lying around and you got a black circle on one side and you have a Wi-Fi signal, then you have everything you need to start making money for your business on social media using video. Now, if you don't have it, if you don't have one of these devices, then go get one because what I'm about to show you is going to freaking blow your mind. But first, I need to take you to a very special room. You've probably seen this today already. And we're going to talk about mindset while we sit in this room together. We're going to close this door and there's a 3-step toilet mindset we need to adopt in order for this to work. I know I got your attention right now because you're wondering, where are we? What are we doing in the toilet stall together? Well, I'll explain very logically. According to Buffer, and these guys have a lot of information about social media and they know what's going on because there are really, really big scheduling software that a lot of businesses use. And they found that, mobile versus desktop, they found that square format videos on mobile, and that's that the gray bar all the way to the right, outperforms everything else. Now let's look at this. Mobile videos are watched without audio. In fact, according to Facebook, they found that 85% of videos on Facebook are watched without sound. And this is according to Facebook. Now, CNBC, these guys did a study and they wanted to figure out what are people actually doing with their phones in the bathroom. They found that the people that are surveyed, out of the people that are surveyed, 69% said they're using their phone while in the toilet. Now, most likely, 31% of people lied because I think everybody has at some point used their phone in the bathroom. But here's the thing. If 69%, which is the low end, just the people who are willing to admit it, say they're using their phone while in the bathroom, then why are we not making all of the marketing content specifically tailored to the person with their pants around their ankles, sitting down with the phone in hand? We should be thinking, how can we make content for that person, right? And I started thinking like, well, if the majority of my audience is there, then we need to make some assumptions about this. Now, VJ says it's true. VJ, I hope it's not true right now as you're typing that, but no judgment if it is true to you at this moment. 3 assumptions. Now, here we see a handsome Asian man, headphones around his neck, pointing his finger. Do you know what he's talking about? Nobody has any idea who this person is or what he's going to share. So you're most likely not going to watch it. Now, here's an interesting number. 5.6 miles. Now, I got to convert that to kilometers because I'm speaking to an Asian audience here. But that is how many pages of social media content we scroll through each year. The news feeds, you're scrolling with your finger, over 5 miles is an average, which is nuts, right? So if we hope to get someone's attention while they're sitting in the toilet, then we need to do a few things. Number one, we need to assume they're distracted. People don't go to Facebook, TikTok, or Instagram to look for you. People go there as a distraction. If people go to YouTube as a destination site, they go to Google as a destination. They're there to sit down and do some research or watch their favorite content. People go to Facebook because they have nothing better to do in the moment. Therefore, we must stop them with a headline. If we can't get them to stop scrolling, then everything you say is useless. So watch this. Now we have a headline on top of the video frame. 3 ways to win her back. Now imagine that you just got out of a relationship and you want to get back in. This 99% chance is going to get you to stop scrolling long enough for you to just hear this guy's first few words of his video. And that is how we need to think about things. How can we get people to stop scrolling so your video can autoplay? And then I'll explain to you what happens next. So that's assumption number 1. We're going to assume they're distracted. Now, assumption number 2 is we're going to assume they are deaf. The number, guys, is 85%. 85% of the viewers don't have earbuds in. That's a big majority, right? So what happens is that if people can't hear you, they're going to try to read you. If they can't hear you or read you, they're going to put you into what's called the black hole. And I'll explain what that is in a second. But what we need to do in order to keep them is to add captions and burn them into the video itself. We don't want these automatically generated captions. They're terrible accuracy, especially if you're not like if you didn't grow up in the US, then it chops up your accent like terrible. I can't understand what you're saying. So you need to get these burned in. Now here's assumption number 3. We're going to assume they are busy. Right? Now, as I'm explaining this scenario, I want you to type yes into the comments if this has happened to you. You're watching a video and you think, hey, this is really great. This is interesting. And about 2 minutes into the video, you start wondering, I wonder how long this video is. And then you just tap the screen or you just nudge it a little bit. And then you see the timeline, right? And you see there's 58 minutes remaining. What do? We do save for later. Whoever has ever done save for later, put your hand up. Right? Okay, now let me ask you a question. Who here has ever gone into, and who here even knows where the save for later folder is and actually goes and watches the videos that you save for later? Very few people. The save for later folder is called the black hole, and you never, ever, ever want to get saved for later because 99% of the chance it's just a black hole. So what we need to do is we need to get the ideal length to not scare people away with it. So we need to keep it short. Now, we've done over 4,000 videos with our agency for various clients around the world. And looking at the data from all these, we discovered that the ideal length is between 2 and 5 minutes when you're reaching a cold audience. That means people who don't know you yet. Now, these are 3 things I'm sharing with you right off the bat, because I think that just learning this by itself is going to help you increase your odds of growing an audience on social media by 100-fold. Now, if just this part, and we're, how many minutes are we in right now? We're just a few minutes in. If this was valuable to you, type the word value into the comments. Awesome. Now, this is what I call my Kardashian moment, because I imagine that the Kardashian sisters, every time they post something on Instagram, instantly they see their feed, with all these comments and likes and shares. I only get to do this when I'm, sharing at someone else's summit. So thank you for giving me my Kardashian moment. I've got one more question for you. Now that you know the 3 assumptions, right? The headline, the length, and the captions, do you know how in 10 minutes you could use your phone, your iPhone, shoot a video of yourself, edit it, edit a title in, edit the captions in, and get it to the right length, and then upload it to social media? Could you do that in 10 minutes or less? If you know how to do that, type yes. And if you don't, type the word no into the comments, because I want to take a quick survey. Okay, I see a couple yeses. And nope, yes, nope, yes, nope, yes. Okay, so there's a mix. So let me ask you another question. If there was a free tutorial that will just guide you through using some apps where you can shoot it, edit it, and get it online. For me, it takes about 2 to 3 minutes. For you, it might take 10 minutes. I don't know, because it depends on your skill level. If there was a free tutorial that walks you through how to do that, would you want that free tutorial? Someone says, kinda. Okay, great. So here's what you got to do. Pull out your phone. Turn on your camera so I can actually see you got your phone out, because this is important. I am here for the engagement. I can't pronounce that name. Java Nixt Jot. Thank you so much. You're so on it. What you're gonna do is turn on your camera app on your phone. Okay, you got it? Awesome. And I'm gonna flash this on the screen here. What you're gonna do is scan this code. And this is going to take you to my free Facebook group, where inside the group, I have a free tutorial, and I will share it with everybody here. I'm not going to allow you in until later because I want you to focus on this presentation. So scan this code, request to get into my group, and I will, and then once you're in, I will tag you in the post that has the free tutorial. Once you've scanned it and you requested to join, type GTG, good to go. And then we'll continue to the next part. I have a whole bunch of GIFs. This is the first one. Type GTG once you got it. Okay, Karen got it. Thanks, Karen. JTG is okay too. GTG is for good to go. So JTG, I'm not sure what that stands for, Karen, but thank you for your participation. Good. Awesome. Okay, everybody's good to go. Let's move on to the next one. And if we need this later, I could circle back. Now, I want to share with you a quick story. This is someone named Candy who I worked with, and she, her online persona is called the Security Lady. She spent 10 years making video. And then after the 10 years of struggling with video, she took my 6-week crash course. Now over the 10 years of making video, she had less than 100 views total. That's pretty discouraging. And she made over 100 videos, by the way. And after the 6-week course, she came out with 17,000 new followers on her social media channels. And she had really low online sales. And right now, the problem she's facing is that her vendors, she has an e-commerce store, by the way, can't keep up. They're complaining, there's too many sales coming in. We need to up the volume of the orders we're making. So that's a good quality problem. And this happened from pretty much 0 followers, viewers on a daily basis to 17,000 in a super short amount of time. And that was because she just made that tweak in formatting her videos in a different way. Now, this is something that a lot of people have a hard time believing. Is it possible for me? I want to guarantee you 100% that whether it's just a matter of mustering up the courage to get in front of a camera, whether it's having the right insight to just change the way you do things just by a millimeter, or maybe it's you're doing the right thing already, but you need to do more of it. I don't know what it is because everybody's having their own journey. But I want to encourage you that inside the group, ask all the questions you want about video marketing, and I will be there to help you and also just point you in the right direction for what's the next level for you. Now, I told you at the beginning that I'd worked with some of these, headliners. Who here? Just hold your hand up to the screen. If you heard of any of those people who are my clients who I help to make their videos, just hold your hand up if you know who any of them are. Okay, great. I see a few people. Great. So when they ask me to help them with their video, then I almost always start with this one principle. And that's what I'm going to share with you right now. This is what I'm giving you for free that people spend a lot of money to hire me to do for them one-on-one. So I want you to take a lot of notes. You're free to take screenshots as we go through this, but this is the meat of the matter. This is the part you're not going to want to miss, because if you implement this one thing, it'll make all the difference between you guessing at what's going to work to you knowing and having the exact blueprint for shooting your videos and getting more effective results with them. This is called the Hilda Content System. And take screenshots, take notes, and ask questions if you need. All right, so this is the old way of making video, and this might sound familiar to you. You think of a topic to talk about, you write down a few bullet points, and then you hit record on your camera, you start talking, and then you run out of stuff to talk about. And then you stop. Type yes if you have done some version of this. Okay, Dylan has, Chanel, VJ, Mingru, George, yes. And this is exactly how I had started. And here's the problem. I had this one client, and I'll tell you who it was. It was this guy named Peng Jun, who's from Malaysia. And as we were working together, he wanted to shoot a lot of video in a short amount of time. And what happened was, as we were working together, he started getting exhausted. Like he had the energy, but your brain requires so much more energy than you just flapping your mouth, right? So at the end of each day, he was like, I got no ideas left. I'm exhausted. I don't know what to do. So I started working with him on developing a system. So if he takes his creativity and his ideas and applies my framework, then we're able to hit the target. And that's how I came across this simple system. And then I developed it further with a lot of other clients. Now, I don't know if you've ever heard of this guy named Peng Jun, but if you have, just type yes. He'll probably be encouraged to know that a lot of people have worked with him or he's familiar with them. Mingru has, Adrian. Okay, good. So you guys know who he is. He's a really cool guy. We've done a lot of cool stuff together. Now, I introduced him to this idea called Hilda, and this is this simple. How can we hook them in at the beginning? How can we then introduce ourselves and then lead them to what we're going to deliver, and then altruistically ask them for something at the end? Now, this is very simple. It's 5 steps. And here's the magical thing about this. A lot of people think, and by the way, I've been talking now for 20 minutes or so. A lot of people think that you need to be able to just deliver and just keep talking for an hour or even 5 minutes. And that scares the freaking daylights out of you, right? Who here is concerned that they won't be able to keep speaking smoothly for 5 minutes or more? Just type yes if that's you. Okay. And I have that same thing. Oh, I did actually. That's a lot of people. With this system called Hilda, you only have to be a rock star for about 10 seconds at a time. You only have to remember what to say for 10 seconds at a time, and the system takes care of the rest. Okay. And you're gonna love how this works because it makes everything easy. First, we got to figure out how we're gonna open up the content of the video with a strong hook. Hook them in, get them to commit to watch. And we can address the frustration. These are different ideas for how you can start. You can ask a question, use numbers, tease some value. And the mindset you want around this is to get in, get out, and get them hooked. Now, let's use weight loss as an example, because it's something we're probably familiar with. We've seen marketing, we've seen companies promote everything under the sun to lose weight. So address the frustration might be, isn't it frustrating that you are eating all the right foods, you're exercising in all the right ways, yet you're not losing the weight you want to lose? In fact, you seem to be gaining weight. If you start with that statement, then I think a lot of people who are facing that frustration are going to get hooked, right? We could ask a question. The question could be, do you ever know, now, what's the difference between a good carb and a bad carb? Or do you ever wonder why doctors never seem to agree on the best practices for weight loss? Okay, that's a question. Now, the reason we ask questions is to get people to stop judging you and instead ask themselves and start having an internal conversation where they could argue with themselves about convincing themselves to watch a video instead of you having to do that. Now, the next one is use numbers. This is really cool because we're going into both left brain and right brain engagement, because if we have an emotional word coupled with a number, then that's a double barrel shotgun, right? So we could say 5 tips to lose weight in 3 weeks, or the 5 foods to avoid when losing weight, or get fit in 30 days, right? We're using emotional words with numbers, left, right, double impact, super powerful. Tease value is really easy. You just say, hey, I want to share with you some tips around losing weight. And then you share it later. It's old school. It still works. Still really, really works well. So this is how we start with a hook. Here are some ideas. Now, once we hook them in, and only after we've got them hooked in, then we earn the right to introduce ourselves. Now, a lot of people start at the beginning, and I want to share with you something really interesting. A lot of people, they think that they need to talk about who they shared the stage with. This famous person, that famous person, job title, pretty much their whole CV. And I want to give a warning about this, because I watch video engagement graphs where we have the number of people who are watching, right? And then the time, right? And what happens invariably is you start really high here, and then it starts, kind of going down. And this is a typical video engagement graph. Now, let me redraw this so that it's a little bit more, it's easy for me to illustrate. Okay. So this is typically what it looks like. Now, what I do is I look for, where are the cliffs? Where are a lot of people dropping off in the video? And then where is the plateaus? Where are people sticking around for a long time? And almost invariably, when I find the cliffs that people are dropping off, where everybody says, forget it, I'm out of here, I'm not watching the video, this is when people are bragging about themselves. When you're introducing yourself, I'm the CEO of such and such, and I've accomplished this, and I shared the stage with that person and fed 5 million people. I'm basically Mother Teresa. People check out there and they don't care. They really don't care. I'm sorry to say, people don't care about you as much as you may think they do, which is why we got to keep this short. And we also have to do it in the right order. We hook them in first, then do a short introduction. So let's talk about how to introduce yourself. There's a formula for this. Take notes, guys. This is really important. First name. We want to keep it casual. We don't want to get stuffy. Plus your business title. In my case, will be, hey, my name is Ken Okazaki, founder of Oz Media Global. Or first name and who you help and how. Hey, my name is Ken Okazaki. Sorry, I just did my full name. Let me fix that. Hey, my name is Ken, and I help businesses to get leads and sales with video. And the third one could be something you're known for. Maybe you authored a book. Maybe people know you by a certain nickname. I might say, hey, my name is Ken. People know me as the video marketing guy. Or, hey, my name is Ken, author of the 7-figure video funnel. Okay, here's what you want to think about. How can you keep it short, snappy, and simple? Because if this gets long, then you're going to throw people off a cliff, or you're going to get thrown off a cliff and the engagement goes down. I want to do a quick check-in with everybody here. So far, I don't know if I'm going too fast or too slow, or this is too advanced or too basic. If you're getting value out of this, type value into the chat. This is a conversation we're having here. Oh, Fiona, Dylan, Samantha, Adrian, Bernadette. Okay, awesome. Now, I'm going to do the Goldilocks test. If I'm going too fast, type fast. If I'm going too slow, type slow. If I'm going just right, type gold, as in Goldilocks. Okay, Dylan. Okay, good. Great. Okay, so I'm going at the right pace. I'm good. I did have 2 coffees today, so I'm trying to be careful. Okay, thank you guys for the feedback. And for me, this is so important. I want to make sure I'm not just talking to a bunch of people who have it just kind of playing in the background while they're doing something else, because my time is super valuable. And I want to make sure that when I'm sharing with people, you're getting the immense value of it by paying attention. And you guys are doing an awesome job so far. Thank you for the engagement. So after we introduce ourselves, then we lead them. Now the lead, this is an art, more art than science. And here's where we need to either poke their fear, because everybody has things they're concerned about, right? We got to remind them of their concern. Build importance, tell them why the next thing is important, create curiosity, or tell a story. And here's what we want to think about: curiosity, context, and concern. Now, let me give you some quick examples here. Poke their fear. I might say something like, you know what? Have you ever wondered that if you never figure out how to get the formula to lose weight for your body type, that you might struggle with this for the rest of your life and be a bad example to your children, or never attract the person that you want in your life romantically, right? These are real fears, right? And we could remind them if they have it. Build importance. Just tell them why the thing you're saying is important, right? I don't need to go into too much detail there. Create curiosity. Now, we can just put some context around something. Like, the other day I was reading through this science journal, and I thought I knew everything about weight loss. But then there was this one question that came up that really puzzled me when they found out that blah, 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 blah is not working. It could be some science data. It could be some technical data, something niche to your subject or your expertise. Share with them how you discovered it. That makes them more curious. Telling a story is really simple. You got to talk about contrast. When so-and-so came to me and they were struggling with A, B, C, and D, I just taught them 3 simple habits that they spend 15 minutes a day on that help them to get A, B, C, and D results. It's really simple. Contrast, before, after, and then the gap is what you're about to share. Okay, now, if I have time, I'll do an example here at the end. The deliver. Okay, guys, this part's really good, because a lot of people think that you lead with value, and that is true to an extent. But if you are in the business of teaching or educating or selling your ideas for money, then if you give it all away, why would people pay you more money, right? So here's how you got to think about it. You got to think about how on social media and things that are free, you give insights. Now, who here has had an insight since we started? Type the word insight into the chat. I know it's coming. Okay, thank you guys. And we give insights for free. Insights, they're like candy, they're like giveaways. Give them away for free, because what people need is a new way to look at an old thing. And once they have an insight, then they open their mind to the possibility that there's a solution. You give insights for free. you charge people for implementation. In fact, you can charge a premium for implementation. You help people to implement things and they're willing to pay money, right? Insights are for free. Implementation is where you make your money. And if you get this straight, then everything will change about how you think about your free content, your paid content, how you divide everything. Because this is the one thing that many people get wrong. They start being careful about how much value to give away or not to give away. They give their crappy, low quality stuff away. That's not how you do it. You give your highest quality insights away for free so you can charge for implementation. And that right there is an insight for you. And I hope that was helpful. Now, this is how we give our insights. We deliver dopamine to the bloodstream, cause and effect. The reason you're not losing weight is because you're eating too much food, cause effect, right? Common misconception. A lot of people think that as long as you eat less food, you're going to lose weight, but that's a common misconception. The truth is, and you share the truth with them, okay? Transfer of blame or guilt. Now, this one is really, really powerful. Somebody I worked with and I produced videos for them too is Robert Kiyosaki. And one of the things that he really built his career on is the concept of the transfer of blame from people's shoulders. He basically told you, and there's a reference just earlier, he basically told you, you really suck at money. You suck at investing and you're broke because you suck. Now I'm starting to feel a little bit, not great about myself. But then he turns around and says, but guess what? It's not your fault. Lift the burden off my shoulder. He says, it's the school system's fault. It's the government's fault. It's your parents' fault. It's your uncle or aunt's fault. Anybody but me. And why is that important? It's because first, if you help them to realize where they're deficient and where in their goals, then they realize there's a gap. But then if you leave them there, they're just going to feel depressed and they're not going to want to move, right? But if you take that burden off and place it to something else that's out of their control, all of a sudden they're going to like you. They're going to feel like, hey, I like how he makes me feel. Therefore, I'm going to listen more. And perhaps he has a solution for me. This is transferring blame or guilt. So in the case of weight loss, I might say, you know what? You might have done all the right diets. You might be exercising more than anybody else around you, but you're still not losing weight. And if that's the case, it's probably because of your genetics. Maybe you're genetically born to be that size. And maybe this is about accepting yourself, right? Now they're just like, wow.
Okay. 第8題
Okay, we have somebody having a conversation in the background. Thanks for muting it. And so this is very powerful. Here's the next thing. How can we create a binary or polarizing point of view? What if I just said something like, you know what? If you're struggling to lose weight, I think you need to change your mindset around that. Let's start gaining weight. Screw all those skinny people. Let's get fat together. Fat is the new skinny. And, nobody should be trying to lose weight. Now, that's not my personal view. But if you have a view that you're afraid is so different that nobody is going to relate, that might be a good chance to actually test that assumption. See if there's other people who are your people. Because what if you can actually share the things that you secretly love and you find that actually there's 100 other people in the world that secretly love the same thing? Imagine how tight that community will be. And that is the power of, I went backwards on accident, of having a polarizing point of view. Now, here's what you got to think about. How can you educate, edify, and entertain your audience? And if you can get this right, educate, edify, entertain, then the dopamine gets released in their bloodstream and you have a home run. Think about it this way. On social media is like a farm, right? And people can come there and you can plant your little plot for free, or it's like a city, right? And your job as somebody who lives in the city of social media is to deal drugs. And I'll explain what I mean by this. When people come to you and they pay you money, what is the currency of social media? The currency of social media is time. Time is literally what people buy and sell. They create this environment that harvests time from people. People spend time on TikTok. People spend time on Facebook, on Google, and that time gets sold to advertisers. The advertisers are the customers, and you are the product. So if someone comes to you as one of the content creators, somebody who's putting out content and pays you 3 units of time, 3 minutes, right? And then in the end, you don't deliver the dopamine to their bloodstream. In other words, they don't feel good or happy, or they don't feel like they learned something after having spent that time with you. What happens? They will not come back. You lost a customer, right? But if they do get that dopamine hit, if they do feel good afterwards, then they're likely to come back again. Now you have an addicted customer. So if you realize that time is the currency and actually treat it like real currency, someone paid you time, they feel like it was wasted, of course they're not coming back. They might even report you and get you booted off the channel, which happens to a lot of people. If someone pays you time, the currency of social media, you must give them dopamine in return. It's a drug dealing platform and you got to get used to it. Otherwise, you're going to struggle. Okay. So this is what you got to deliver: dopamine to the bloodstream. Now, once that dopamine is flowing through the bloodstream, you're feeling a little happy. This is where you get to sneak in and ask. And a lot of you are thinking, great, finally, Ken is going to show us how we're going to pitch them to our $1,000 mastermind or our $5,000 coaching course. No, this is a micro commitment, because remember, we're going to a cold audience at this point. And there's a formula for this: who plus context plus action. Now, this part's going to get a little complex. It's going to look complicated, but I'm going to show you how simple it is to execute. You just got to pick one of each of these columns. You, friend, colleague, or boss, plus needs to hear this, agrees with, has this problem, or would like this, plus share, tag, comment, or click. And if you think who, why, and what, it's really simple. Let's just pick one item from each of these lists. And you can customize this list for yourself. By the way, go ahead and screenshot this so you can make your own version. What if I just said, hey, by the way, if you agree with what I just said in this video and it made a difference to you, then do me a favor and comment the word yes down below. See how easy that is? What if we pick another one? Like on the first column, I say friend and it needs to hear this and share. So, hey, by the way, if you have a friend and they need to hear this message and you know it's going to make their day, then do them a favor and share the link to them in a private DM. I think they're going to love it. This is really, really, really simple. Pick one of these. And the reason we're not pitching anything is because we're making the short content that's going to start building your audience, getting people to know, like, and trust you, so that when you do offer something, they will be way more receptive to that message. Now, I want to share something real quick. This guy's name is Shane Bird. He is a business coach based in Australia. He used to improvise his content. That means that he just get in front of the camera and kind of hit play and record for like 20 minutes. And after we did some coaching together, he started planning everything in a very specific manner. He had no system before, and now he's using Hilda and hockey puck titles. I'll explain what that is in just a second. And it used to be that when he made a video, it would average get about 500 views organically. And after 6 weeks of working with me, he's averaging about 1,500 organic views. Now, that may not sound like, okay, fine, 1,500 people are watching versus 500, but here is the difference. He was generating his leads organically on social media. And when people watch a video, he knew that a certain amount of people who watched it would engage. And a certain amount of people who engaged would have a conversation with him in the DMs, right? And a certain amount of conversations would turn to sales calls, and a certain amount of sales calls would turn to customers. There was a very locked down system that he was getting new customers. And one customer for him was worth about $50,000 over the course of a year. And what happened was, because he tripled his video views, he tripled his engagement. Tripling the engagement meant tripling the conversations. Tripling the conversations means tripling the sales appointments, and triple the sales appointments meant he got 3 times more business through the front door just by applying this simple system. So that is extremely powerful if you understand what to do after somebody watches a video, how to carry them through that system. Then one video view has a real tangible value to it. So let me just share real quick how this kind of fits into the big picture of your business. Okay, so we learned how to structure a video, how to take people from hook in the beginning all the way to altruistically asking them to do something at the end. But this is actually part of a bigger system. So we just learned about the Hilda content system. This is actually just part 2 of 5 things called the video funnel. Now, each of these like I just showed you, Hilda has a system. It's a 5-step system, right? And above that, we need to get people to stop scrolling, and we need a titles first method. So how can we write titles that get people to stop scrolling so that we can apply Hilda, which I just shared with you for free. And that's stage 2. But after Hilda, what do we need? We need something called the missing link. What they never knew they always needed. Now, I want you guys to be honest with me, okay? Who here came into this presentation by me today thinking, gosh, I really need a tutorial on how to put titles on my videos and put captions in? Nobody came in thinking that, right? But after I shared with you some third-party verifiable data plus a free gift, 90% of you, according to my statistics here, believed right away, I need that tutorial. And that is the art of the missing link. When you create your own missing link, the thing your audience never knew they always needed, you're going to be shocked at how quickly people drop into your system and start wanting to engage with you. By the way, just put your hand up to the screen like that if you are one of the people who requested, who actually scanned that code and got in to get that tutorial, right? And I'm not even going to ask you to raise your hands, but none of you came in thinking, I need that tutorial. I want to show you how to do that, how to create that for yourself, okay? The missing link. And then once they're in the missing link, we need the smooth segue. How can we smoothly segue people with a series of pre-scripted conversations into booking a call with you? And that appointment, obviously, that can result in an appointment with you or your salesperson, or you can actually sell people without actually getting on an appointment. Now, oops, I see that something happened here. Is that on my end? Sorry about that, guys. Okay, I'm back. Okay, so 1 second. I'm the video guy and I'm having some video problems. Not the best. I'll be right back. Let's see what's going on. Okay. Just got to back it up. Guys, by the way, as I'm scrolling through this, if you're getting value out of this so far, please do me a favor, type the word value. I'm very insecure, so I need this emotional support from all of you. Awesome. Thank you, guys. I'm actually not so insecure, but I just needed to fill the time. So this whole video funnel is this concept of, instead of building a funnel and sticking a bunch of video in it, what if we could stick the whole funnel into the video? And we need things to support it. How can you look super pro? How can we have absolute confidence on camera? How can we calendar your content so that it goes out like clockwork, and automate your leads so that once they come in, you know what to do with them next, and then expand to multiple platforms. And all of this is inside the video itself. Now, what this means is that instead of having to go build pages and stuff, like if that's a challenge for you, and I know for some people it feels so easy, because a lot of people are just like, oh, it's so challenging. I don't know how to build a landing page or subscribe to what, or what if you can just use the phone, a free social media app, shoot video, and start getting customers without needing anything else? What if, right? And then you're going to be creating a lot more video, and you're going to start wondering, well, what am I going to do about, like, where's the best time to post? What are the dead zones in the week when not to post? When should I go live, and how does that work, right? And then here's what else is important. How can we differentiate the 3 types of content for your 3 audiences? Who's your cold audience? Who's your warm audience? And who is your hot audience? Because think about this. If you send a hot message to a cold audience, they're going to run with their hair on fire. If you send a cold message to the hot audience, you're going to lose a sale. You have to know who your audience is and what messages to send to each person. And then once you master this, let's say you start with Facebook, you're probably going to want to go to Instagram, YouTube, every other video channel that there is. Pretty much everybody does video these days, but a lot of people get this wrong. They don't know or understand what platforms really apply to what industries. And when you get this cross, then you're leaving a lot of money on the table, or even losing the money if you're paying for ads, right? So things you got to pay attention to here are things like aspect ratio of the videos, the length of the videos, the automations allowed or not allowed on different platforms, the posting sequence, which one should you post first, second, third, how to design the right thumbnails for the videos, the descriptions that go underneath, cross-posting, subscriptions, end screens, links. These are all things that if you get this wrong, you're going to stick out like a sore thumb, and you're going to look like you don't know what you're doing. So what you really want to think about is just these 5 steps. And when you start, how can you get your titles dialed in so that your content gets watched from the beginning to the end using the Hilda system, so that people will reach out to you asking for your missing link, the thing they never knew they always needed, so that you can have a conversation with them, so that you can actually start having sales appointments. So this is pretty much the end of my presentation. I just want to share one quick story. This guy's name is Jazz, and he's an online coach. He does business and yoga coaching. And he used to do videos sometimes, and now he's doing it regularly every single week. He used to get only referrals, and now video leads are pretty much on top. He makes a video, he gets leads. He makes a video, he gets leads, right? He used to have no social media sales, and now within the 6 weeks, he had an additional $50,000 as a direct result of people responding to and getting his missing link, which resulted in conversations. So I just want to encourage you, whatever stage you are at now, the most important thing is just get started. And I did promise, and I didn't forget, a free gift. There's 2 gifts. There's one I already gave you, the tutorial. I'm going to flash that back up again. But I did also promise for everybody who stayed to the end, which is everybody here, congratulations, is a copy of this, the 7-figure video funnel. This is a proper book. I'll send you the digital copy of this. If you want this, just type the word yes, if you want this book. Okay, there's just not enough people. I'm not seeing the engagement. Okay, fine. Okay, we're there. Here's what you got to do. You're going to scan this code. This is the same code that's going to take you to the same group where the other tutorials. I've got the book and I have the tutorial inside of there. I'm double engaging you to get you into my group, or you can go to videomarketingcommunity.com. That'll take you into the group where you're going to get a free copy of my book, the digital version. If you want to buy it on Amazon, it's $22, I believe. But in the group, for all group members, that's my gift. You get the free digital copy. Plus there is that free tutorial I mentioned earlier. That's also inside the units section of the book. So I'm gonna stop talking now, because that's the end of everything I have to share. And amazingly, I did everything on time. I've got 10 minutes left. I'm gonna open this up for Q&A. But before I do, I just want to say thank you so much, guys. I would just like to take a second and ask you guys to unmute. I hope that I'm not breaking any rules here. Just go ahead and unmute and just say one word of how you're feeling right now about the value I provided.
Good.
Excellent, Ken.
It was awesome. Ken. It was Ken.
Awesome.
Okay, thank you guys. Appreciate
it. Beautiful.
Great.
Can you show it again? Because it won't scan.
There you go. All right. I'm going to ask you all to mute again one more time. And if you have any questions directly related to what I just shared, pop them into there, and I will spend the next few minutes answering some questions. And I'm going to hand this back to the moderators of this group, and we'll go from there. Adrian says, sorry, Ken, it won't scan. Adrian, what you want to do is just go to videomarketingcommunity.com, and that's all that code does is it takes you to that URL. I'll put that in there, videomarketingcommunity.com. And if you just go there, that'll take you straight to there. Okay, any questions, guys? If we do have questions, then I'll answer them. I'll spend the next few minutes. If we don't, I'll hand this right back and I'll be out of your way.
All right, while waiting for the questions to come in, let's give Ken a warm round of applause, virtual applause. Yeah, awesome. Thank you very much, Ken.
Thank you.
Definitely plenty of value, actionable value. And remember, applied knowledge empowers you, okay? So apply the knowledge that Ken has shared with us today. He has invested his time. He has given so much value to us today. So all that we ask for is to just apply, join his community, share your success stories of implementing his framework, all right? And then I see that you've probably answered all of the questions perfectly, throughout your presentations. That's why everybody is like, thumbs up, no questions, all good, Ken. I'm ready to put it into action, right? If you all are going to put it into action, type in action in the comment section. All right, I want to see my action takers, because we are a community that takes action. We are not all just talk, all just learning and shelf out. We take action. And I see Jeevan Jot, you've got a question. Ken, what are your thoughts on short videos?
Yeah, that's a very broad term, but short videos are a great way to, let me share with you maybe big picture how I do it for my clients. What we do is, we have a system called 31 and done, where every 30 days, my clients spend 1 hour with somebody on my team who is a content coach. And we coach them through building out the Hilda content. We do 4 content pieces per month. That means that every week there's going to be new content coming out, right? And then they go and shoot these videos using the Hilda framework to like 15 minutes each. And then those 15-minute videos get turned into full-length videos for podcasts, for YouTube, for LinkedIn. And then from there, we also scrape together very, very short, catchy TikTok videos, Instagram reel videos, everything shorter than 1 minute. And the call to action on those is really to go to wherever this person's main gathering point is. Maybe it's a Facebook group, maybe it's a LinkedIn page, maybe it's a YouTube channel, or maybe it's downloading the free resource on a website. So the short content is really great because on sites like TikTok and Instagram Reels, you're going to be discovered faster because more people are going to have watched all the way through, and the videos get judged by what percentage they're watched. So you're going to get a higher percentage of the video watched. Therefore, it's going to get pushed out by the platforms more. Therefore, you're going to get more cold leads coming in to become warm. And then the warm, of course, you know what to do with that to the next step. Hope that answered the question.
Awesome, thank you. Yeah, so Jeevan George says able to get more cold leads so they can see longer videos which will warm them out. Okay, so definitely, Jeevan George, you've got your mind and framework in line. And then Trader Rob asks 5 minutes VSL versus webinar, which is
Trader Bob, really good question. I don't know your industry specifically, and the first thing I would say is test both. Make a 5-minute VSL, make a webinar. If you have $1,000 to spend on ads, put 500 in each one, and you will know very quickly which one converts better, and then go from there. Yep. If you're talking about organic, then I think that most people don't want to watch VSLs or webinars from organic anymore. They want to see a short clip that will turn to a conversation where you can invite them to watch the webinars and things like that. And that's what's really working best on social media right now.
Yep. So definitely Trader Rob, just test, see what works for you, and then apply all of these wonderful frameworks that Ken has shared with us. So I think that's all of the questions that we can take for today. Once again, thank you very much, Ken, for joining us in our community. Let's give him a round of applause. And
thank you so much.
Who wants to learn more, join his community on Facebook. The link is in the chat section right now. And we hope to see you some other time on our platform again, Ken. Okay.
All right. Thank you, guys. Appreciate your time, and go actually shoot some video. I will go stalk a few of you. I can't do everybody, but I want to see who's putting out video. And especially if you're engaging inside my group, then you'll probably get a chance to have a conversation with me too, if that's something you want. Thank you. And I will mute myself and get out of the way.
All right. Thank you, Ken. So with that, remember, you guys are getting so much value in this session today, right? Yeah, we're just over the halfway mark. If you have been getting massive value, type in massive value in the comment section. And you know what? If you want to take it to the next stage, share with us what is your top learning from these 6-7 hours so far, okay? And share it on social media with the hashtag Summit Launch Event. I repeat, the hashtag is hashtag Summit Launch Event. And if you think, okay, just for the past 6 to 7 hours you've been getting massive value, imagine what you could get with our offer right here, okay, at summitasia.com/VIP. Repeat, it's summitasia.com/VIP. We are launching this is a pre-launch of our 1-year membership where you will get 10 live workshops with experts and leaders across different industries, including Joyner, Jeff Faldalen, Dorothy, Andreas, and the many, many more speakers that are coming up throughout this session, okay? So up next, we have a Fortune 500 high-performance coach. He has trained executives from Google, Nestle, and many more massive companies, including top athletes in the Champions League and also track and field professionals as well, okay? But before we get to Justin Furness, we're going to play a quick video, a quick 5-minute video before we bring Justin on, okay? If you're excited, type in excited and make sure you stay on this stream. See you soon.